It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to this very special Thanksgiving Eve edition of the program. It is so great to be here with you on a lovely fall Wednesday afternoon in New York City. And let me tell you, there is no one in sight. New York City is a ghost town. It took me 40 minutes to get here. Usually it takes me about 70 minutes to get here. No one in the studio. It's just your favorite crew here, putting together another great program for all of you. Maybe you're traveling to go see loved ones this evening and you want to fire up a 4-hour podcast with your good friends here to keep you company on the train, on the plane, in the car, boat, I don't know, car, like a SUV, whatever you got, we're here for you. Now, there were some people who were trying to push a movement of us not being here, but I wouldn't have it. In fact, if it was up to me, we'd do a show on every holiday. We do a Christmas show, we do a Hanukkah show, we do a Rosh Hashanah show, we would do a Labor Day show, we would do, everything. But this is great. It's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be here. And what about this setup? I mean, can we give GC his flowers? Look at that logo right over there. Oh my God, I feel like I'm on the set of the Today Show here, Thanksgiving Parade. What about these leaves here? What about the cornucopia, guys? We've got it. I don't even want to touch it. Can I take this home, by the way, or do you need this, GC?
No, yeah, you can take it home, but that's authentically stuffed.
Wow.
Hand stuffed. If you pick it up, everything's going to fall out.
I'm not touching it.
That's a real deal cornucopia.
Let me tell you something. I've never had a cornucopia. I love it. I love everything about this. I love the festive spirit. We've even got this thing right over here. I don't even know how to do it. The pumpkin pie lower third graphic thing, the bug. How do I get to that? It's right over there in the corner, right over part of DP's face. Is that a pumpkin pie? Or is that, I think so, right? Or is that sweet
It's
potato?
a little pumpkin pie. Sweet potato pie, if that's what you want.
I thought it was the sun.
I have a guest coming. That's not very nice.
Oh,
Frank. I have a guest coming over tomorrow. And they said, don't worry, I'll bring the pumpkin pie. And I was like, kind of wanted pecan pie, if I'm being honest.
Oh, wow. You're pecan over sweet potato and pumpkin.
Yeah.
We've actually been having a pretty big discussion back here all show. Someone on the show is going to be a guest at someone's Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Went to a bakery, checked out the pies, $38.
Yes.
Walked over to Costco.
Yeah.
$6 full size. He's trying to decide what to do there. Does he buy the $6 one, put it on a plate, say that it's homemade, or where does he go?
I don't know if you said, what's wrong with just buying the pie and saying, I got this for you?
I don't know, $6 from Costco.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I mean, it also depends on whose house you're going to. If this is someone that you really care about, if it's maybe in-laws, if it's, so. Yeah,
in-laws?
Well.
Yeah, in-laws. It's in-laws.
What? I like how we just casually just came to that.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, I mean, year 3 of it.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, year 3. Wow. Are you going to the parade tomorrow?
No. I did it last year. That's the one time I'll do it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I was actually invited to go to my brother's office, which overlooks the parade.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, that's an exclusive offer right there. Being down in the trenches is a whole nother thing.
Couldn't be bothered. Who wants
to get up so early? I got up at like 5 last year. Now, if you got the exclusive seating at the office, you could show up whenever, man.
No, couldn't be bothered. By the way, pecan or pecan?
It is technically, like, phonetically broken down, pecan.
You? What do you say?
Pecan.
I think it's like saying details or details.
Yeah.
I say pecan.
The tomato.
No one says tomato.
GIF.
Bingo. That's a good one.
Bingo.
Put it on the poll.
Bongo?
Is it pecan or pecan? Anyway, I can't wait for today's program. It's always great to be here during the holiday season. I can't believe it's Thanksgiving. Remember this time last year, we did an early show because Canada was playing Belgium. in their first World Cup match since 1986. We had the whole setup. We had the wings afterwards. We did an 11 a.m. show. We had the 3 in-studio guests from PFL. I mean, I was buzzing. I was high on life. I wore my Canada sweatshirt. And then, of course, my buzz was killed because GC showed up in the Lukaku Belgium shirt, which, I still am not 1,000% over. And I believe that's the reason why they lost. But that's neither.
No, actually, I helped Canada because remember the T-shirt curse is alive and well.
He didn't play,
And no, he missed that goal, didn't he? He got put in right at the end and missed the goal?
No, that was, I think, against Morocco later on, or against Croatia. He was injured that game. So it even went one step further, the curse.
Yeah. Completely left him out.
In any event, I do want to remind you that today's program is presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with the code The MMA Hour, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details. And certainly a lot to get in on this particular weekend. In addition to the football and all that other nonsense, PFL Championships on Friday. The big Chantelle Cameron versus Katie Taylor rematch. More on that in a moment. On Saturday afternoon, and the return of David Benavidez against Demetrius Andrade in the second-to-last Showtime boxing card. Charlo brother on there as well. There's a lot to like, a lot to watch, and a lot to get in on with our good friends over at DraftKings. I also want to let you know that today's show is brought to you by our good friends over at Cash App. Cash App has the tools you need to make saving easier. Whether you're saving for your next vacation, a new car, or maybe you're going to pony up for some good seats at that next MMA event that is coming to town. Reaching your goals, whatever they may be, is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers. That means even when you're not thinking about it, your money in Cash App is building. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. Yes, back into the show. Check in with the boys, get the picks for the weekend, Parlay Boys, GC's picks. You know the drill. Probably answer a couple questions back in as well, but we'll get to some questions in the first hour. Prior to that, the pride of Argentina, Ailín Pérez, is going to stop by in studio. Yes, the twerking queen herself, coming off her big win, has won 2 in a row. All kinds of drama last week at the PI, at the weigh-ins. Some notoriety after the fight. Her dance moves, etc. She'll be joining us in studio in New York City for the first time. I look forward to meeting her. That will be at around 3 o'clock. At 2:30, Dustin Poirier is going to join us. El Diamante. Is he going to fight at UFC 300? What does he have in store for 2024? When I think of the holiday season, when I think of the good people in this sport, El Diamante is at the top of the list. He is the man, Dustin Poirier, with his foundation that he and his wife spearhead. They do tremendous things for the good people of Louisiana, and so I wanted to check in with Dustin Poirier. That'll be at 2:30. At 2 o'clock, Kayla Harrison is going to stop by. In fact, she was on this show, on the Thanksgiving Eve show, exactly 1 year ago in studio, and you'll recall that it was 2 days before her first pro loss. That was to Larissa Pacheco. She has not fought since, but she returns this Friday, PFL Championship, not in a championship fight, but in a catchweight fight at 150 pounds against Aspen Ladd, who we actually talked about in that interview. She had just signed with the PFL, and this is a really big fight for one Kayla Harrison. This is her final fight on her PFL deal, and now, of course, we know that the PFL is a whole new place with the acquisition of Bellator. Still so much to dissect, and in fact, I have 2 pretty interesting updates on that acquisition. I was kind of like racking my brain over like the Monday evening / Tuesday period. Did I ask Don everything? Did I miss something? Should I have asked this? Should I have asked that? I asked him 2 follow-ups that I think are pretty interesting. And I presume there's some questions regarding the PFL on today's edition of On the Nose presented by Kraken. Is that correct?
You
Mr.
presume
Frank?
correctly.
So that will come into play. Still so much to digest there, and it's obviously going to be one of the top stories of 2024. So stay tuned for that. Kayla Harrison fighting on that card this Friday on ESPN Plus pay-per-view, and we also found out yesterday that it will be available on DAZN, and it's a nice little card. The headliner is Olivier Aubin-Mercier against Clay Collard. There's also Larissa Pacheco on there, Magomed Karimov. There's Impa Kasangane against Josh Silveira, which is a really interesting light heavyweight fight given their backstories. And then what about our good friend Derek Brunson making his PFL debut against Ray Cooper, the former welterweight champ, moving up to 185. That will be a prelim fight. So a little something for everyone. Chris Wade on there. That all goes down on Friday. Prior to that, we'll answer your questions on the nose, presented by our good friends over at Kraken. And in a matter of seconds, hopefully, we will be joined by the undisputed super lightweight champion of the world, Chantelle Cameron. Unfortunately, we found out just moments ago that Katie Taylor, who we had announced to be on the program, is unable to make it. So she has a massive fight and a lot going on. And so she is unable to make it. And that is a bummer because I hate announcing guests and then they don't show up for whatever reason. But we have long been a supporter of hers and understand. And so we are very thankful that we also have the champion joining us in moments' time. And this is massive. I will not be there. A lot of people have been asking me, am I going to be in Ireland this weekend? I will not be there. I was there in May, and it was one of the most memorable events that I've ever covered, one of the most memorable scenes, and one of the best fights that I've ever seen in person. It was a massive win for Chantelle Cameron, and now they are running it back at 140 pounds. So in case you don't know, Katie Taylor is the undisputed champion at 135 in boxing. She moved up to 140 to fight the undisputed champion at 140 super lightweight. She was supposed to fight Amanda Serrano. Amanda Serrano got banged up after her win over Erica Cruz here in New York earlier in the year. So that fight fell through, and who knows if that rematch will ever happen. So instead of fighting, someone who she would be a minus 2,000 favorite against or some crazy number, she says, you know what? Homecoming, big deal. Everyone wants me to fight back home. I want to fight back home. She would sell out the 3 Arena fighting me or that turkey or a broomstick. She says, man, I don't want a gimme fight. I don't want a cupcake. I don't want a tune-up fight. I want the best freaking fighter at 140 pounds. Pretty damn impressive. And a lot of people, including myself, said, maybe that's not the best idea for the homecoming. And in the end, it turned out to be a bit of a nightmare because she ended up losing her first pro fight in her homecoming. And so the question was, she's obviously going to fight again. Is she going to run it back, or is she going to go back to 135 and maybe get an easier fight and get her mojo back and then maybe try to cross that bridge in the future? She said no, she wanted it. And now it's happening again this Saturday, rematch. In a bit of a do-or-die fight, I would imagine, for Katie Taylor. A lot at stake here, and obviously a massive, massive fight once again. For the champion at 140, Chantelle Cameron, it goes down in Ireland at the 3 Arena once again, same arena, back on DAZN, and it's a great honor and privilege to be joined by the champion at 140 pounds, the undisputed champion at 140 pounds, the pride of England, the one and only Chantelle Cameron. Here she is. Hello, Chantelle. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
It's a pleasure to have you on. Thank you very much for doing this. I know there's been a lot of media and activity and whatnot leading up to this big fight, so thank you for the time. We really appreciate it. Can I ask you off the bat, I've noticed that you've done a lot of media and Katie hasn't. In fact, in full disclosure, she was supposed to be on the show today, but unfortunately she canceled. And that's a bit of a bummer, but I appreciate you being here. What do you make of that? When you hear of that, her being very reclusive this week and you being out there and doing what you have to do you take anything away from that?
No, I don't, to be honest. I think we're two completely different people, whereas this is just part of the job, isn't it? And you do this to sell the fight and kind of let people know what you're about as well. So for me, it's just water for ducks back. So it doesn't faze me. Don't really look too much into what Katie's doing, what Katie's saying, what she's thinking, how she's feeling. Doesn't bother me. I just focus on me, and this is no bother to me. I'm doing nothing. What else am I doing? I'm just sitting around the hotel, killing time. So it's my honor to come in here and talk and have a chat.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Has your life dramatically changed since the win in May?
Yeah, it's definitely changed. But do you know what? I'm quite a grounded person, so I don't really look too much into it. I'm I'm a bit of a boring person as well. Just keep my head down and don't really do much or say much. So it has changed, but I've also made sure it hasn't changed too much. I like my little quiet life and just keep in my small little circle.
I mentioned, same arena, obviously same fight, same belts on the line. And so there's a lot of similarities, but I'm wondering, considering you already beat her and it wasn't that long ago, are you feeling like this is a bit of deja vu all over again for you? Or do you feel like a completely different fighter with different thoughts and different feelings because you've already been there, done that, and climbed that mountain successfully?
So two there, because it is like deja vu. I'm singing to Katie's tune again. I'm over in Dublin. I'm putting my belts on the line. Whereas the rematch, I beat her the first time, so she could have put her belts on the line and drained me and got me down to 135, or we could have gone anywhere else in the world and had this rematch. But I'm singing to Katie's tune again, and I'm putting my belts on the line. I'm back in Dublin, but for me, my mindset is completely different. The May the 20th, that fighter, that version of me, I was quite like, I was in awe of Katie Taylor. So it was kind of like finally getting this opportunity. I'm finally getting this fight. And I actually had an injury in that whole camp, but I knew that I had to take the fight there and then, because if I hadn't, I'd never see that fight again. It was the first time Katie Taylor had ever mentioned my name, let alone called me out. So I jumped on it. I grabbed the opportunity with two hands, and I knew that I had to take that. And I was grateful for the opportunity as well. I was grateful that I was finally getting to face Katie Taylor, because I believed I'd always beat her. My team believed I'd always beat her. And people close around me, you see how I train, my work ethic, they always knew that I was all wrong for Katie Taylor, and I proved it May the 20th. So this fight, I'm coming in there knowing that I've shown everyone that I can beat her, but this time a better version of myself.
How serious was that injury?
It was quite bad. I was meant to be on the Anthony Joshua undercard, but it's just crazy how things worked out, because I think I was about 3 or 4 weeks in close to the fight, and I was sparring a lad called Lerone for my gym, and I threw a jab, and I just heard it pop, and I've never had pain like it.
Oh no!
And the next day, Katie Taylor called me out, and I was thinking, I rang my manager and said, "Counsel, I can't fight on the undercard anyway. I'm injured, so let's go for Katie Taylor. Let's do it." And I went to the sports massage, and he was like, "You can't punch for 2 weeks. There's no way you can hit a pad, hit a bag, can't shadow box." I just had to rest my arm for 2 weeks. So it was kind of like, oh no, I just literally said that I boxed the best female boxer there is in a homecoming, but for 2 weeks I'm not able to punch. So I was a bit like, oh, it wasn't the best preparation, but I did have a good camp.
Wow. And where was the injury? You said it was in your arm?
Yeah, my tricep head.
Wow. All right. Well, we couldn't tell on the night because you boxed beautifully, I thought, and won that fight fair and square. You did mention in your previous answer you're singing to her tune again. Are you annoyed that you won the first fight and you're back in Dublin defending your belts? Yes, you're the A side this time, but it's very much back on her home turf.
Yeah, like obviously I'm a little bit frustrated because like she's getting to roll the dice twice, which is fair enough. She's Katie Taylor. What she's done for women's boxing is amazing, and I'm appreciative of that. But at the same time, it's kind of like, what are you doing with your lightweight belts? You're not defended them for a year now, and why Dublin? Why have I had to come back to Dublin? And to be honest, I'm actually having a great week. The Irish have been amazing. At the media workout today, they were lovely and supportive of both of us. But at the same time, this isn't my country either. So I don't know why we couldn't have been in the UK or Middle East or America. It could have gone anywhere, but I had to come back to Dublin. And obviously it's Katie Taylor's country, so it's all for Katie Taylor.
Did you consider putting your foot down? Did you consider saying no to this? Or did you have no choice because she had the rematch clause?
Yeah, I had no choice. So I did say, like, well, do I get a rematch clause in this fight? Because it's okay coming back for the rematch, but what if I do get robbed? Like, what's going to happen for me then? Is everything just in Katie Taylor's favour so that she takes my belts and she's going to get the fairy tale homecoming finally because I sported it the first time? But I'm not getting a rematch clause. There's no rematch clause in it, and I kind of just had to come over here and get the rematch on, because it is a great fight anyway, and obviously it's a big opportunity again for me. And for me, it's just going to showcase everyone how good I really am. May the 20th, I don't think I boxed brilliant at all. I don't think that was my best performance by far. So now everyone's going to see, there's no excuses. I'm going to go in there making sure I put on the best statement I possibly can.
Why aren't you getting a rematch clause in there?
Great question. I don't know.
I'm assuming you've asked that question, or your management
I did
has asked
when
that?
the fight, when I was going back and forward about coming back to Dublin, I said, like, well, can I put a rematch clause in there now? But yeah, it's not happening.
Okay. And then I thought perhaps she would say, okay, this time we'll do it for my belts at 135 and see, how you fare at 135. Was that ever discussed, or was it always same weight,
So we
same belts?
pushed that. So my team was pushing for 135. Even after the first fight, I said, right, I'll come down to 135 and I'll challenge you for your belts. So I made it loud and clear as soon as I beat her on May the 20th that, right, I'll come, if we have a rematch, let's put your belts on the line. And then when we was going back and forward about Dublin, I said, right, I'll come back to Dublin if the challenge is that we go at 135. But again, there was no movement in it. There was no budge.
Are you, obviously you're very confident going into the fight, but like if you're able to take the Chantelle Cameron hat off and just be a sort of boxing pundit, if you will, are you surprised that she is going back to this well, considering there's so much at stake? She's sort of on the tail end of her career and she wants that homecoming fight. Like, do you think that this is a massive mistake for her as opposed to taking, a bit of a tune-up fight, a massive, one of these fights that she's like a minus 2,000 favorite in the fight going, like, are you surprised that she's going back this route considering how the first fight went?
To be honest, I am, because like for her first time coming, she could have picked an easy opponent, but I didn't. Maybe they didn't think I was that good. I don't know. Maybe they thought I was going to be an easy touch. But I think obviously taking the rematch with me straight away, I think she made a mistake again. I think it's another mistake.
Do you feel like she is feeling that pressure? Some have said if she loses, she might retire. I know she's kind of dismissed all of that, but that would be 2 losses in a row, and there's a lot of wear and tear. I mean, Olympics, amateur career, all that stuff. Do you feel like she is feeling that pressure?
I wouldn't really want to say, to be honest, because with all due respect, I don't really care.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I can't answer that because I'm just focused on me. Like, I've got a job to do, and Katie Taylor is standing in the way of my career moving on. And if I lose, then where do I go? So for me, it's kind of like pushing that aside. I really don't. I'm not bothered because I'm just so focused on what I've got to do and what I've got to get through to make sure that my career, I get the nights that I want.
Could I ask? I know yesterday you guys had that face-off at City Hall.
Yeah.
Did you take anything away from interactions with her, her demeanor, etc.?
Just awkwardness, ain't it? You keep staring at each other. It's awkward.
Not a lot of trash talk, just a lot of staring and awkwardness, right? We see the finished product. I'm sure the whole thing was awkward.
Yeah, it was quite awkward. Just keep walking up and staring at each other. Like, I like my personal space as well, so I was thinking, a bit close.
Do you hate doing that stuff?
Yeah, I'm not really into the whole face-offs, the build-up, and I really don't like the press conferences.
Really? Why?
I'm just not really a big talker. I like fighting, and everything else that comes with it, I just think, I'd rather not do it, but I do it because it's part of the job.
Yeah, the more you do it, the more rich and famous you get, right? So it's kind of something that you have to deal with, unless you don't care about those things.
I care about being rich. I want the money.
Sure. I don't blame you.
I want to be comfortable when I retire, but being famous, no, that doesn't bother me. I like being in the background.
Could I ask, obviously Eddie Hearn has been promoting Katie for quite some time. He also promotes you. Is that ever awkward that he's I was watching the open workouts, or actually, no, I saw an interview with him and Maisie Rose. She was asking him a question, and she asked him for his prediction. And he's like, it's a bit awkward. I can't really make a prediction. I promote both. Is that ever awkward in your dealings that he's kind of in the middle? But he has this long-standing relationship with Katie as well.
Yeah, Katie's his golden girl. So I know that, and it doesn't bother me. At the end of the day, it's business, isn't it? That's his golden girl, and he's rooting for Katie to win. But at the end of the day, what I do is I come along and I upset people and I break hearts. So that's just what I'm doing.
I love it. You will be walking out second this time.
Yeah.
Some might have said that you should have walked out second the first time around because you were the champion. But of course, now that you've won the first fight, you get to walk out second. I saw a video where you said that you thought that she was maybe, as you would say in England, taking the piss by taking so long to come out. Will you return the favor on Saturday? Will you take an extra long time to come out?
Absolutely not. No. I'd rather just get myself in the ring than standing on that platform with everyone staring at you and probably booing me and stuff. I think I was going to go straight to the ring and get down to business. I'm not going to be messing about.
Okay, fair enough. Have you watched the first fight a lot?
I've had to go over tactics and sitting down with my coach and seeing what went right, what went wrong, and how we're going to change it a little bit and adapt.
What went right in your opinion?
Obviously I got the win, so something must have gone right. But it was a lot of scrappy rounds. She comes in with her head a lot, and I was there, so I was letting her catch me with her head a lot. I've got to make sure I don't let it happen this time, because obviously I don't want to be coming out marked up again with lumps all over my head from headbutts. So making sure that my head's not there to be meeting hers, and I just need to like calm down a little bit. Before it was a bit erratic. I was just, because she burgles rounds, I was just throwing punches where I want to be spiteful, I want to sit down and I want to make my punches count. But I know that she burgles rounds, and I knew that I couldn't leave it to the judges to be swaying towards her. So, because I was going to sway towards Katie anyway because of Katie Taylor, the name, being the homecoming. She's such a star. So it was kind of like everything just felt erratic and rushed, where I need to slow my mind down and let my hands do the business and make sure that every punch counts.
That was by far the biggest fight of your career, certainly the biggest stage that you have fought on. Did you feel the nerves beforehand?
Yeah, I was absolutely bricking it.
Okay.
I remember I was thinking, I could easily just go home now.
Really? In the locker room?
Yeah, I was just thinking, why am I doing this? Get me the next flight home.
Oh my gosh. Do you think you'll feel the same on Saturday?
I feel it every single fight. It doesn't matter. When I was an amateur, when I was a kickboxer, I always get nervous before a fight.
So why do you do this if it brings you such anxiety? Why do you do it?
I'm a bit of a weirdo and I must get off on it.
Okay. Do you actually enjoy the fights themselves?
I love fighting. That is why I do it, because I love fighting. But the nerves and that, I wish I didn't have them, but I do. But then again, when I flip it, it plays into my favor, because I know them nerves are good for me. It fuels me. And when I'm nervous, it means I'm ready. So I flip it. And I know that I've got to embrace the moment, take them nerves and turn it into good energy where it's going to fire me up.
Have the nerves subsided over the years, or do they only get more pronounced because the stakes are getting bigger?
No, they're always the same.
Okay, wow. And perhaps this time around, because like I said, you've climbed the mountain, maybe there'll be less nerves this time? What do you think?
No, always the same. But
okay, all right.
It's cool, calm and collected. I know I know how I'm going to feel. I know how to deal with it, and I know how to execute my game plan. So it doesn't faze me.
There was a lot of talk that she, quote unquote, started slow in the first fight. Do you agree with that assessment, or is that taking something away from you? Are you the reason why she started slow?
I think I'm the reason. I think I was straight there, and I think she felt my presence.
Okay. And are you expecting something dramatically different from her this time around?
I think she'll try to start fast, but I'm going to meet her in the middle.
Okay. This is getting me very excited, by the way. I wish I was there. Just your intensity kind of comes through the screen. What is your goal? If all goes according to plan for you, you win the rematch, what is the dream scenario for you next?
So I'm just going to focus on getting that win on Saturday.
Fair enough.
Making sure that I beat Katie Taylor again and then see what doors open for me. But for me, it's pretty focused on Saturday. If I start thinking about what's next, it's distracting, and it's kind of disrespectful to Katie Taylor as well, because she's a fantastic boxer, and I want to make sure that I'm fully focused, fully zoned in, and I've got to get that win.
Fair enough. By the way, 135 at this stage in your career and life, is that doable?
It's doable if the belts are on the line.
Okay, fair enough. All right. By the way, would it be Wolverhampton Stadium? Is that the one? Is that the spot?
No, Northampton.
Northampton. Oh, geez, I screwed it up. What's the big stadium or arena over there?
Franklin Gardens.
Okay, is that a football stadium?
Rugby stadium.
Rugby stadium. Okay, that perhaps would be the dream at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
At some point.
At some point. And would it be a feather in your cap? Is this something that you care about to be the one to retire, Katie Taylor? Do you think about that sort of thing?
No, I just think about winning at all costs.
Okay.
And one thing I'm good at is adapting. So whatever Katie Taylor brings, I'm so good at adapting. I'm just going to meet her and make sure that I'm just all round better in every department.
Well, I cannot wait for it. I wish you the best. Thank you so much for doing this. The first fight was brilliant. It was absolutely incredible to watch, and your performance was fantastic, magnificent. So I wish you nothing but the best on Saturday. Looking forward to it. And thanks for giving us some time today.
Thanks for talking to me as well.
All right, take care. There she is, the undisputed champion at 140 pounds, the great Chantelle Cameron, joining us. Oh my gosh, what a fight! I hope you guys will watch these fights on Saturday. Solid card. The DAZN card is very fun. From Ireland, Gary Cully is on there, who lost a heartbreaker back in May. My guy, No Party, No Cardi, Thomas Cardi, he's on there. He trains with the likes of Johnny Walker. That was the fighter, by the way, who Johnny Walker walked out with back in May. Friend of the show, Sky Nicholson, fighting in her first defense of her interim WBC title. Patty Donovan, who had a great performance back in May. His head trainer, the legend Andy Lee, by his side. And then, of course, the big one in the main event. And then later on that evening, which you can catch on ppv.com, the great David Benavidez going up against Demetrius Andrade. And Andrade, it always screws me up because we're in MMA, it's Jessica Andrade. It's usually the Brazilian fighters with the last name Andrade, but it's Andrade. That is a massive fight, and a potential opportunity for one David Benavidez, who is 27-0, just 26 years young, to maybe stamp his ticket to a big Canelo Alvarez fight. So Friday you got PFL, Saturday you got those back-to-back events. The stretch that boxing is on right now, again, boxing is dead, and in particular DAZN, because there's only two left in America now. There's DAZN and ESPN. They've got this event on November 25th, the return of Ryan Garcia on December 2nd. That's next weekend. Also next weekend, UFC Austin, and the BKFC event headlined by Mike Perry versus Eddie Alvarez for the King of Violence belt, which was essentially born on this program. A little tip of the cap to us. So that's December 2nd. December 9th, Devin Haney against Regis Prograis at 140 for Prograis' title, which is a gigantic fight. Then you've got the Jake Paul fight on December 15th against Andre August. And then you've got that gigantic Day of Reckoning card with the likes of Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder and Dmitry Bivol, et cetera, on December 23rd. That is a stretch. And then in January, Artur Beterbiev comes back and a whole host of others. So this is fun. This is a fun time in combat sports. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get to the questions. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has
That was
arrived.
fun. I enjoyed
To hear
my
from
first
the
time
man
talking
himself,
to
Ariel
Chantelle Cameron.
Helwani.
Enjoyed that very much.
Live
Can't
from the
wait
Fox Studios in
for the
beautiful New York
fight.
City.
She is the favorite,
It's
by the
on
way.
nose.
Katie the
And now,
underdog.
to
Rare
answer your
time where she's the
questions,
underdog. We
get
recall
out of
that she
your
was the
seats and
underdog going
on
up
your
against
feet because
Amanda
here
Serrano.
is
She was an aged out pick.
Helwani.
Oh, I wonder if GC has a little money on this fight. You got a little action on it or what? You don't have to tell me now, but I just was curious if you had something.
A little something. A parlay
sprinkle.
piece. That's
Okay.
Nothing.
All right. That's a big one. That is a big one. I do want to remind you that this edition of On the Nose is brought to you by our good friends over at Kraken. Kraken, see what crypto can be. We appreciate them very much. Great people over there. Thank you very much to them for their support. Always smart when you can be a part of the favorite segment of the week. And thank you very much to Mysterious Frank for his efforts cobbling up all the questions. Moderator Frank. Shout out to our two new moderators on the YouTube channel as well. Brandon and OC. There's a lot to be thankful for on this Thanksgiving Eve. Let's get into it, friends. And still to come, of course, Kayla Harrison, Dustin Poirier, and Ailín Pérez in studio. Stay tuned for all of that. It's going to be a great day. Taco Enthusiast is up first. Hi, Ariel. Thank you for conducting such an insightful interview with Don Davis. Yes, the PFL founder, chairman, and co-owner. The business of MMA is fascinating to me. I agree. And there is nobody I'd rather see interviewing the bigwigs than you, my guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. While I find many facets of the PFL Bellator deal interesting, I think their competitive advantage over the UFC lies in, one, how quickly, and two, how effectively they're able to capture additional international markets. Not a bad point. While I can't foresee a future where PFL is more revered than the UFC stateside, I absolutely see the potential for international growth and a not-so-distant future where PFL is the bigger brand abroad. You agree with this take? Why or why not? I mean, listen, you may not think that they're going to overtake the UFC stateside. It's going to take a long time before they are the dominant brand anywhere else in the world, but there's probably a little less work to be done, a little. The UFC has such an edge, and there's such a gap, not just here, but in Canada and in Europe and everywhere, Middle East, etc. I saw some people saying, I can't believe Ariel is comparing the acquisition of Bellator by the PFL to the UFC Pride deal, to the UFC Strikeforce deal. Make no mistake about it. I said very clearly that this is the fifth most notable one. It is nowhere near as big as those others. And it's not even as big as the Strikeforce Elite XC deal back in the day. I was around for all of them. And you look at the rosters, PFL is acquiring a better roster than the one they currently have. A deeper roster, a more talented roster. This is why they did it. And one of the questions that I had that I didn't ask Don Davis on Monday was, hey, a few weeks ago, Showtime Sports announced that they were getting out of the sports business. Showtime announced that they were getting out of the sports business. Showtime said that they were getting out of the combat sports business. Come end of December, they were done. Why didn't you just wait until they were fully out in January? All the pieces are dispersed all over the diaspora, and then you gobble them up, you pick up the scraps, and you don't have to give them any equity. I know he said that they didn't pay anything for it. There was no money exchanged, but they did give Paramount some equity. You could have gotten away with no equity. And so I asked him this question, did you consider that? And he said, yes. He told me this morning when I asked him, yes, it was discussed. That would have been more cost effective for PFL. We could have done that. We did it this way because better for the Bellator fighters, or else all their contracts null and void, meaning Patchy Mix. I saw him, I think he spoke to Damian Martin yesterday. He was glowing about the fact that he just signed a big new deal. And by the way, a lot of people recently in Bellator signed big new deals, and I wonder if that was a bit of a parting gift. Sign the big new deal before the deal gets done. Now you have to honor said deal. I wonder. I'm just bringing that up. But anyway, if Bellator closes shop and Paramount closes shop on Bellator, that contract means nothing. And so to Don's point here, all the contracts would have been null and void had they waited. He's honoring the contracts. He continues. So 200 fighters hitting the market at once, the fighters would have been in a bad position. Sure, some would have had multiple bidders and ended up in the same position. 90% of them would have been worse off, he continues. I took the long-term view that PFL, as a fighter-first league, would benefit. Doing this would build goodwill and relationships. So there you have it. Now, is that a bit of spin PR? You be the judge. But you can make a very, very strong case that, they could have just waited to January and then gotten into a bidding war with the likes of UFC 1, Ryzen, whomever. If I'm the UFC, I want Johnny Eblin. If I'm the UFC, I want Patchy Mix. If I'm the UFC, I want Usman Nurmagomedov. I want Vadim Nemkov. They would have gone, and very good chance they would have lost out. So they needed to beat them to the punch. They needed to get those deals before they officially closed up shop. And, equity is equity, but they didn't have to lose out on any money, exchange any cash, so to speak. And that's why they did it. The other question that I asked Don Davis about, this was on Tuesday, When the UFC bought Pride, as we've discussed, some fighters didn't cross over. Some of the contracts didn't cross over. Fyodor Emelianenko, most notably. I asked him, can that happen here? Or as a result of the acquisition, are all the contracts coming over? He said, yes, that is accurate. All the contracts are coming over, no issues. So some people are wondering, can someone opt out? Can someone say, I'm not going? According to Don Davis, that is not the case. Everyone has to go. So I think those are two very interesting nuggets and updates, if you will. Let's see. As I think GC said on Monday, PFL has made a lot of announcements over the past year. They've announced, the Jake Paul deal. They've announced the Francis Ngannou deal, the pay-per-view super fight deal, Amanda Serrano signing with them. Was it Jessica McCaskill that they announced signing with them as well? Who was it? I'm blanking on, was it McCaskill when I was on vacation? PFL. Am I crazy? Who was it that they announced?
Yeah, I don't recall McCaskill signing.
Was it not McCaskill?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Hey. Well, Clarissa Shields has fought for them. Who? Oh, Savannah Marshall. Savannah Marshall is the one. I confused Savannah Marshall with... They announced Savannah Marshall signed. McCaskill fought Chantelle Cameron. They announced her signing. So are these deals going to come to fruition? 2024 is a really big year for them to put this all into practice. Where's Bellator going to air? Are they going to be able to put on all these fights, the TV deals, all that stuff? It's a fascinating story to follow, and I'm very curious to see how it all pans out. Abe, hello, Ariel. But please, 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 make no mistake about it. Regardless of what the idiots on Twitter may say, or X, the trolls, it is going to take years, if not decades, before anyone can gain ground, significant ground on the UFC. The UFC is by far, I don't know what rankings, this and that. Most rankings that I look at, 90% of them, the top 10, if not more, 95%, whatever it is, are UFC fighters. They have the best. They put on the best events. They have the best fighters. They have the best production. They have the best everything. They are the best. They are the leaders. Anyone who tells you otherwise is an absolute liar. I say this time and again. People just want to pick and choose what they listen and digest. They are the best by far. And so it's going to take a lot of work. And oh, by the way, I don't believe for a second that they have lost any sleep on this deal. They are the best. There's a massive gap between everyone else. And so we will now see if slowly but surely they'll be able to gain some ground. They need to build stars. They need to get in on the Bo Nickels before the UFC can get them. And now with the Contender Series, the UFC is getting to prospects a lot sooner than they did in the past. They need to be aggressive. If I were in charge of PFL, the number one thing that I would be focused on right now is talent scouting. I would have people stationed all over the globe waiting to sign collegiate athletes, waiting to sign blue chip prospects, waiting to sign 1-0 stars from Mexico. You got to get them before the UFC gets them. That's how you're going to try to gain any ground whatsoever. Ultimately, everyone dreams of being a UFC fighter. That's the dream. That's the end goal. No one dreams of being a CFL or XFL fighter. No one dreams of playing for Real Madrid in basketball. They want to go to the NBA. No one dreams of playing for Inter Miami in MLS. They want to go to Arsenal or Man United or Chelsea or Man City. You got to get them before they get to the dream. You're probably going to have to overpay. You're probably going to have to do this, that, and the other. But that should be priority number one. Hello, Abe. Hello, Ariel. As 2024 approaches, how would you assess the significance of the backup fighter? It's been a big talking point this year, and at one point I felt too many fighters were clamoring for that spot. Yeah, that was a thing, but I think it's died down, thankfully. However, in recent months, we've gone from Colby being guaranteed a title shot because he weighed in to Cannonier. Well, Colby weighed in, yeah, that was in March. To Cannonier being a backup fighter only for DDP to get the title shot while Cannonier fights Dolitze. Remember, Cannonier was asked to fight. I know it was short notice. Shemaev got hurt. That was a probable number one contender fight. Gamrot was the backup fighter. They called Poirier Volk instead. Pavlovich was the backup fighter. Okay, on and on it goes. Where do you see this going? I mean, it just depends. I have never thought that the backup fighter is your ticket. It only became the ticket when Dana White used that as the reason for giving Colby the title shot. Could have just said, we wanted to give him the title shot, and that was that. There are some people who have used the backup fighter slot to really wedge their way in there, and probably no one more so than Alex Volkanovski. Remember, he flew to Edmonton to be the backup fighter for Holloway Edgar, and that put him at the front of the line. Was the backup fighter last year in Abu Dhabi, and that put him in the front of the line. Very, very smart. But I think if you're accepting the backup fighter role, remember Anthony Smith was the backup fighter for the light heavyweight title fight in January. I know he missed weight, but I think you accept it. You hope that it gets you in their good graces. You hope that it puts you at the top of the list. But it's rare that it's used as a guarantee. And to your point, Abe, it's sort of fizzled out. I'm glad we are past the stage where people are getting on the microphone and asking to be the backup fighter, because that's just very awkward. Leave that conversation for the back room, if you ask me. Ant Evans, our good pal, YouTube guru himself. Oh man, Ant Evans just rolling in the jobs now. I mean, he can't accept all these jobs. It's an amazing thing. He has really built an empire. Lovely to see. Anyway, without help from Ariel and his slightly sinister ability to recall every conversation he's ever had, can New York Rick and GC name all 5 PFL Inc. brands off the top of their head?
The new ones.
No, name all 5. There's 5 right now.
That's what I'm saying. There's obviously Bellator.
Yeah. I think the official name is the Bellator International Series. Anyway,
there's no way I'm going to get official titles on these, because they're just
PFL International, so like PFL Europe, the PFL pay-per-view super fights. Is that 3? PFL Challenger Series, that's 4, and the PFL playoffs. Yeah, regular season. And Bellator versus PFL Champions Series?
No, that's not it. That's not it. Over to you, New York Rick.
Wait, he named all 5, no?
I just named 6.
Bellator?
I named all 6 of their properties.
Bellator,
Yeah.
PFL's season and playoff format.
Well, you did say that you broke those up into 2.
PFL Challengers.
Yeah.
No, 1.
Okay, yeah. No, he
Bellator,
did.
PFL season.
Yeah.
PFL Challenger Series, PFL Europe, and what was the last one? GC, what did I miss that you said?
Bellator versus PFL Champions Series.
Oh, no.
The pay-per-view super fight division.
Yes.
The pay-per-view super fights. There it is. He named all 5. He had it.
Well, actually,
nice and clean. Easy, not complicated.
PFL Europe is actually not. It's the international series.
Yes. I did say that. We got Africa and
Middle East. But again, those are things that need to come to fruition as well.
It's not difficult, but I think it's silly.
Which part?
Call it PFL. All of it.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it Fight Night. You could call it the one that makes the least sense is Bellator to me.
Yes.
I mean, don't get me started on that. I've gone for 2 weeks now on how stupid I think that is.
Isn't there also PFL International Challenger Series?
No, that's just crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, are we going to get a Bellator?
The derivative of the derivative of the derivative.
We need more brands. We need more inks.
Yeah.
I mean, UFC does this, right? Like, obviously, they have Dana White's Contender Series. They have Fight Nights. They have pay-per-views. So they have television series, like Looking for a Fight. Like, there's brands, of course. There's going to be brands, but like, don't complicate the mix, right? Like, when you go international, now is it an international Bellator or is it an international PFL? Like, it's just silly. It's just PFL. Call it PFL. Don't overcomplicate it.
When are we gonna get TPF? The professional fighter, and it's Don Davis bringing in guys. You get Kayla Harrison versus Larissa Pacheco coaching, and that's how we bring in new contenders to the PFL.
So I was just having this conversation yesterday because everyone's getting like all up in arms over the different brands, but in reality, you nailed it, Rick. The UFC has pretty much the same thing, except they just call it UFC. So you 1,000% name. So I would put it as PFL. Excuse me, the UFC pay-per-views, the numbered events, right? Those are the creme de la creme. Then you have the fight nights, like this Austin card, which is a little bit better than your typical fight night. Then you have the Apex fight nights, which is a little bit worse than the city
right, but still
fight
a fight night though.
Sure. But like in the PFL
They're
world,
letting you do the work.
Exactly.
That's the thing. The UFC just says, here's the number or here's the name on the cards. You decide what level of interest you have in this and go. And PFL is like, well, no, this is our international, this, that, the other.
and I think I can explain why. But let me just get to the last two. Then you have Contender Series, and then I would say Tough, right? Tough would be the last one. And so those are 5 different levels. I think, this is me just hypothesizing, part of the reason why they break it down this way is so that they can sell these pieces off.
Sure.
So you can sell challengers to Fubo, and look what happened with the PFL Europe stuff. It wasn't available here in America because
we couldn't watch
it was a DAZN deal, right? And DAZN had the rights to it, and ESPN has the rights to it here in America and all that. Bellator, I suspect they're going to try to sell it. I've poked around. I'm really curious to see where this goes. Does it go on the WBD? Does it go on a CW who just did a deal for NXT? That could be an interesting one.
Wow, that'd be wild.
Here in
MMA
America.
fights on the CW?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where it's going to go. I don't think it's going on ESPN. I don't think it's going on DAZN. Maybe Amazon. Amazon has one. They're getting more and more into sports. Do they put it on YouTube? Do they put it on like a ppv.com type of platform? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
My curiosity isn't where it lands. My curiosity is how much is it worth? Like, that's going to be the determining factor. Like, Bellator didn't have a cash value, right? There was a stock exchange. So who's going to pay for the rights to broadcast that is very curious for me.
Let's take a CW who just did that deal with NXT, right?
Shut up.
That's live content 8 times a year for 6 hours. There's some value there. You know what I mean? Like
Everyone's got the CW too.
If I was CW or somebody like that and I wanted to broadcast MMA fights, I would have just bought Bellator. I would have just paid cash. I would have paid cash and bought Bellator, and then I can have all that and I don't have to license it.
Nah, because
if I'm going to give PFL $20 million to license Bellator fights, I would have just bought Bellator for $20 million.
Because it costs more than $20 million to put on 8 events around the world.
The operations?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're going to have to put on those events.
Just keep the same team.
But you're now paying more.
People.
You're paying a lot of money to put on those events. And you have to be in charge of the staff and the broad. Here you just say, here PFL, here's a check for X amount. You run it. Let us know when you're ready to air it on the network. You could do that. You
could still do that. Hey, Bellator, here's a check for X amount. Keep running your shows.
No one wants to run it. Just ask Viacom. It's a pain in the ass to run it.
Following tonight's Smallville,
I think was a price.
Bellator.
Yeah.
I think that was just a bad price situation.
No, but there's a reason why.
When they first got
remember there was those rumors of Disney's going to buy the UFC and Fox is going to buy the UFC.
They should have. If Disney had bought the UFC, they'd be not in the hole that they're going to be in come renegotiation time with the UFC.
Yeah.
It's going to be a rough negotiation because of how big the UFC has gotten in the time since that deal was first signed. They should have bought the UFC.
The TV business, especially here in America, is going to get fascinating over the next year or two. In combat sports, there's the NBA deal that's going to be huge. That's coming up soon, and there's talks of them going to Amazon or Apple, maybe back to NBC, Turner, of course, and ESPN. But PBC needs a new home. Are they going to go to Amazon? Are they just going to be a pay-per-view property? Are they going to go to WBD or someone like that? PFL needs a new home. We suspect it's going to go back to ESPN, but what about these other properties that they have? That's going to be really interesting. The Top Rank deal is done soon with ESPN. There's just a lot of components that I'm really curious to see how it all plays out. So stay tuned. Nate fought a bear. Hello, Ariel. PFL has acquired Bellator. How do the contracts with Bellator fighters work? Are they just considered he wrote assists, I'm assuming assets, of Bellator? Is this acquisition inclusive of all the fighters under the Bellator banner? Yes, I answered that. So every Bellator fighter with a contract is coming over. Now, PFL could ultimately say, like, we don't want these people, and then it gets into the nitty-gritty of who they can release and how. But as Don said, they need fighters in fights, so I'm presuming they want a lot of them. It is true that Bellator had a lot of local guys to populate the undercards to sell tickets. That was part of the brilliance of Scott Coker, in the Strikeforce days. They would sell a bunch of tickets based off the prelim names, and then the main card was more of a TV product. I've told this story before, but this first was a eureka moment for me. 2008, it was the last event that I covered for MMArated.com. I was in San Jose for an HGNet Fights Friday night event headlined by Bobby Southworth versus Babalu Sobral. And, it was a solid enough card, nothing to really write home about. But at the time, the UFC wasn't credentialing MMA rated. So, I took what I could get. It was actually the weekend after Lesnar Couture UFC 91. I couldn't go to that one. I went to this one. So those of you who are new to this game, we've been at it for a while, and the place was packed, jam-packed. Babalu Sobral, Bobby Southworth, there's like a ho-hum fight. It ends, and I'm like packing up my stuff, and then all of a sudden, two dudes walk out, and the place explodes. And then I look up who these guys are, and there were two Bay Area kickboxing legends who were 1-0 and 0-1 in MMA, and their lone fight was against each other, and this was a rematch. And the place exploded. The place exploded like it was, GSP walking out in Montreal. And I was like, this is the brilliance of Scott Coker and Strikeforce back in the day. He knows how to market to the local crowd. And so they had a lot of fighters like that. Some of them, the OSPs of the world, the Michael Chandlers of the world, he put those guys on as undercard guys to sell tickets, and eventually they graduated to being actual players. But some of them haven't. And he had the same thing with the Bellator fights, and that's why there were sometimes like 16 fights on these cards. So maybe there's a scenario where PFL doesn't want all of these guys, but they can't opt out. It's on the PFL. He continues, we heard from champions like Eblin that there isn't a division for him and he wants to go to the UFC. Now, that's not exactly accurate. There isn't a division for him to fight against. They could make a super fight, if you will. They could do like a Johnny Eblin versus some guy that they bring in and do that. But there's still a Bellator middleweight division. They just acquired it. Now, does that interest a Johnny Eblin? Does he feel slighted? Does he feel like it's not motivating enough? I don't know. But if they pay him well, he seems like the kind of guy who doesn't really care where he fights. He just wants to get paid. Also, I would best describe Tool as math rock, music that is rhythmically complex with odd time signatures and interplay between bass and guitar to give them their unique sound. Do you like that description, Frank?
I mean, it's certainly
Bass.
a take.
What did I say?
Bass.
Is it not bass? Bass?
Yeah.
No, but bass is B-A-S-E.
No, not in this case. It's BASS.
Well, I'm reading it,
No, I get it.
Look,
get
I
it.
took no issue with it.
I took issue
It's
with
a bit of a dick, move there. I mean, geez, I'm trying my best.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the question, though.
Why?
I would say,
What the hell is math rock?
It's a genre of rock. I would say bands like Neurosis or Dillinger Escape Plan or maybe like Battles would be math rock. I wouldn't put Tool with that.
Okay, fine. What would you call them?
Progressive rock.
Progressive rock. Wow, I didn't even know there were like distinctions here.
Yeah, think of like your Pink Floyd, your
What is
Led
Pink
Zeppelin.
Floyd?
Progressive rock.
Oh, okay. And what is bass rock?
That doesn't exist.
Okay.
Maybe for fishermen or something.
What about bass rock? Same
I
thing?
have to go now.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Nate Fadabera. We will continue with the questions following the Ailín Pérez interview. Thank you very much to Kraken for their support as well. For now, though, let us go to our next guest of the day. It is always such a pleasure. It's always such an honor and a privilege to speak to one of the best female fighters on the planet. And, there are a ton of $1 million fights on this card this Friday on ESPN Plus pay-per-view, the PFL Championship card. But if you ask me, the most intriguing storyline of them all isn't a championship fight with $1 million attached to it. Although she is a $1 million fighter, it isn't one of those fights that they are promoting as, the big dog fights, if you will, the championship fights, the $1 million fights, because it is the return, the highly anticipated return of the two-time Olympic gold medalist, the one and only Judo Kayla. The Instagram name has changed, by the way. It's now just Kayla Harrison Official. She returns to fight Aspen Ladd, and she returns to this program a year after she was in studio on Thanksgiving, and we spoke about Aspen Ladd. Could you believe that? A lot has changed since then. And look at this setup. Wow. No one has a better setup than Kayla. This is an incredible, with the fuzzy background, this looks like a feature film, Kayla. How did you put this together?
Honestly, it takes a lot of work. I've been up since 5 a.m. I've been grinding. It's difficult. No, we got Fadali here. We got everybody.
This
crew is top notch.
This is amazing. Why would you ever want to leave this crew, Kayla? Look how they treat you.
I never said I did.
I'm just kidding.
Again, right off the rip, you were just like, God, just stir it. Just get it in there, baby.
Here it is.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. We got the set.
Bitch.
Yeah. It is great to have you on. It's great to see.
I was thinking the other day.
Yes.
I was thinking the other day. You know how DC, your old buddy DC, they have that DC and RC?
Sure. I've heard of it. Never seen it.
We could do the AH and KH.
Oh, wow. You want in on this empire?
Think about it. I mean, who wouldn't want a piece of that pie?
Are you allowed to be a part of this empire?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can do whatever I want.
That's true. You can.
Last time I checked.
You can. That's why we love you. You certainly can. Welcome back. It's great to have you back. It's great to see you back. Golly, it's been a long ass time. What is the difference between this Kayla Harrison and the one that was in the studio 2 days before that New York fight against Larissa Pacheco?
I think, as cliche as it sounds, and as like, cookie cutter Hallmark movie-esque, I'm just like, I'm in such a good place. I'm full of joy and peace and happiness, and like my focus is dialed in. My life is so good, Ariel, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to compete. I'm grateful to fight tomorrow. It's been a long layoff. It's been full of ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we're here. It's fight week. I'm talking to my boy. Life is good.
By the way, fight is on Friday, not tomorrow, just for the record.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Weigh-ins tomorrow.
Right. That's the fight before the fight. Man, I remember when we spoke to you like a week after that fight, and you don't need me to tell you this. You didn't seem like you were in a good place. I mean, you even had like the makeup was like coming down your face. It was hard to see you like that because we were so used.
That wasn't makeup; those were bruises.
Okay,
yeah.
Like it just looked like you were crying a lot. Like you looked very sad, and like,
I was puffy.
Yes,
I was sad. I was depressed. Yeah, of course. I mean, look, I'm a type A driven, obsessive, psycho, and I talk a big game, and I want everything I say that I want. So yeah, dealing with a loss is not a walk in the park for me. I know that it probably sounds trivial to maybe a lot of people, but this is what I do. It's really important to me. I put a lot of effort and energy and time, and a lot of people around me put a lot of effort and energy and time into that. So it was humbling and it was hard, I don't want to call it rock bottom, but nothing stings quite like the pain of failure, like you just want to crawl out of your skin.
How long did that rut last? Like when did you feel like you got out of it and the skies were blue and the birds were singing?
I mean, I would get out of it and then get back in it and get out of it and get back in it. I would be wicked depressed and emotional, and then one of my kids would say something funny or do something funny or bring me back to the present moment, and I would realize like, oh yeah, that shit doesn't matter. And then I would think I would have a fight and I wouldn't have a fight, and I had to keep the taste of loss in my mouth, and then it was up and down, up and down, up and down. But really, it was all for my good.
Do you feel like you can only get over that loss fully until Friday happens and you get that win?
No, I don't feel like that anymore.
Okay. Anymore? You did at one point?
Yeah, for sure. I did. I felt like you're only as good as your last fight, and you can't do anything or say anything or figure anything out until you fight again and win. But I don't feel like that anymore. I'm not tied to it like that anymore. It doesn't define me, like I am a fighter. This is what I do, but there's just so much more to me and my life. And, but yeah, hell yeah, I'm ready to get that W back. I'm ready to get back in the win column Friday night.
I see you posting on your social media like a countdown of sorts. So what has like the last few weeks been like for you? Do you feel like a different person? Does it feel familiar? Is it like, do you usually do that sort of thing, or is this different?
No, I've brought in a lot of help, and things are different this time. You know, number one, I'm taking really good care of myself. I have a weight cut specialist and a chef and, you know, PR people and like a whole team behind the team. And of course, I still have all my coaches. So I'm treating this as a profession. I'm not just kind of like it's not the Wild West anymore, you know, for me. MMA is still the Wild West, but it's not for me. This is my job. I'm a professional. But I feel great. I mean, I feel supported. I feel healthy. I feel focused. I have a ton of just positive energy around me, and I'm ready to go shine, baby.
Will your kids come to this event?
No, not this time.
Why not?
Because it's Thanksgiving and it's a pain to travel, and it was a little bit stressful having them there last time. Like my mom, it was a lot. It was a lot of moving parts, and like they can just have Thanksgiving at home. I'm going to be home early the next day. We're going to have a big Thanksgiving on Sunday. They get to have play dates and stuff with their friends now instead of being stuck in a hotel room on Thanksgiving.
Right.
So it's just better for everybody.
You were originally supposed to fight Julia Budd. Now it's Aspen Ladd. Which matchup did you like more? Which one got you more excited?
Doesn't matter.
No preference.
No.
Why isn't?
Or this is your hard. These are your hard hitting questions.
No,
today?
I'm building it up. I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
why isn't Julia Budd? Why isn't Julia Budd fighting? Oh, what's that? Would this one qualify as hard hitting?
Yeah, that was a better question for sure. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in charge of that. I'm not a promoter. I'm a fighter. So.
But it's not.
I sign on the dotted line.
Is it true that it's not an injury?
I believe it's not an injury. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, but you did this. Would that mean a money issue?
Je ne sais pas.
Okay, wow. Good French. Good French. Okay. Aspen Ladd was someone that I asked you about when you were in studio here a year ago because she had just signed.
Yeah.
Do you feel like she presents any kind of problems? I do remember, by the way, you may not recall, but you had said at the time, this was before the fight against Pacheco, that Pacheco would smoke her, that she is nowhere near a Pacheco. Do you still feel that way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I feel like everyone can finally firmly understand what a beast Pacheco is. And yeah, no, I think Aspen's great. I think she's got a lot of potential. I think she will do well in PFL as long as she continues to grow and evolve. I expect big things from her, but not on Friday night.
Have you seen Larissa this week?
I saw her.
And did you interact with her? Okay. No handshake. No.
What am I gonna do? Like go kiss the ring?
Nah, I don't know. Sometimes people are like, "Hey, so happy for you." A little like hug situation.
I am happy for her. But that doesn't like negate the fact that she's still my competition.
Sure. But I know the competitor that you are. Like when you see her, is there animosity there? Is there like, I need that one back? I don't like that you did this to me last year.
No. She did her job. I did mine. She did hers a little bit better. You know, it's part of the game. It's why we have fights. It was her night, and I'm at peace with that. It was her night.
Why is this fight at 150, not 55 or 45?
You know, I don't know. I was preparing for 145.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I have no idea.
All right.
Because I saw, I was ready for 145, you know, actually like disciplined, focused, ready to go. And then your buddy Ali called me and said, will you fight Aspen Ladd at 150? And I was like, yeah, whatever. But then I saw that Aspen said that she didn't ask for 150. So I'm not sure why it's at 150.
Better for you, though.
Yeah, well, whatever. Who cares?
By the way, why do you have to say your buddy? Why do you have to say your buddy, Ali? Why do you have to stir the pot like that? Here I am, Thanksgiving, trying to turn the page.
I don't know. You know.
Why can't you just say my manager?
I stir the pot.
Yeah.
I stir
Why'd you
the
have to say
pot.
your buddy? Well, you could have just said my manager or your old friend, your old.
Because every time I say my manager, then you stir the pot. So by me taking control and stirring the pot first,
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate
now
that
this
move.
interview is in my hands.
I appreciate that move. That's a great move. That's something I would do. So I appreciate that.
I
All right.
learned from the best.
Thank you. Is this the last fight on your PFL contract?
I'm not sure. No, it's not technically the last fight on my contract.
Well, this I don't believe because I asked Don Davis that question on Monday and he said yes, it was.
Well, it's gonna be my last fight,
What?
but
What does that mean? What's the difference?
there are 2 fights left on my contract, but they're not gonna have another show this year. So technically, it'll be my last fight, I think,
Okay, will it be your last fight in the PFL?
on this contract.
Period. Do you think there's a chance this is your final fight with the promotion?
I think, that's why I pay your buddy a lot of money. It's his job to do that and figure it out. I'm really just looking forward to fighting again,
Okay.
and the rest of that stuff we'll handle on November 25th.
By the way, that's almost the exact same answer that you gave me a year ago when I asked you about like future stuff. You said, "We'll handle it on the Saturday or the Sunday after." So
Yeah.
some things have changed, some haven't. Can I ask what was your reaction when you found out about the news? It was official, kind of the worst kept secret in the sport, but like that it was official on Monday.
Yeah.
PFL acquired Bellator.
Yeah. I'm excited. I think this is a new era of MMA. I'm excited for the PFL. They just got, a ridiculous amount of talent overnight added to their roster. So I think it's going to be great. I'm excited to see how they navigate it and what they do with it. And should be good.
So you know what's fascinating about this? I was trying to think like who from the PFL side of things potentially benefits the most from this acquisition, and the answer right away was you. Because you had been there, done that with the tournament. You're kind of in this awkward spot this past year. How did they use you? There's no place. Now they've got this separate series of events where they're one-offs, so to speak. And if I'm trying to think of like super fights, Bellator, PFL, there's none that we've been talking about longer than you versus Chris, right? And now there's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. There's 145. There isn't 145 on the other side of the street. Like I feel like this is actually a massive deal for you. This is a bit of good news, no?
Yeah, of course. I think, I just get so tired of talking about it, Ariel. Like,
I get it.
I just get tired of talking about her because.
But now it feels more realistic than ever, no?
It does. It feels closer than ever. And that's why I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm just going to focus on Friday, do everything I have to do to set up that awesome event. But until then, I'm not thinking about it.
Fair enough. Could I ask, though, the acquisition, does it potentially change your opinion on your future? In other words, had they not acquired Bellator, maybe you say, hey, it's been a good run, but there's really nothing left for me here. Let me see what else is out there. But now it's a whole new world.
I don't know, this is like MMA is so wild, right? Like crazy shit happens in this sport every single day. And we were talking about it yesterday, me and some of the crew. And it's like, I've been signed with the PFL since before they were the PFL. I was technically signed to the World Series of Fighting. I've had all of my fights here. I've grown up here. I've grown up with these guys. And it's been really, really cool to watch where it began and to see where it is now and to see them have such a major, this is like a power move, right? Like they just bought Bellator. And they have Francis and they have Jake and they're disrupting the sport in a big, big way. And I was a part of the beginning of that and it's awesome. So for me, this is all good stuff, I'm excited for the future, but I can't think about any of that really until I handle business on Friday night. Like you gotta stay focused.
Is there a chance that that was part of the problem last year? All these scenarios, all these questions, you had been there, done that with Larissa before. Were you maybe looking past her a little bit, and this is why you don't want to even entertain this?
No, I don't think I was looking past her, Ariel. I think that I was fucking spent. You know, I had a lot of health stuff going on last year. I had a lot of personal stuff. I had fought 4 times back to back to back, multiple years in a row. And, you know, I just got to the end of the year and I didn't have anything left in the tank. It's not that I didn't want to win. It's not that I didn't train my ass off. It's not that I was distracted. I just didn't have anything left in the tank. I was on E, and she had a little bit more than me. So, I didn't take her lightly. I wasn't looking past her. I wasn't thinking about, you know, big money deals and this and that. Like, I just didn't have anything left.
If you were on E back then, where do you think you're, what is that thing called?
Baby.
Where are we now? Is it a full tank of gas?
We're full.
Oh, right.
We're full. We're full, and we got like 2 little canisters in the back, too.
Oh, my gosh. So this year has been a blessing. The time off hasn't been, I know there was some frustration, right, that you weren't fighting, but maybe in retrospect, it's a blessing that you didn't fight?
Yeah. I mean, I think that obviously I would have wanted to fight more than once, but I think it's a blessing I wasn't in the season, even though that's what I wanted. Like, I called and I was like, yeah, no, of course. I mean, I had just lost for the first time in MMA. Like, of course I wanted to go fucking get that back. Like, that's my belt. You know, that's what I wanted. But it all worked out for my good, you know? God is in control.
Could you have done the season at 145, making 145 that many times?
I mean, we'll never know now.
Sure, but you think you could have?
Who knows?
Oh.
Yeah, I think I can do anything I set my mind to.
Is there a chance that this fight will be the last time you fight at 150 or higher? Like, in order for your career to have...
Probably.
Yeah, okay. It needs to be 145, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was prepared for that this time. I'm ready to make that sacrifice. You know, it's a chosen sacrifice. I'm being super disciplined about it. I'm doing it in a healthy way. I'm not being a knucklehead about it. So yeah, no, I'm ready for that.
The 135 stuff, there's no truth to that, right?
What?
135? Can you possibly do 135?
What do you think?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think I can make 135?
I mean, you're too ripped. You're too big for, no? I mean, it doesn't seem healthy. I remember Chris trying to make 135 and she almost killed herself, trying to make 140.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I remember watching that video and like being appalled.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
That's the stuff a nightmare. Who does?
No, I mean, there's some people who kill themselves to make it because maybe they feel like they have no choice, but I don't, that's why I feel like Bellator had the best 145-pound division in the sport, in my opinion. So that's why I feel like this is a great new wrinkle for you.
Great. Yeah. Yeah. No, these are all good problems. These are all good issues to have. And dude, like look at my life. Like I'm sitting here, like I'm sitting here and I have a lot of money in the bank. I don't ever have to fight again if I don't want to. I have 2 beautiful, healthy children that were entrusted to me. I really feel like by God. I have 2 Olympic gold medals. I have, you know, like Noah's Ark at my house. I have like 2 PFL world titles. And if you had seen me at 10 years old, at 12 years old, at 16 years old, like I wanted to die. I didn't want to live. And look at my life now, Ariel. Like what is there not to be grateful for? Like, I think it's so poetic that I always fight on Thanksgiving because I really do have so much to be thankful for. Like my life every single day is such a blessing and such a gift. And I don't take it for granted anymore. You know, like, yeah, shit happens. You know, my kids have things that they have to overcome. There are going to be struggles. I'm single, so I'm alone a lot, and I don't have a partner to support me in this. And where am I going to fight next? And I lost a fight. And like, of course there are things. Everyone has things in their life. But like, in all reality, my life is a gift. And so is yours. So is everyone's. And once you realize that, I think is when your life really starts. Once you realize that, like, holy shit, I'm alive. I'm breathing air. I'm on this earth and I have a purpose. Like, that's when your life begins. And I feel like that happened to me last year. I feel like I woke up and I realized, like, oh, it's not about everything you do. It's not about how much you have. It's not about what you earn. It's not about how much money is in your bank account. It's not about what car you drive. It's not about who likes you on Instagram or doesn't. It's not about any of that. Like, I wake up every day and I do exactly what I want to be doing. And I'm pursuing something that fills my heart with joy. And I get to do it with people that love me and support me. Like, I have this amazing tribe around me of teammates and coaches and my family and the people behind the scenes and the people making my food. And all of these people believe in me. And I believe in myself too. And fuck, dude, like, I'm going to make the most of it.
Man, that was incredible. How could you not be a Kayla Harrison
fan? Let's go, baby.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And I'm very happy that you have that perspective. Could I ask, you say something that, is obviously very hard to hear when you say, like, when you were younger, you just wanted to die. Could you even dream of a life like this? Or was that so far-fetched?
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
No, dude. I moved to Boston. I told my mom that my coach had been sexually abusing me for 8 years. I was 16. A month later, I moved to Boston. And I had $250 in my hands, which was half the month's rent. And I lived in a judo house with a bunch of other athletes. And I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to do judo. I hated my mom. I hated the Pedros. I hated judo. I didn't get out of bed. I didn't brush my teeth. I didn't want to exist anymore. And like, by the grace of God, I landed on the Pedro's doorstep. I landed where I was, and I had people around me who believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. And because of them, and because of like that little voice inside that said, not yet, like, don't give up just yet, don't quit just yet. Because of that, like, I call that God, that's because of that, like, look at where I am. And none of the, like, where I am, like the life I have now, none of that matters. I would be okay if all of it went away tomorrow. And that is the piece that can't be fucked with. And that's what makes me even better and even more dangerous on Friday night, because I'm okay no matter what. And I wasn't there before.
If there's someone watching this who may feel like you felt all those years ago, who can't even imagine a better life, what would you say to that person?
Don't give up. I know that it's brutal. I know that it's hard. I know that I know that you're like tired in your bones and you feel like you're never going to be happy again and you feel no hope. I've been there, but don't give up. I think that with faith and with the right people around you, anything is possible. That's I'm living proof of that. Like, you cannot deny what has happened in my life as a result of faith and hope and being fearless. Those are the things I think that if you were going to say 3 words that describe you, like faith, hope, and fearless, like, and I'm not afraid to work hard. You have to find that little thing inside of you that says, like, don't give up. And you have to know that you're seen, you're heard, you're loved, and you do that by reaching out and asking for help. So don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Like, ask for help. And I promise you'll find it. Shit, Instagram, message me. I'll help you.
Wow.
There's help. There's hope.
Could I ask before I let you go, this Noah's Ark that you have at your house? What are we talking about here? Like, what is the like? Is this a lot of animals? What's going on?
Yeah. So I bought 2 acres
Wow.
a year ago. Before, yeah, that was another thing I was doing before my finals. I had bought a house. And so we have just been like slowly but surely collecting all of these unwanted creatures. We have 3 dogs.
Wow.
Like multiple rabbits, quail. We have like 20 chickens and 2 parakeets. And we have 2 kittens coming, and we have 2 emus. That's the big one. We have 2 emus.
Wow. Why?
MMA and Marshall Mathers. Yeah.
Why?
You know, Ariel, because I have a lot of love to give, and I just need places to put it.
Wow, that is and are you collecting eggs and is there any sort of financial?
Yeah.
Okay, this is
Financial. It's good for the kids, right? Like, you know, you have kids.
Yeah.
We don't have any technology during the week. That includes me. Like, we have a family movie night on Friday night, but during the week, like, Kayla gets up, she goes and lets the chickens out, she feeds them, she does the bunny cages, she lets the emus out, they get the zoomies. My son helps with the compost and feeding the dogs. You know, we have a little vegetable garden we're working on and an herb garden we're working on, and we're outside. We live in perpetual summer, so we're outside, we're in the sun, we're even in the rain. Like, we spend time together as a family, and the animals is a really good way for them to learn responsibility, but also like how to love something.
Gosh, I feel like such a horrible parent now. No iPad ever, no TV, nothing during the week.
I mean, during the week, no.
Wow. I'm going to say Kayla Harrison told me no iPad.
Dude, it changes no, I'm telling you, Ariel, try it out.
I know.
Especially if they're getting older.
Yeah.
It changes everything. It changes everything. But you have to put your phone down too.
I know, it's a problem. So you put yours away? You don't have it at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even in my room, even when the kids go to sleep, like, I'm not on my phone. I bought an old school alarm clock, and I keep my phone outside my room.
Wow. You don't check anything before bed or anything like that?
Dude, it's so unhealthy.
I know.
It's so unhealthy. Like, yeah, I don't need to know that, like, Bilbo Bob from, you know, Deluxey wherever thinks that I look like a man. Like, I don't need to know that.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't.
I'm done with it. And I have so much peace because of it. Dude, you should do like a challenge in December. Just like be off your phone for 1 month and see how it goes.
Oh gosh,
and
1 month? I thought you were going to say 1 day.
Yeah. Oh my God. Are you that? Come on. You didn't build this empire by being mentally weak, Ariel.
No, I could do it. I could do it. Okay, fine. I'm going to do it. You're an inspiration. There's a lot more supporters than haters. And wow, I always feel so much better about the world and life anytime we talk to you. So thank you for always coming on. Welcome back. And I can't wait to see.
Thank you.
Is this 3.0? Who is it? 4.0? What would you say?
There's so many versions of me. Yeah. Who knows? They're all going to be in the cage on Friday night.
I can't wait. Get it done, Kayla. You got this.
Let's go, baby.
Good luck to you.
Hey, thank you for being a friend. I appreciate you.
And happy Thanksgiving
to you and your family.
Yes, same to you. Much love. Good luck. Can't wait for it. Thank you, Kayla. There she is, the great Kayla Harrison. What an absolute legend. I mean, do you not want to run through a freaking brick wall after talking to her? She is unbelievable. What an absolute that was incredible stuff. Wasn't that great stuff, Frank?
Actually, the best stuff that I've heard all day.
Oh, my God. She is incredible. Thank you very much to Kayla. Coming up in a matter of moments, the great Dustin Poirier. Yes, Dustin Poirier going to join us. Another ATT product. Some great characters over there. I do want to let you know that today's program is brought to you by our good friends over at Cash App. Let's talk about savings, Frank. That nest egg you keep around waiting to spend on something good. Well, Cash App has the tools to make saving easier. That means you can start building towards your saving goals $1 at a time. What are you saving for? We've got some ideas. How about a trip to Cancun, a collection of new gym bags, Custom, brand new gym bag for every day of the week. Sounds like something GC would like. Whale watching. I'm told orcas are the MMA fighters of the ocean. So many protein shakes that your roommates can get mad at you for taking up the whole kitchen, or maybe, just maybe, finally saving enough for a good seat at that next big fight and a good hotel room to stay in and maybe a nice flight, first class. Hey, live it up. Anyway, reaching your goals, whatever they may be, is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers. You're paying yourself, even while you're paying someone else. And while your money in Cash App is building, you don't even need to think about it. You can literally be doing anything else. And that cash, will continue to grow. Literally, think of it like financial self-care. That's money that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. Shout out to our good friends over at Cash App. We appreciate their support very, very much. DraftKings as well, Kraken as well. Man, Kayla Harrison, what an absolute legend. Incredible. How could you not want to root for that person? She is amazing. And like I said, it's a fun little card this Friday. It is the finale of the PFL season, 5 p.m. Eastern time, 12 fights total. It's over at the Anthem in Washington, D.C. There was some talk of the boys attending, but in the end, it wasn't meant to be. Excited about it. Yeah, it was close. It got close. You guys went last year. Did you go the last two, or was it just last year?
Just last year.
It's just last year.
Yeah, the beautiful Hulu Theater here in New York City.
I believe you said. I believe you said it was one of your favorite events of all time, right?
Yeah, loved it. Had a fantastic time. Always had a good time at PFL. I mean, Black Friday at PFL, one of my favorite days of the year.
Yeah. This time they're going up against football.
Yeah.
A little bit. First
over
ever,
here in Jersey.
Yeah, first ever Black Friday football game, right?
Yeah, over at
NFL.
MetLife. Jets Dolphins.
Well, I think there used to be like there's usually college football on Friday, right? On Black Friday?
Yeah, there still will be.
Are you a big Black
hockey?
Friday guy? Like, do you do the
shopping? None. Zero. Yeah,
So-
no shopping on Black Friday for me.
Cyber Monday.
Oh, okay, that's your thing. My kids, Hanukkah is coming up, and they've given me a Hanukkah list.
Nice. What are we getting? Anything good?
There's like motorized bike, this, that, and the other. But there's been some talk of finally getting like a PS or an Xbox. Which
They don't have one.
we don't have. No.
Wow.
PS5.
You know, I got a Switch for my birthday. Really been enjoying that. Just beat Mario RPG last night. Shout out.
Shout out.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been an Xbox guy, but I mean, PlayStations are great too. Can't really go wrong. I feel like in this new iteration, PS5s are much more popular.
Yeah.
What do their friends have?
I think.
PCs?
No, I think PS.
PCs. Now we're getting to it.
I think PS.
Yeah, I say go PS. They got some nice exclusives, Spider-Man,
Man.
stuff like that. Obviously, you can get them FC24.
I'm debating. You think it's a mistake?
No.
No.
It's
I mean,
inevitable
they're going
at
to be
this
on
point.
it. They're going to be on it, but like, yeah, it really is inevitable.
Well, part of the reason why I've been thinking about getting it as opposed to not getting it, which I've always been against it, is I'm trying to get them off the iPad and stuff like that. And it's not a problem, but I do notice that their mood changes a little bit when they're on it for a while. And so as opposed to sitting there on your singular thing, like going through stupid YouTube videos, at least here they could play together. And this feels a lot more like the way I grew up, which, you know, we had a Super Nintendo and an Atari, believe it or not, Nintendo as well.
Dreamcast?
No Dreamcast, Sega Genesis.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Let's get them in a Call of Duty lobby.
No, we're not doing that.
That'll cheer up the the mood.
You know,
Nice crack right there.
thank you. My kids have never played Fortnite.
Wow.
And they're better for it.
Shout out. Are they?
I think so.
I think so. I think
Eminem
so.
just got a skin in Fortnite?
I
just
feel
brought
like
back the
having a
old map?
PS5/Xbox type of thing is a lot more inclusive and community-like, as opposed to sitting on your device and just God knows where you're going. You know.
Plus, it's typically more fun. Like you are doing something.
Sure. Yeah. But
And I feel like they would love playing formerly FIFA, now FC.
they have that. They have a Switch.
Oh, they have a Switch already.
They got a hand-me-down Switch for my brother.
Thanks. No Super Smash. No.
They have that, but they don't really like. They don't play with it that much. Although lately they've been playing a lot with the FC.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're dying for a PlayStation.
They've been talking about, I went on PlayStation at my friend's house and it looks so much better than the Switch on the TV.
Yeah, I mean the graphics.
Is it much better?
Yeah, the graphics are better for sure, no doubt.
What's the game that I should get if I get it?
I mean, they just had the Spider-Man come out. I feel like they would love that.
Oh, I saw that on Amazon. There's like a Spider-Man bundle.
Yeah.
They're not big Spider-Man.
Elden Ring.
They're not big Spider-Man guys. They really just like sports. Like they like
come out.
Actually, I think they actually really just like soccer games.
Yeah, and just get them FC.
Football Manager.
$60 a pop. Nah, Football Manager.
Have you heard of that one?
No, I haven't. What is that?
Where you're like a manager of a soccer team.
That's kind of cool. No, did you get to play?
No.
Oh.
You just run the team, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
What's the payoff?
I don't know. What's the payoff with any video game?
I don't know, but like, how do you play? I mean, like, what are you just managing the team?
I mean, that's an important role.
I feel like the name of the game is in the title. Football Manager.
Yeah, I know, but like, you get to play with the team that you're.
No, you hear the outcome of the team.
Well, how do you know how the team played? You put together the team.
It's simulated.
You simulate it.
That sucks. What is this?
Maybe I'm wrong.
That seems bizarre. You put together the team and there's a simulation.
Yeah,
that is weak. So you put together the team and then all of a sudden you're like, let me press this button and see how the team did. That has to be the worst payoff of all time.
Wow.
I can understand putting together the team and then saying like, okay, now I'm going to go play as said team.
Maybe we just slandered Football Manager's name. Let's find out.
You're saying maybe we're inaccurate?
Yeah. Step off the pitch and into the dugout in Football Manager 24. Out now across all platforms. Yeah, no, it does not look like you play. Maybe you watch. Who knows?
Someone is saying here on the chat. Shout out to the chat. Olajuwon Dream, our good friend. You can play if you want to in manager mode. Nice. I'm pretty sure.
Nice. Okay. 9 out of 10 on Steam. Not a bad rating.
Trindaddy says they'll love the Spider-Man game. It's a pretty realistic, squeezed-in version of NYC. They can probably go visit Dad's office.
Yeah. Let's head on down. Big old brown building.
F1 has a manager game too.
We can new Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto 6 will be out in the coming years. We can get them 5 to hold over for now. If they don't like that, we could do Red Dead Redemption. Give them a little Western feel.
They don't watch any of this stuff or play any of this stuff. Is there a Mr. Beast game?
Hogwarts Legacy? Do they like like Harry Potter?
No, absolutely not. Thank God. I'm grateful for that.
What's that? What's the Potter slander?
Nah, just
just what? Come on.
We don't believe in fantasy over here. Like we like real things. Fantasy. You know,
don't believe it.
Pro wrestling. You know, we like.
Yeah. Sure.
I just I can't get into the wizard stuff. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disparage anyone who likes it. Okay, don't come all after me. Like
I mean, you're over here. Thank God.
Anime fans,
in the heavens above. They don't like Harry Potter.
It's not my thing. So I like. As I've said, there is nothing that excites me more and gives me greater pleasure than watching soccer with my kids or sports with my kids. I can't see myself sitting and talking about the Wizards and the Hogwarts. I can't see myself getting into that. So I'm thankful that they're not into it. Is that so bad?
Yeah.
That's crazy. What are you talking about? Also, isn't the author of Harry Potter like a bit of a out there person? She writes some crazy shit, no?
I mean, now we're getting into controversial territory here. Yeah.
Look, it's Elden Ring.
Sure.
That's it.
Okay, fair enough. On that note, let us get to our next guest. Oh, my God. It is always such a pleasure to have this man on the program. 2 of our favorites back to back. First, we go from Kayla Harrison, now to Dustin Poirier, 2 great products of American Top Team. And, as I said at the top of the show, when I think of a holiday-themed show, when I think of Thanksgiving Eve, when I think of the people and personalities that I'm truly thankful for in this crazy sport known as mixed martial arts, at the very top of the list is El Diamante, a.k.a. Dustin Poirier. And so let us go to Louisiana now, where he is standing by. There he is. Yeah. That's a sweet Route to Fight jacket, Dustin. How are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for doing this. You're rocking the Good Fight Foundation t-shirt. It's a big night for the Good Fight Foundation, right?
Yeah, big day. I just got back probably 30 minutes ago.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Tell us.
We give out 500 hams,
Whoa.
500 bread baskets, 500 packs of green beans, 500 sweet potato cases, meals, family meals, Thanksgiving family meals.
Wow. And by the way, why hams, not turkey?
Because they're more stable, like hams are pre-cooked. You just need to warm them up.
Oh, okay.
If we have raw turkeys, things can get a little tricky,
Wow. And who helps you do this?
Man, I mean, the list would take me forever to name off every name that makes this possible, because it takes, first of all, Prejean's Cajun Restaurant in Carencro, Louisiana, opened their doors and let us use their freezers to store all the hams. And they also have a dock, so 18-wheelers can pull in and unload everything. Tony Sachery's donated as well. I mean, dude, that's, besides the companies that help, the people hands-on, Tim Metcalf, Karen Metcalf, my wife Jolie, Kyle Kellner, Stephanie Kellner, my brothers, families, friends. My mom was there. Theo Vaughn was here. So many, and the list, and I'm missing so many people. I mean, it takes all of us as a community and friends to make these things happen. I could never do this alone.
How many weeks, months go into this?
So for this one, I would say it's been planning a month, getting everything delivered, making sure we have all the food and pans, and also hot water. Sent out hot water for everyone. I would say a good month for this specific goal.
Why do you do this?
Why not? The goal is to leave the place better than you found it. That's the goal of life, and to give people a reason to smile. And because I know I have a platform, like the news is going to come out and let the public know about this. So fighting has been a vehicle to help me get to this point, to be able to speak to the masses and to be able to raise money for causes like this.
Well,
but 500 families are going to have a Thanksgiving meal that might have not had one, not because of me, but because of everyone from auctioning fight kits to donating fight kits, donating to the foundation, to donating their time. These companies donating products. It's all of us, and why not?
Yeah, it's incredible what you guys do, and massive kudos to you for doing what you do, and your whole team, your whole family, who puts this all together. I know you were just in Las Vegas. I saw you there at the Apex. I think you went to the F1 as well. Did you go check out the race?
Yeah, I was out there with Celsius. They brought me out. Had great seats. It was intense. I've been to IndyCar. I've been to NASCAR. That was my first F1 event, and it was pretty cool.
I've been to one F1 event, and I found it hard to follow because they just whiz by you, and then I just find myself watching the TV the whole time.
No, that's exactly what I just told someone today when they asked me about it. It's like they're going 200-something miles an hour, and you're shoulder to shoulder trying to watch. So you watch the screen until they make it right in front of you. Then you look down for a second, and then you back to the screen.
Right. It's weird. It's weird in that regard, but people love it. You were at the Apex for the fights, and what a photo. It brought me back. You and the Korean Zombie together. That brought me back to Fairfax, Virginia back in the day. What was it like seeing him again?
It was cool, man. He's solid, bro. I went to give him a hug. I'm like, damn, this dude's solid. This is a middleweight right here, it felt like. Seemed happy. His wife was there. It was all smiles. And his English is getting good, I got to say.
Oh, really? Wow. His YouTube channel is fantastic. He puts out great content. But, man, they brought me back to that fight. You remember that fight, right? In I think it was George Mason University. That potential.
Of course, it was my first main event.
Yeah, on Fuel TV. And I'll never forget you coming back to speak to us afterwards to do the post-fight interview. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I was heartbroken.
Yeah, man. Oh, that was I think one of the very first times doing the TV stuff where the fighter who didn't win came to the back to speak. And it was so hard to speak to you because you were so upset. You were so heartbroken. But you still came. You still came. And it will always stick with me, the emotion on your face, because it felt like you were so close to getting the title shot. And it just, it just didn't come to fruition. It ended up coming to fruition down the line. But you two together will always bring back those, I don't want to say good memories, because I'm sure they're not great memories for you. But maybe now in retrospect, you can see some positivity.
No, I appreciate it all, man. I've been fighting long enough, Ariel, to where the journey, I can step back a couple of steps and kind of appreciate things. Maybe in the moment, even years right after that, I was still in a different place mentally. But looking back now, it propelled me to be the fighter I was in those next fights and taught me a lot. That's when I made the switch to American Top Team from training in Louisiana. So it's just part of the story. I'm thankful for it. You never want to lose, but if it can be 2 L's, you take a loss and a lesson, you can keep moving forward.
Oh, I love that. The last time we spoke was in July after the Gaethje fight. And again, you showed up on the Monday to talk about it, literally less than 2 days later. How long, if at all, did it take for you to kind of move past that fight?
I'm still processing everything months later. It's what a ride it's been in this fight journey. Still learning every day, still trying to improve. I'm just along for the ride, man, trying to be better each time.
Have you allowed yourself to watch it?
Right after, like the couple days after I did, but I haven't seen it since.
Okay. And so when you say like you're still kind of trying to process it, I would imagine you kind of took a break mentally, physically, like you don't train, you don't do anything. How long does that last?
That lasted, I took my family on vacation right after the fight. So a couple weeks, I was in the gym, maybe did jiu-jitsu, maybe did some bag work, skill work here and there, but I wasn't every day in the gym.
Okay. Did anything come your way? I'd seen something that maybe the idea of fighting in Abu Dhabi was floated your way. Was that a serious proposition?
Yeah, they offered me to fight on like 10 or 11 days notice.
How seriously did you consider it?
I accepted it. I mean, my weight's been crazy low these last few months. I've stayed on a diet. I wouldn't say a diet, but I've been eating really healthy these last few months. So making the weight wasn't a problem. The thing was, the UFC called me the day I landed in South Florida. I was just checking on my condo there, doing some training with my team there because I hadn't been there since the fight. And then they called me the day I flew in, and I was like, hey, perfect, man, let's go.
Okay, and what happened? Why didn't it come to fruition?
So when they called me, they told me to give them 24 hours. They asked me what's my weight, would I accept the fight? Kind of wouldn't give me a whole lot of info. I accepted, waited 24 hours. Then I started hitting up Hunter, hitting up my management, like, hey, I haven't heard anything, dude. It's been 24 hours. What's going on? So I guess they told me they would have an answer for me in 24 hours because pending Volkan, I guess they offered it to Volkanovski and they were waiting on his confirmation. That's what I'm guessing, but I don't know.
Did you get a call?
No.
Is that cool? I mean, at least just to say like, hey, thanks, but no thanks.
That's business, Ariel. That's what that is.
But you were down. You would have done it.
Oh, dude, down like 4 flats. I was in there. I thought it was perfect timing, because I had just planned the trip to Florida. The day, a few hours after I landed and got back to my condo from the airport, I got a call, and I knew my team was there. My boxing coach is there. Mike Brown was there, and they were going to be there for the next couple of weeks. So it was less than 2 weeks away, and my team was all intact, ready to go. So I thought it was a good time.
Did you find out that you weren't getting it when we found out that the fight was happening between Volkan and Islam, or did you find out before that?
I find out whenever everyone found out.
Oh, wow. Were you upset, or was it just kind of like, all right, maybe it wasn't meant to be?
Yeah, it is what it is in this game. You never know what's going to happen. They could be calling me tomorrow with the fight. I don't know. That's just the fight game. Anything can happen at any time, and it does. So you just keep rolling with it. Stay ready. Keep your weight good. Then that's what I do.
Were you surprised that he knocked him out in the first?
I was surprised by the result. When a guy takes a chance like that to do something great on short notice, unprepared, no telling what Volk was doing. Was he training? Was he? I thought it was going off their first fight. I thought it was going to be a lot more competitive. But then again, this is fighting, man. Anything can happen.
And so I've seen recently you have popped up a little bit on social media. It seems like you would like to fight at UFC 300. Is that an accurate thing to say? This would be your ideal scenario, you fighting on that great card?
I think it would be cool. Like I've said in all these interviews, I'm not going to be probably fighting at 400. I missed 200. 300 would be awesome to have on the resume.
So while you were in the UFC at the Apex, this, that, and the other, did you happen to have any conversations about this this idea, this desire to fight on the card?
Yeah, I sat down with the UFC. We talked about it, and they're kind of on the same page as me. If we can get the right opponent that makes sense for a big fight, then we can do it.
Okay. Is there anyone in the works? Is there anyone they're proposing?
No, nothing yet, but I still have faith.
What the hell? Nothing yet. I mean, it's approaching, no?
I mean, it's in April.
April, yeah. I mean, yeah, but you kind of have a sense of who would be in your orbit at this point.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
It's a weird one. Do you have a preference? Like, do you have a dream scenario, for lack of a better word?
A fight that guarantees me a title fight, or a really big fight, something that I'm super excited about doing. That's all I want.
Right, but there's no specific name.
No.
And I know we've talked about 170 in the past, because I know the issue is 155. There just aren't that many names that excite you. There's a boatload of guys that are fresh to you at 170. Was that discussed with the UFC at all?
No, we kind of discussed my weight. I think I was 172 pounds when I was sitting in the office. Dude, I'm just too small for 170. People don't understand the fight game and the weight cutting and how big these guys are. You know, like that. You can't weigh 172, 173 pounds walking around and skip breakfast, weigh in, and then fight the next day at 173 pounds when these guys are going to be 195 or, you know, it just, people don't understand.
No, I get that.
At the top level, you give 20 pounds to somebody. I mean, it's just not good.
You once fought at 45, right? That fight that I was talking about in Virginia was at 45. Do you think you ever go back to that? Maybe that's more realistic.
At the weight I've been walking around these past couple months, I probably could make the cut, but I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to drain my body down that much to be at 145. It's just not healthy. It's not going to be fun. It's going to make me hate the process, and that's not what I want to do. I want to enjoy the process and fight and feel good.
So did UFC say to you, like, okay, you're on the card, we just have to find something that makes sense, or is there a chance you
They were kind of like they were kind of in my corner about the situation. Like, if 300 is my goal, if I want to make that happen, we can probably make it happen. But we didn't have like extensive talks into that. They were just like, yeah, we can probably do that. Okay.
Have they said where 300 is yet? Probably Las Vegas, right?
I would think the T-Mobile Arena, but I don't know.
Yeah. And is that fine for you going from July to April, or in a perfect world, if there wasn't a 300, right? If it was just in the middle of these numbers, would you have preferred to come back sooner?
In a perfect world, I would have been flying to Abu Dhabi a few months ago.
Sure. Yeah, I know. But like now, if that didn't come to fruition, would you have been pushing for like a January return or a February return?
Yeah, I turned 35 in January. I wanted to fight before I turned 35, but I don't think that, that's not going to happen.
Oh, wow. That's a big number.
Yeah, dude. And, in this game, we age in dog years, so I'm getting up there.
Nah, I mean, I would imagine you still got a solid 10 years left.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
10 years.
You're right, man.
Come on. 35 is nothing, especially, some of these heavyweights go to like 43, 44, 45.
Yeah, it's a different thing, man. Heavyweight's a different thing.
Did you enjoy the Apex? Like watching fights there?
I've only been there to fight and also to corner. I've never been there as a spectator. So it was cool, man. It's, everyone's really close. There's not a lot of people in there. There's not a bad seat. It's really intimate. You can hear every shot. You can hear every coaching instruction. It's cool. It's a different point of view watching MMA, especially when you know what you're watching and listening to and how these guys are reacting to their corner and reacting to hearing their opponent's corner. It's just a different thing when it's quiet like that.
What about your guy, Brendan Allen?
Yeah, man. Louisiana strong.
Yes.
He's incredible performance, and he's still getting better. But that dude, I've been telling people were asking me about what I thought about Paul Craig's jiu-jitsu. And I'm like, dude, Brendan, I've been knowing Brendan since I was young on the mats in Louisiana. This kid's been competing in IBJJF tournaments and stuff since he was like maybe early as 12, 13 years old. I've seen this guy. I competed in tournaments,
Wow.
He's been around a very long time.
So you did you like when you were training in Louisiana, was he there too with Tim Crater and all those guys?
He was up closer to New Orleans, like midway between Lafayette and New Orleans. But yeah, we were on the mats together all the time.
Wow.
When he was 14 years old, we were punching each other.
Really? Where?
Yeah. At Tim Crater's gym.
When did you walk through those doors for the first time?
At Tim's gym?
Yeah.
Probably when I was maybe 18 or 19 years old.
Wait, so you just said you were at 14 punching each other?
No, Brendan was 14.
Oh, got it. Okay. When did you first walk into any gym?
A boxing gym when I was 17.
Why?
I didn't have anything else to do.
You just saw, like, you were just walking down the street one day, or did someone say, hey, you should come here? Like, how did it happen?
No, I loved combat sports. I loved boxing first. And then I just knew whatever I would watch fights and I would be inspired by it. And I knew whatever those guys were showing in there, fighting through the blood and the grit, and just kept pushing forward. I knew I had whatever that was. I knew I had it.
Wow.
I knew I had that.
So the original dream was boxing.
Yeah.
When did it transition over?
When I met some MMA guys at the boxing gym.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. And
Yeah.
like, did they have to convince you, or were you like, initially like, nah, I want to do this boxing thing. What is this crazy cage fighting stuff?
No, I mean, I knew about cage fighting. Me and my dad used to watch, VHS tapes.
Yeah.
From like mom and pop video stores way back in the day. And of course I knew about cage fighting, and I had wrestled a little bit when I was younger. Didn't know anything about jiu-jitsu, but when I met those guys in the boxing gym and they started telling me about where they trained at and did kickboxing and jiu-jitsu, that next weekend I was at their gym and I just never turned back.
So no amateur boxing bouts, right?
No, all my friends I came up with all had amateur boxing. They had their boxing cards and stuff like that, but I didn't compete.
Is that something that needs to happen before it's all said and done? A boxing match?
Boxing?
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to just before it's all done, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think I have like 5-6 more fights left on my contract with the UFC.
Well, it could happen. I mean, Jorge Masvidal was talking about now he was given the green light to box and things like that.
Yeah, I would like to.
This is like a bucket list type of thing.
I mean, the first time I ever put on a pair of gloves, it was boxing gloves. I thought I was going to be a boxer.
That's crazy. That is crazy. You sometimes think about where your life would be if you were a boxer? Not to say that you're unhappy with this life, but it could have been a totally different thing.
Yeah, I'm happy with where it went. I think I would have done well in boxing. I still think I can do well in boxing. But, I'm an MMA fighter.
Yeah. Regis Prograis, solid boxer out of New Orleans.
Yeah. He's not... He comes down to the New Orleans Boxing Club every now and then, I believe, but he's definitely a New Orleans guy. He has a big fight coming up with Haney, right?
Yeah. Do you follow boxing more than MMA? Is that a crazy thing? No.
Not more than MMA.
No. Boxing's fun these days.
Yeah,
I'm really into it.
Yeah, man. I definitely follow all combat sports, but I'm a huge boxing fan.
Who's your favorite?
Right now, I still want to see Lomachenko fight. I was such a big fan of Lomachenko for so long.
What about our boy Francis? Did you watch that?
So, dude, I'm reading play-by-play as I'm trick-or-treating with my daughter. The neighborhood where her friends live did it the weekend before Halloween because the kids are out of school, and it was going to be a late night trick-or-treating. So as I'm walking around the neighborhood, I'm on my phone trying to read play-by-play. I went back and watched the highlights and stuff, but I haven't sat down and watched round by round and kind of scored it because I see all the media talking about this and that. I need to make a decision for myself.
Oh, man, you got to watch it. It was incredible. I mean, kind of watching it live is enthralling because you're like, holy shit, he's actually going to do it, and then he doesn't do it, of course, not spoiling it. Were you bummed that you couldn't watch it live? Like, we were like, fuck, I wish I could be home right now.
Of course, but then also I'm in dad mode. I got a little girl who's excited to be dressed up for Halloween, so I'm thankful for that. I enjoyed that with my daughter, but I need to go back and watch it. Just from what I've seen highlights and from what I've read, in my head leading up to this fight, I just thought Francis was going to get schooled. I really did.
Yes.
So it's exciting to see him compete well and against arguably one of the best heavyweight of all time.
By the way, I saw your Halloween costume, the family costume. It was Adam's family, right?
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. You guys looked fantastic. Who's in charge of this?
Yeah, man. I grew my beard out.
Oh, was that real? Was that a real mustache?
Yeah, hell yeah. Come on,
Wow. We're showing it right now. It's incredible. I thought that was like penciled in.
Nah, man. I grew my beard out for over a week. Then I shaved everything off. Then I edged the mustache up. Then I used my wife's eyeliner to make it black because my hair is brown. You know, I wanted it to be black like Gomez.
It's amazing. Your daughter looks incredible as Wednesday. Everyone looks great.
Oh, she was so pumped, dude.
Wait, so this is what you were dressed like that on that night? This is that night, October 28th?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I've never heard about this 3 days before, like the weekend before Halloween thing. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, different neighborhoods. Like I'm in Youngsville, Louisiana, right outside of Lafayette. Different neighborhoods and surrounding areas have different times as they set trick-or-treating for different neighborhoods. And they just thought it would be better to do it on the weekend.
Makes total sense. So on the actual day, there's nothing happening on the 31st?
I think what we do, I think we might have barbecued and just hung out at the house.
Okay. All right. I like that. Halloween, like it's like Thanksgiving. It should always be on the Saturday, like the last Saturday of October, like Thanksgiving, you know what I mean? This makes more sense.
Well, as a father, you know, if you have school the next morning, for us, we have to get up at 6 a.m. You can't have your kid eating candy, walking around till 9 p.m. It's just going to be rough.
That's a great idea. I'm going to try to start this in my neighborhood. I saw you with my boy Action Bronson in New York.
Yeah, man, Baklava. I've been a fan of his for a long time, and we message back and forth here and there, but to finally get to hang out with him was cool.
I feel like we need a DP F That's Delicious hot sauce combo like cooking session. I feel like Louisiana. Was there any talks of this? I feel like this needs to happen.
Years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, I sent him out some hot sauce. He tried it out. He liked it. We never talked about doing something for the media or making a video, but I'm down for sure.
Yes, this needs to happen. What else do we have going on business-wise? You have the hot sauce. You have the charity. Obviously, we just talked about the alcohol. Yes. What do we got in the works?
The bourbon, yeah. I got the wine market here. Marcelo's Wine Market in Lafayette, Louisiana is doing good. Just got the new signage up. You know, I got my hands in everything.
What do you mean new signage?
Well, when we took it over, it's been there for 30 years. It had these old signs and at the road and old signs on the building. So we made a new logo for the Marcelo's Wine Market and put up this new LED display that can show pictures and everything, you know, like the full color screen.
More fighters need to be like you. I feel like if the career, God forbid, ended tomorrow, you have so many other things going on. Some other guys are just focused on the fighting, but you do a great job. Like all these businesses, this is very rare, right? Are you surprised when you talk to other fighters that they don't have this many stuff going on? You talked about a condo you just mentioned. That's another, bit of revenue. This has to happen, no?
Yeah, I've got some residential and some commercial real estate as well. I've always been a hustler, man. From the first fight, I knew I can't fight forever. You know, you got to set yourself up, put yourself in a good spot. So I don't have to fight. I fight because I love it.
Right. And maybe that's the difference. Who guides you throughout all this? Like, do you have a business or like some sort of financial planner? Like, how do you do this?
Yeah, I have a bunch of friends who are successful business owner, restaurateurs, property owners that I bounce info off of, ask questions, listen to them when they talk. I'm just around a lot of good people and have some friends who are very successful in what they do. And I just listen and learn the same way I did in fighting. When I'd go to big gyms, I'd sit around the greats and listen to them talk and the way they view things and try to pick up, what they put down. That's how you learn.
What's the dream? Is there like a dream business that you haven't started yet that you want to cross off that list at some point?
I'm living the dream, man. Of course, I'm going to just keep growing. I'm a partner in hop water as well, a seltzer water brewed with hops and adaptogens. We're growing fast with that as well. We just launched the double hop, bigger cans, and it's just I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Wow. And just curious, before I let you go, a big piece of news on regarding PFL and Bellator. A lot of fighters who train at ATT involved in this, probably most notably Johnny Eblin. Interesting time in the sport. Do any of them ask you for advice on how they should navigate these waters, these fight game waters? You've done it for a long time. Do you find a lot of young fighters asking you for advice?
When I'm in the gym at American Top Team, younger fighters do, ask me questions and about ways I've done things or what they're going through at this part of their career. But like you said, Johnny Eblin is still a young man, and dude, he's got the world ahead of him. I honestly believe he's the best middleweight in the world. I really believe that.
Yeah, I think that's I just hope that he has a proper home there because PFL doesn't have him. I mean, maybe they want that middleweight division to come over, but like, I think he's in the UFC. He's a top 3, top 2, top 1 middleweight. I know some people scoff at that because maybe he hasn't fought the competition, but you could just see it, like with your eye, you can just see it.
I know it. Yeah, I see it. I know it. I watch his work ethic, his commitment, just his mindset. He's a student, and he really cares, and he's really dedicated to getting better in all aspects of fighting. He's going to be great, man. I know it. There are certain guys that you just know, and he's one that I know. I know he's going to be great. He already is.
No, he is 100%. Tomorrow, are you deep frying the turkey, or what are you doing? What's the plan?
Yeah, man. I got all kind of meats in my refrigerator right now. Theo Vaughn is here. He helped out with the good fight today. We're gonna hang out and cook. Start prepping tonight. Get everything in the oven probably late tonight. Maybe I got a turducken. Might put that in the smoker for 9 hours or so.
You got a turducken? That's always been a dream. It's turkey, duck, and chicken, right?
Yeah. That's Inception.
Do you make it yourself? Do you like put them all into each other yourself?
No. I picked this up.
And what is it? Is there an order, like one into one into one? Is there an order in which way it goes?
I think the duck goes in the chicken. The chicken goes in the turkey.
Wow. This is crazy. And what's the appeal here? Why do you need to have 3 birds in one?
Why not?
It's just so crazy. We were talking about this on Monday.
Peter's worst nightmare, dude.
Yes. So Theo Vaughn is actually coming over for Thanksgiving?
He just left. He went and grabbed a coffee. Yeah, he's here. He's staying at the house. He came last Thanksgiving as well. He's actually doing a show Friday night or Saturday in New Orleans. We're going to drive up and go to a show.
Wow. I thought you guys were like, famous friends, not actual friends,
Nah, he's my actual friend. He's a good dude, man.
That's amazing. Well, tell him I say hi if you see him again, if he comes back after the coffee.
Yeah.
I wish you the best. Happy Thanksgiving. Good on you. Just wanted some DP, good cheer in my life on this Thanksgiving Eve show.
Come on, man.
We've decorated. Do you see our decorations here? Can you see it? I don't know if you can see. We have a cornucopia. Do you know what a cornucopia is, DP?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Somebody was just showing me. My friend's wife was just showing me she made one of those out of bread.
Oh, God.
And then she's going to stuff it with cheese and charcuterie action.
Wow.
Yeah. Serious business right there, man.
I just have a plastic one. I didn't know people actually put food in it.
Now she weaved some pizza dough, egg washed it, and made it. Yeah.
Incredible, the things people do. UFC 300, you got to be there. This has to happen. I would like to see it happen. I could go down the list of names, but I don't want to, we just want to fight, right? At the end of the day, we want to fight that makes sense, that matters, that gets you excited, that has meaning.
A fight that makes me scared, that's big. That's what I want.
Okay. All right. Well, keep us posted. Good luck to you. I'll work on that for you. If you need me to, to negotiate, to do anything, let me know. I'm here for you.
I appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Dustin. All the best. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Great to see you. Appreciate the time as always, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, brother. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family as well. Everybody out there, be good to yourself. Treat yourself right.
Much love. There he is, one of the good guys, Dustin Poirier, joining us with some great words. Treat yourself right. Treat others and yourself right. Who could he fight? He's got to be on UFC 300. Everyone's going to be clamoring for that. Who could he fight? I was going to go through the list, but I don't think he wants me to do that. There's not that many options. Charles going to fight Islam. Justin, he just fought. Beneil. I think Beneil's booked, right? Did I see that somewhere? Cameron.
Beneil's main event against Sarukian.
That's right.
In Austin.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Next UFC event, he's the main event. Maybe he'll be good by April. Who is there? Yeah, I don't know, dude. We're just going to have to see the lay of the land in a couple months, I guess, right?
I mean, it's rapidly approaching.
Yeah.
I guess after this,
Still got a few months though.
All right, fine. So there you have it. What a good guy. I mean, he's just hanging out with Theo Vaughn, huh?
Shout out.
Went to get a coffee?
Shout out to Peloton.
Shout out to Peloton. You know yourself. Thank you very much to Dustin. Do I have another one that I need to read here real quick? I don't know. I mean, I'm swimming in ads here. What a great guy. And check out the Good Fight Foundation, by the way. They do tremendous things. Him and his wife, Jolie, they are just salt of the earth people. And they do incredible things for the community over there in Louisiana. You know, he donates his fight kit to be auctioned off. It's just amazing what they do. So I am honored to know him. And I was asked yesterday, like, what are you thankful for in the world of MMA? And maybe I can ask the crew this later on. But the thing that came to mind on the spot was I'm thankful for the good guys and gals. I'm thankful for the Kayla Harrisons. I'm thankful for the Dustin Poiriers. I'm thankful for the Leon Edwards. I'm thankful for those characters that make you proud to be an MMA fan. The Tom Aspinalls of the world, the people who are surrounding them, like those good guys. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm thankful for the Volkanovskis of the world, all these great characters that we come across each and every week on the program. Lord knows there's a lot of not so good people in all walks of life, not to mention the sport. I'm very, very thankful for the ones who stick out and are just a true pleasure to speak to and to follow on this journey of theirs. So that's what comes to mind. But perhaps the boys in the back will be able to give their own list of what they are thankful for. Let us move along now and say hello to our next guest. In fact, she is coming in studio. She was victorious this past weekend at the UFC Apex. She has now won 2 straight fights in the UFC. She is the pride of Argentina. She is Ailín Pérez, who had quite the week in Las Vegas, and we have a lot to discuss here. Oh, here she is. Ailín Nurmagomedov, how are you?
Quieren ser como yo, ya los vi,
Wow.
pero el flow no está
There it
a la
is.
venta.
Oh, there it is. Wow.
Yo lo siento, pero el flow no está a la venta. Oh.
This is incredible.
Hello.
How are you? Oh, let's hug it out. Wow, welcome. Oh my gosh, yes. Nice to meet you. Martin.
Yes,
Nice to
Martin.
meet you as well. Martine, excuse me.
No problem.
Her manager. And by the way, how do you pronounce your last name?
Paxiars.
Paxiars. Well,
all
great to
those
have you both here. Ailín, we've never had an intro like that before, an introduction. This is amazing.
Nunca tuvieron una introducción así en el show. Esto es buenísimo.
Ay, estoy muy contenta. No sé qué palabras usar, cuáles son las primeras, pero que le voy a poner todo el corazón como siempre.
I'm super happy to be here. The honor is mine, and I'm going to put all my heart into giving this a good interview because I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you. Welcome to New York. Is this your first time in New York?
Bienvenido a Nueva York. ¿Esta es tu primera vez en Nueva York?
Sí, es mi primera vez. Lo relaciono mucho con Buenos Aires. Yo soy de Buenos Aires y me gustó por eso, el clima. Me hizo acordar a casa.
This is the first time I'm here, and it's very similar to Buenos Aires, where I'm from, so it feels like I'm at home because it's very similar to the landscape of the cities.
Okay, what do you think so far? Like, I know it reminds you of home. Do you like it? Do you like this type of atmosphere, or do you like more, beach, warm weather, etc.?
¿Cómo lo estás viendo ya en tu tiempo acá? ¿Te gusta este tipo de ambiente o te gusta más como el ambiente de playa, sol?
Siempre busqué el lugar donde vivir donde tenga un buen lugar de entrenamiento, así que no busco un lugar para vivir cómodo para disfrutar, digamos, las vacaciones. Mientras tenga un buen gimnasio, lo otro lo voy a disfrutar igual.
Yeah, I like it, and for me, I don't really look too much into the weather. Where I like to go is places where I can train or do work. So yeah, I like it a lot.
I like this hat. This is because people call you Ailín Nurmagomedov, yes?
Él le gusta mucho tu sombrero. La razón que la tenés es porque mucha gente te llaman Ailín Nurmagomedov, ¿no?
Sí, me gustaría probárselo a ver cómo le queda a él. Yo creo que le va a quedar bonito.
Yeah, she says that she would, it's exactly that, and she would love for you to try it on as well.
Oh, wow. You want me to try it on? I mean,
Yes.
sure, why not? Do you have lice? You don't have lice, no?
No tienes
Okay,
piojos,
here
¿no?
I am. Yes, salam alaikum, my brothers. How's this? Nice?
¿Cómo
¿Cómo te
queda?
gusta?
Yes, hello.
Oh,
Yes. Look at me.
beautiful.
Very nice.
Lindo.
Very nice. Yes, linda.
Yes.
Yes.
You,
It's very hot under the...
Es muy caliente.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm lindo, you're linda.
Y,
que es-
Okay, yes.
y lo traje también porque sabía que iba a ser frío y es muy caliente.
Yeah, she knew that it was also going to be very cold here, so it's very hot, so it works out well.
Where did you purchase this?
¿Y a dónde compraste esto?
Me lo regaló Mango, mi profesor de México. Fue un regalo de cumpleaños.
For her birthday, her boxing coach Mango gave it to him.
Okay,
to her.
amazing. Well, again, thank you for being here. This is so. I love your earrings as well. Very festive. You've got the Christmas earrings. Very nice. Very
Te
nice.
gusta es muy lindo la que tenés de las orejas, las joyas, muy linda.
Sí, porque mi niño está esperando con ansia la Navidad, entonces estoy teniendo el espíritu navideño ya temprano.
Yeah, so her son is waiting for Christmas to happen because he loves Christmas, so she wants to live the Christmas spirit while we're waiting for the holidays.
I love it. Big week for you. Big week for your country as well. I don't want to get into politics, but wow, your new president has crazy sideburns. Have you seen this guy with the sideburns?
Muy grande semana para tu país, afuera de también tu pelea, también el nuevo presidente, Milei, él tiene pelo en sus cachetes. ¿Tú le viste a este y qué te parece de su estilo?
Sí, porque se quiere parecer a Manuel Belgrano, se quiere parecer a una figura argentina y se quiso dejar eso, pero a mí no me gusta Milei, sorry.
No, she doesn't like Milei very much, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to with the sideburns, he's trying to use someone else's style.
El hecho que no me gusta en sí la política es porque no, de todas formas me levanto a entrenar, a laburar sola y soy la que sostiene mi familia, así que de todas formas voy a salir a trabajar.
Yeah, I don't really like to get into politics very much because regardless, whatever happens in politics, I have to be the one to make sure that my family is fed and work hard to make sure that happens, and politicians don't help me regardless.
Pero voy del lado siempre donde nos ofrecen más derechos y poder de encontrar una educación para el futuro.
But I'm always going to be on the side of human rights and want people to support that side of politics.
Pero hace 3 años, como me la paso viajando, no voté, así que mi voto no vale.
But because it's been 3 years since I've been traveling, I haven't voted, so my vote doesn't count anyways.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, are you a football fan?
¿Te gusta el fútbol? ¿Sos un fan?
Yes, me gusta.
Yesterday, there was a crazy thing with Argentina and Brazil.
Argentina, win.
Yes, they win, but there was like a whole riot. Did you see there was a riot there?
¿Viste que había una protesta, una manifestación gigante donde gente se pelearon?
Sí, mucho no pude ver el partido porque estábamos viajando para acá, pero mi familia me iba comentando en el grupo de WhatsApp.
Yeah, no, I saw it. My family was commenting, but I wasn't able to watch it very much because I was traveling to come here.
Right, okay. How would you describe the last week for you? There's been a lot of stuff that has happened. It all culminated with the victory, of course. But in your words, how would you describe this past week in your life?
¿Cómo describís esta última semana en tu vida? Había muchas cosas que pasaron. Ahora, ya pasando la semana, ¿cómo describís cómo salió todo esto?
Yo le puse un título a este capítulo. Le puse ojo, corazón y ovarios. Esa es la frase.
I put a name for this chapter of my life, and it's called Big Ovaries and, ¿cómo dice?
Ojo, corazón y ovarios.
Big eyes, big heart, and big ovaries.
El título de
That's
la
the
semana
title of what
pasada.
I would say the chapter
Okay.
of this last week has been.
Big eyes, why?
Ojos, ¿por qué?
Porque me rompieron literalmente el ojo hace una semana.
Because they literally broke my eye a week ago before the fight happened.
And this is okay. So let's get into it. This is the incident that happened at the PI. What day was this that this happened?
Entonces vamos a hablar del incidente que pasó en el Instituto de Desempeño. ¿Qué día exactamente era lo que esto pasó?
Esto pasó el día martes a las 4:30 de la tarde cuando finalicé mi entrenamiento en el cage.
So this was on Tuesday, a couple days before her fight, at around 4 p.m. Towards the end of her training when she just finished training.
Okay, so what happens? You're about to finish training, and then what happens?
Entonces, ¿qué era lo que pasó? Terminaste el entrenamiento y ¿qué sucedió?
Sí, primero, antes de comenzar el entrenamiento, ingreso al PI junto a mi hijo y a mi coach Javier. Y había una persona, estaba Jocelyn Edwards, sentada en la cafetería y yo la vi, estaba como camuflada, tapada.
So right before this happened, I went into the PI, and I went into the PI with my son and my coach, and I saw in the cafeteria that Jocelyn Edwards was there, sitting there, kind of like staring at me with her hood up, like creeping.
Lo que a mí me pareció extraño. Ok, cargué a mi niño, mi bolso, y subí al PI a entrenar.
I thought it was pretty weird, so I was like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna go upstairs now and start my training.
Before you continue, have you had any kind of interactions with her before this?
Y antes que sucedió esto, ¿no? ¿Tú tenías alguna interacción con Jocelyn?
No, de hecho, cuando la vi varias veces para saludarla y ella estaba camuflada.
Como anteriormente decís.
Sí, cuando entré.
Well, yeah, I mean, she has had interactions where she's seen her, she's spoken to her cordially, but during that day, she had no interactions with her.
Okay.
Continúa. Finaliza el entrenamiento. Estaba el fotógrafo Juan sacando fotos y videos para la prensa y ella se acerca.
So when the training finished, I was getting a photo shoot done by the UFC photographer Juan, and Jocelyn Edwards gets closer to the cage.
Se acerca a amenazarme, a decirme que me asegure de ganar mi pelea porque yo soy muy bocona, que yo hablo demasiado.
She goes up to me and she starts talking, saying, "You better win your next fight because you talk too much."
Y yo le dije, hola, y ella me dice, no me saludes. Ella negó, rechazó de entrada el saludo. Y yo le dije, sí, voy a ganar mi pelea. Estoy entrenando para ganar. Yo voy a ganar mi pelea, siempre mostrándole respeto.
So Ailín's response to her was just saying, "Hi, how are you?" And she went back and said, "No, you better win your next fight." That's where Ailín said, "I'm going to win my next fight. Don't worry, that's why I'm training hard." And I made sure that I did not disrespect her at all, just by saying clearly to her, without backing down, "I'm going to win my next fight, don't you worry."
Me habló de una forma fea, como que yo era algo de poco valor y ella de mucho valor. Y me dijo que yo no era nadie en el UFC, que no le había ganado a nadie y que esta piba me iba a ganar. Por Lucy.
Yeah, she was speaking to Ailín in a way that made Ailín feel like she was of very little value and that she was very high value, saying, "Ailín, you better win your next fight because you're probably not going to win it. You haven't accomplished anything in the UFC and you're not going to win. So just to let you know, you're not going to win."
Entonces yo le pregunto, después de esas palabras que me dijo, ¿tendrá razón o no? No lo sé, eso se ve en la jaula. Yo le dije, what's problem, Jocelyn? ¿Qué problema tienes? Y ella dice que yo comento mucho por Instagram y que hablo demasiado.
So Ailín, maybe she says that it could be true, it could be not what she's saying, but what she asked Jocelyn was, "What's your problem? What's your problem with me?" And that's when Jocelyn said, "You speak too much on Instagram, you comment too much on my things."
Entonces yo le dije, si no tienes ningún problema, ¿quieres pelear conmigo? Ok, yo te doy la pelea, pero no hoy. Pedí la pelea a Dana White o al matchmaker, no hay problema, peleamos.
So what Ailín told her was, "Look, if you want to fight, we can fight with the UFC. You talk to the UFC and I'll accept the fight, but we're not going to fight here today. So please leave. I'm going to be training now. I have a fight to worry about, so please, respectfully, get out of here."
Y entonces mi profesor, que estaba elongando porque el entrenamiento finish había terminado, me dijo, Ailín, déjala, está nerviosa, concéntrate en tu pelea del sábado.
That's when her coach butted in and said, "Ailín, leave her alone. She seems very nervous. She's acting in a weird way. You have to focus on your fight on Saturday. Don't even pay attention to her."
Y ella dijo, ¿yo nerviosa? Y golpeó así el cage y entró el cage. Cuando entra el cage, yo la veo venir con mucha velocidad, se sacó los auriculares que ella tenía, los tira y se me tira encima. Cuando yo la veo, lo primero que hago, pienso en mi pelea, en mi hijo que estaba presente, y subí la mano así y el golpe me entró por acá.
So that's when she got aggressive and said, "I'm nervous. She hits against the cage, goes inside the cage, and Ailín, and she's coming in an aggressive, fast manner to Ailín. She takes off her hoodie, she takes off her headphones, and Ailín in that moment thinks about her kid and how her kid is in the facility. He wasn't there in that room, but he was waiting for her in the waiting room. And that's when she closes up like this and she feels something. She doesn't even know what it was, but she got hit with a punch or maybe an elbow right here in the middle where she got hit in the eye. And that's when Jocelyn jumps on top of her.
Mi primera reacción al golpe, que automáticamente el ojo se me cerró y no podía ver, fue abrazarla, que es lo natural que me sale en mis peleas. Fue abrazarla y ahí empezamos el forcejeo.
My first reaction, once I felt like I got hit in the eye, I couldn't really see what was going on because I got hit in the eye and I went blind for a second. I tried to grab her to try to hold on to her and clinch her so I wouldn't get hit anymore, but I never threw a punch.
Y yo sentía la sangre caer porque tengo un tajo, me hizo un tajo bastante grande. Yo sentía dolor, demasiado dolor, y le dije a mi profesor, sacámela. Yo sentía que me seguían pegando en la cara o que algo pasaba en mi ojo, se me bajó la presión, yo estaba cortando peso. Y le dije a mi coach, Javier, sacámela, sacámela. Y él me decía, no, sacámela.
So I felt my eye with extreme pain. I felt blood was coming down it because she did cut me open from that hit. And at that point, I was already feeling extremely weak from the weight cut. I was disoriented because I did not think I was going to be in a fight at that moment. And my first reaction while I was trying to hold on to her was to tell my coach, Coach, please take her off me, because she wouldn't be letting go.
Como 4 veces le dije que me la sacara porque estaba pasándolo mal, ya estaba que me desmayaba. Y la única forma de parar a Jocelyn, que encima estaba muy pesada, muy grande, más grande que mi profe, fue agarrarla del cuello. La agarró así por atrás para poder sacármela de encima.
So at that point, I told my coach multiple times, please take her off, because she kept hitting me. And at that point, my coach was trying to get her off, but couldn't because she was even bigger than my coach is, because she was huge from after a weight cut. I don't know, she gets big out of camp. And at that point, that's when my coach grabbed her in a rear naked choke to try to pull her off. So she would have to defend to let go. He never threw a punch, but he did grab her with a rear naked choke because she was assaulting me.
Cuando pude salir, fui corriendo a pedir seguridad. Por favor, seguridad, que hay una loca. Yo decía, hay una loca en el cage y me pegó.
So at that point, I ran out of the cage as fast as possible, didn't even look at Jocelyn, didn't throw one punch at her, and I started screaming, security, security, please help me. There's a crazy person in the cage that's trying to hurt me.
Me ofrecieron entrar a la parte de masaje y de fisioterapia, donde todo el equipo del UFC estaban corriendo detrás de mi ojo y tratar de calmarme, porque en el estado mental que yo estaba en ese momento tenía... Bueno, ahora les cuento qué era lo que sentía, pero estaba muy mal y gracias al equipo del UFC me ayudaron a calmarme acá y a coserme el ojo, que me hicieron 7 puntos.
They brought me into another room where a bunch of the UFC staff were there to make sure that I was okay. I was in a very bad place mentally from after this assault taking place. I was very disoriented, and I want to thank the UFC because they made sure that they were able to close my eyes up with stitches. They took care of me. They made sure that I was mentally okay, physically okay, and made sure that the situation was diffused as fast as possible.
Bueno, a medida que me estaban cosiendo el ojo, yo no sabía lo que pasaba, dónde estaba Jocelyn. Lo que le pedí por favor a la gente de recepción, a Sara del PI, fue que buscara a mi hijo y que lo deje guardado en un cuarto porque yo sentía mucho miedo en ese momento.
I was very fearful in that moment. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what happened after I ran away. But what I was thinking about in that moment was, where was my child? Because I had no idea where he was. I didn't know where Jocelyn was. I didn't know where anyone was. And I just wanted to make sure that my kid was safe.
En el otro cage, a medida que estaba pasando la pelea, estaban unos coach brasileros y había una atleta también entrenando que fueron testigos, no 100% porque estaban en su entrenamiento, pero estaban en el lugar, vieron movimiento, me vieron con el ojo abierto, vieron a mi niño. Había más gente, habían testigos.
There were witnesses in the other cage because in the PI there's 2 cages. So in the other cage there was another fighter who was training with her Brazilian coaches, and they did see some of it. But being that there's a language barrier in between Spanish and Portuguese, and they weren't paying attention until the fight already took place, they didn't get to see the full situation. Yeah.
Estaba Juan también, que vio toda la situación.
Juan, the photographer, was in the cage and he saw everything. And there's also
las cámaras arriba del cage. Yo creo que hay micrófonos también.
In the PI, there's cameras and microphones everywhere, so everything was recorded.
Cuando vi por las redes sociales que Jocelyn empezó a hablar del tema, porque la gente en la Fight Week me preguntaba del ojo. Y yo no quería decir nada porque estaba muy concentrada en pelear, porque yo fui a pelear a Las Vegas. Entonces me curaron el ojo y peleé igual.
Yeah, there was a question that the fight wasn't going to go on because she was cut. She had to get stitches, and this was 4 days before the fight. When Jocelyn Edwards started talking on social media, telling her a completely inverted side of the story, Ailín didn't really want to comment more than anything so she could stay focused on the task at hand, which was going to Las Vegas to win her fight.
Sí, yo dejé y dejo. O sea, ella puede hacer lo que quiera, pero puede hablar, inventar, mentir, seguir agrediendo porque me sigue comentando fotos diciendo que me va a romper el otro ojo, donde yo hice screenshot de todas las cosas que ella está poniendo de mí. Entonces no sé a dónde quiere llegar esta criminal, no sé cuáles son sus intenciones conmigo, porque no tiene derecho a venir a hacerme esto y se quiere rematar porque yo peleé igual y gané.
Yeah, no, Ailín doesn't really care about what Jocelyn does, but at the same time, she keeps lying, inventing things to make herself look like the victim. But at the same time, she's going out and commenting on Ailín's pages, saying things like, when I see you again, I'm going to break your other eye. And she doesn't know what this criminal's intentions are, but what she knows is that she is lying about the situation. And she really, I think, wanted to make me not be able to fight on Saturday. So when she saw me fight this Saturday and I won, she wanted to shoot herself because she was not happy with the result at all. And I beat a girl that she won a decision that was gifted to her.
No entiendo qué más quiere. Jocelyn, ¿qué quieres? ¿Qué te pasa, Jocelyn? ¿Cuál es tu problema? ¿Estás mintiendo? Te dije, tomemos la pelea. Lo primero que querías era entrar a agredirme. O sea, tú no quieres competir deportivamente, profesionalmente conmigo. Tú tienes un problema conmigo. ¿Cuál es?
Jocelyn, I'm speaking to you. What is your problem? Because at the end of the day, I offered you to do the fight in the UFC, and instead of wanting to compete with me in a professional sports manner, you tried to assault me. So what is it that you want? Because if it's not that you want to fight with me, I don't understand what's your problem. I don't know what you want.
Okay, thank you for that.
Tu turno.
Yes,
Your turn.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell the whole story from your perspective. I appreciate you doing that. I know it's not an easy story to tell. Could I ask, going back to the beginning, she said that you had written stuff on her Instagram. What kind of stuff were you writing on her Instagram?
Entonces, primero él te quería dar una oportunidad, porque no te pregunto nada, para que vos podés decir todo el cuento, entonces por eso te pregunto eso. La primera pregunta que él te quiere preguntar es, cuando tú comentaste cosas en su Instagram o cosas por Instagram que era porque ella estaba enojada, ¿qué fueron esas cosas?
Ella peleó con Lucy. Lucy fue mi oponente. Entonces, esa pelea, esta opinión que voy a dar ahora, la da muchos millones de fans, pero son pocos los que se atreven a decirlo en la cámara. Esa pelea la ganó Lucy para mí y para la mayoría de todos los fans. Y se la dieron ganada a Jocelyn.
So, Jocelyn fought, not her last fight, but the one before, against Lucy, the girl that I just fought. And what I said, first of all, was that when they fought, and this is an opinion that many fans had, they gave the decision to Jocelyn, even though, like many other people, I said that the one who deserved to win that decision was Lucy. It was a split decision, and I thought that the decision should have gone to Lucy.
Esa pelea de Jocelyn versus Lucy fue antes de mi victoria con Ashley. Fue en abril esta pelea. Jocelyn volvió a pelear en Francia, donde yo la vi ganadora a Jocelyn a esa pelea. Y las tarjetas la dieron perdedora.
So that last fight with Jocelyn and Lucy happened before I even fought against Ashley Evans Smith. And after the fact, Jocelyn had another fight, which was her last fight in Paris, where she fought against a French girl, Nora, where they gave the decision to Nora. And what I said was that in that fight, Jocelyn should have won that fight.
Entonces, mi comentario que a ella le enojó fue el siguiente. Que a lo que le pasó en la pelea de Francia, que le dieron la pelea perdida, cuando la ganó, yo la vi ganadora en esa pelea, yo le puse en esa publicación de MMA Latinoamérica, es el karma lo que le pasó a Jocelyn. Le dan una ganada y después le dan una perdida. Entonces ya quedó bien, ya compensó, digamos.
So the comment that I made that was the thing that really upset her was when she lost that fight, even though I thought she won, I commented on a page called MMA Latino America, this is what happens. A fight that you were supposed to lose, you won, and then the fight that you were supposed to win, you lost. So it evens out.
El comentario, las opiniones que yo pongo en base a lo que leo, porque hay una publicación de ella que peleó y abajo hay una pregunta en la página. ¿Qué te pareció el combate? Los resultados estaban bien y al igual que yo, comentó mucha gente, pero a ella le molestó mi comentario.
So when they posted that, the question was on the post, what do you think of this decision? And I just stated my fact, just like my opinion, just like many other people have. And the reason why she was upset with me and not anyone else who stated the exact same opinion is because I said it.
Porque si es justificable la violencia por comentarios, yo ya estaría muerta.
Because if it's justifiable to commit violence because of someone's comments, I would be dead right now.
O viceversa. Habrían muchos muertos por opinar de mí.
Or there would be a lot of people dead because of how much they opinionated about her.
So, but you never said anything insulting, or you never threatened her. You never said, if I see you, I'm going to beat you up, anything like that. It was just your opinion on the fights.
Él te pregunta, entonces, ¿nunca había algo que le faltaste respeto o que le amenazaste a ella, que podría tomárselo en una forma que te quería atacar?
No. Las personas que me conocen saben que yo no tengo esa personalidad y que yo soy muy profesional. Yo si en todo caso tendría un problema, lo arreglaría en la jaula y calladita la boca.
No, anyone who knows me knows that that's not my way to handle things. And if I truly do have a personal problem with someone, I would handle that in the cage, not outside of it.
So I read an account from the MMA manager, Alex Davis, whose story, I think he's a sort of third party in all of this. I don't think he works with Jocelyn, but he was saying that your coach was being very aggressive and was talking about the rear naked choke. Have you heard or read his point of view of what happened? And if so, what you make of his side of the story?
Había una cuenta, uno de los testigos, que era el manager Alex Davis, el brasileño, que él dijo que el profesor tuyo estaba muy agresivo con Jocelyn, y él dijo como que podía haber sido mucho peor y que era ultra agresivo a un punto que no era necesario.
No, lo que yo voy a decir es lo que pasó. Yo fui la que le dijo a mi profesor, sácamela, sácamela. Mi profesor estaba sentado ahí, no quería meterse porque somos dos mujeres y eran problemas de mujeres. Y yo le dije, sácamela. Y si no fuese por Javier, yo no hubiese peleado y quizás tendría más puntos en la cara.
So I'm going to tell my side of the story, my truth, because that's all I can do. And what I know is that when we first started fighting, my coach didn't want to get into it because he saw, like everyone else, two women fighting, and him as a man did not want to intervene in that. But when Ailín was saying, please take her off me, please take her off me, after 4 times of saying it, he had to do something because if it wasn't for Javier, I would have been extremely hurt, much more hurt than I was, and the fight would have been off. So, and also I'd like to say, like, with Alex, they don't work together, but he's a manager that goes around talking to all the fighters to, I don't know if there's also a secret motive in that sense with Alex Davis to the point where he wants to talk to fighters because like he talked to Ailín, how he's talked to other clients of mine, where he wants to like schmooze them to be on their side to potentially take that client away. So I feel like there's also an ulterior motive with that as well.
Jocelyn es una criminal. Si no fuera por Javier, que estaba ahí conmigo, Nunca me dejó sola Javier, que le doy las gracias a él. Si no fuese por él, la criminal de Jocelyn me hubiese matado, porque las personas que estaban, nadie quiso intervenir. Nos dejaban ahí a las dos solas. Yo no le importé a nadie. Por eso digo que ese señor no tiene derecho a opinar porque un cagón, no se metió a defenderme.
No, and at that point, Jocelyn is a criminal because she attacked me and there was no one in that room outside of Javier that tried to defend me when I was being assaulted. They just saw two girls fighting where I did not throw one punch and he saved me. If it wasn't for Javier, I don't know what would have happened. She could have, maybe not literally, but figuratively have killed me. So it was a dangerous situation and no one cared. So Alex Davis doesn't have the right to opinion about something when he didn't want to intervene in the first place until after the fact, once I was already assaulted.
Can I ask you, and for the record, I personally have known Alex for a very, very long time. I've not talked to him about this. I have no dog in this race at all. I've only known him to be, a very solid guy who doesn't play games and try to steal clients and things like that. So when I saw his account, it meant something to me only because I know he has always kind of shot straight with me. I'll just throw that out there. But again, I have no stake in any of this, and I believe everything that you're saying here, because why would you come here and lie about it? I just want to ask about one other thing that he said. He said afterwards he was confronted in the hotel by some members of your team, and this seemed to upset him very much. Did that happen? And if so, why did that happen?
Con Alex Davis, Ariel dice que él desde que le conoció, que siempre fue una persona honesta, pero a la misma vez, él te cree a vos, yo no pienso que tú vas a venir acá para mentir. Una cosa que él también dijo era que después que pasó todo esto, gente de tu equipo fueron a confrontarlo a Alex y preguntar qué pasó. ¿Eso pasó y por qué pasó eso?
¿Qué, en el hotel? Puede ser que haya, no confirmo ni tampoco niego, porque durante la semana de la pelea yo estuve muy triste y muy concentrada para que todo salga bien, y después de la pelea me encargué de estar con mi hijo porque era su cumpleaños.
Yeah, so she can't confirm or deny that because she wasn't there and she doesn't, she was really sad about the whole situation that happened, so she wasn't there. I was there when that happened, and yeah, it did happen, but there was no intimidation. I was far away because I didn't really want to partake in it, but I was looking to make sure nothing, there was no physical confrontation because that would have been, again, dumb. But it was Javier that went up to Alex Davis because he felt like Alex Davis slandered him online without telling the truth. Because another thing that happened was they said that both of them started assaulting Jocelyn. How can Ailín come out injured with a black eye and this other coach who is a 7-1 pro MMA fighter who's retired now, how could they both start apparently beating up on Jocelyn when she's had absolutely zero injuries and Ailín's the one who's been injured? She wasn't injured. She did get put in a rear naked choke, but anyone who knows MMA knows that that's not going to cause any long-term damage or any fractures or anything. And it was an unfortunate situation, but Javier was just upset that Alex came out and made him seem like he was like a woman abuser when he's absolutely not. And it probably wasn't the best idea for him to go up to him and talk about it, but there was never any threats made, but they did get kind of heated and then they both broke away.
Jocelyn, uno de los posteos últimos que puso fue que yo le pegué y que mi profesor, y que ella en una situación, no recuerdo muy bien porque dijo muchas versiones, pero diciendo que ella estaba en un momento peleando con los dos al mismo tiempo. Y lo que yo me pregunto es si supuestamente eso es verdad, ¿por qué espera la pelea para andar diciendo cosas de mí? Si supuestamente yo la agredí, ¿por qué no muestra fotos de sus lastimaduras o lo contó antes?
One of the versions that Jocelyn said, because I can't remember exactly every single one because she said many, but one of them she said that I was hitting her and Javier was holding her so I could hit her. How come she has not posted any injury after the fact? Because if I hit her, she would have had some sort of injury, right? How come she came out completely unscathed from the situation if apparently we assaulted her?
Did the UFC talk to you guys after this incident and say, we need to do something about this? Because obviously the PI is a place where there's a ton of fighters and they can't have people fighting each other, in the hallways or in the ring, etc., or the cage. Was there any sort of repercussion either on you or her that you know of as a result of the incident that happened?
Entonces, el UFC te habló a vos y te dijo algo de la situación, o dijo que había haber alguna consecuencia de lo que tú sabes que pasó?
Como fue muy reciente todo esto, y yo soy una persona que trabaja las cosas con calma y tranquila, de hecho esperé mi momento a hablar, todavía no hemos conversado bien, pero algunas acciones vamos a tomar nosotros con ellos.
Con Jocelyn dices.
Sí.
So yeah, since all of this has been very recently, and I've waited to really get into details about this situation outside of speaking to the UFC with the media. We haven't really heard much about it, but we are. Ailín is planning to potentially do some sort of action towards this because this shouldn't have happened. And even though Ailín is someone that talks a lot verbally with fighters, she wants to sell the show. This is a show. And at the end of the day, especially in the PI, there shouldn't be fighters fighting and assaulting each other. And we don't want that. We want to sell the show, but we want the fights to happen in the cage.
Me gusta tomar las cosas con calmas, trabajarlas a fuego lento. Y Jocelyn, esto no se va a quedar así. Y sos una criminal.
I want to take things with slowly, calmly, make sure I make decisions that are going to be the right thing for my future. But Jocelyn, legally, this isn't over, and you're a criminal.
So I was just going to ask you about that because you referred to her as a criminal. Are you considering pressing charges?
¿Estás considerando denunciarla?
Totalmente.
Yeah, I'm definitely considering it.
Will you press charges?
¿Lo vas a hacer o lo estás considerando y estás viendo?
Estoy trabajando en eso, primero con mi psicólogo, y después vamos a tomar las acciones que tenemos que tomar.
Right now, I'm just working with my psychologist about this because I still am.
Necesito saber qué es lo correcto y lo que me conviene.
I am still traumatized about this, so I want to figure out my things mentally. But then from there, I'm going to figure out what is it that's really worth taking action about. But I feel like some sort of consequence she should have. And to add on, there was no consequences on Ailín's side or her coach's side. And again, they have cameras, they have microphones everywhere. So if her version of the story was true, that the coach was abusive towards a UFC fighter in the PI, why would the UFC let the coach be a cornerman that same Saturday?
Sure.
So the UFC saw everything. They have the information. We haven't been able to see the cameras, but yeah, there hasn't been consequences on Ailín's side.
And just curious, would you like to see the UFC do something to her? Would you like to see her get released from the UFC as a result of this?
Y lo que él te está preguntando es si tú pensás que el UFC le debería echar o algo.
Yo no voy a dar opinión sobre eso. Yo voy a dejar que el UFC se encargue a ver qué consideración da de todo lo que pasó y actúe o no el UFC, yo voy a ir a la justicia.
I'm not going to get into or give an opinion specifically about what the UFC should do. They're their own company. They have all the information to do what they want with it. But I'm going to do things on my own, legally, and go to the side of justice to see if there could be some sort of consequence. But I'm not going to comment on what the UFC should or should not do.
El UFC es mi casa, es mi trabajo, lo tengo que cuidar muy bien. Entonces, y tampoco fue dentro de mi casa, pero no fueron ellos los que me mandaron a que me peguen. Entonces no tienen la culpa.
The UFC is my home, and being that it's my home, I have to make sure that I take care of them as well. Even though this happened inside the UFC, this is something that they didn't send Jocelyn to attack me. This isn't their fault at all. So it really doesn't have to do anything to do with them, and they actually took care of me very well when the incident happened. So I respect whatever they think is best.
To the best of your knowledge, how close were you to not fighting on Saturday as a result of this incident? Both the physical damage that you sustained, but also the emotional damage.
¿Qué posibilidades había después que pasó eso, que la pelea se cancelaba, no solamente por el daño físico, pero por el daño mental que sucedió esto?
Cuando me estaban cosiendo los puntos en el PI, que quiero agradecer también al PI de la operación.
When they were putting stitches in my eye, which again was the UFC, so thank you again for the UFC for that.
¿La pregunta?
She asked her for the question again. La pregunta es...
how close
was she
to not fighting?
Casi era como que
¿cuántas probabilidades había?
Sí.
Esto pasó a las 4:30 de la tarde, hasta que me hicieron los puntos. Mi cabeza pensaba todo el tiempo, primero en el dolor que sentía, nunca me habían cortado un ojo, sí una ceja, la cabeza, pero no un ojo, pero estaba analizando primero lo criminal que es Jocelyn y a la vez tengo una pelea con Lucy. Mi cabeza todo el tiempo eso estaba.
So mentally, this happened around 4:30 p.m., like I said, and just the whole time I was thinking about Jocelyn, and mentally it was taking me out because I had this fight with Jocelyn, but I'm about to fight in Saturday, so I wasn't sure. I was out of it completely mentally.
Y mi corazón sentía que latía mucho y hasta me puse nerviosa, se me bajó la presión, yo estaba dando peso, también estaba en mi periodo menstrual, no estaba muy bien anémicamente, había recién llegado de Miami para empezar el campamento, era todo muy reciente, y por mi cabeza pasó, si yo bajo la pelea, le estoy dando a Jocelyn lo que ella quiere, pero si yo entro a pelear, le estoy dando ventaja a Lucy. Entonces ahí hablé con mi equipo y mi equipo me ayudó a tomar la decisión de que suba a pelear.
So there definitely was a chance for me to pull out because I was very conflicted with the whole situation. I was thinking about how first I was on my period for that week, so with the weight cut I was already feeling bad. I was already weak because of the weight cut, and I had a lot more to cut because of the water retention, because of the things that were happening. My eye was hurting. I was just mentally out of it. But at the same time, I was thinking, if I dropped out of this fight, I would be giving the satisfaction to Jocelyn of ruining my moment and my weekend. But at the same time, if I do get into the fight, I'm giving a huge advantage to Lucy by having an eye cut open. I'm having a bad weight cut, and now I can't train during the week because my eye is cut open. I can't train properly. So it was because of that I referred to my team. I talked to my team, and they helped me make a decision to end up fighting. But there definitely was a possibility that we were going to drop out of the fight, and we didn't want to confirm it to the UFC until around 24 hours after it happened to make sure that once we made a decision, we were firm with it.
How many stitches did you get?
¿Cuántos puntos te dieron?
7.
7.
7. And
Hoy tengo 3 y en la pelea perdí 4.
Pero en el, and in the fight, she had to get more stitches after the fact.
Okay.
Me quedaron 3, pero 4.
Now she has 3 because 4 of them
4
already
se
fell out.
cayeron en la pelea por los codazos.
Is there any damage underneath? Like, is there broken bones or anything like that?
¿Te quebraron la cara todavía o no?
Me hice un escáner ayer, lo hice a la mañana para poder venir acá y todavía no me dieron el resultado, pero hoy a la tarde iba a saber en qué situaciones se encuentra el ojo.
So the UFC told her after the fight, or the commission, to get a CAT scan. She did a CAT scan yesterday, and today she should be getting the results, but she doesn't know at this point.
How does it feel now?
¿Cómo se siente en este momento?
Me incomoda porque se me hincha todo el tiempo y pierdo visión por eso. Pero en el momento de la pelea, por lo menos antes de recibir golpes, no me dolía.
I mean, it's uncomfortable, and it definitely hurts. It's hurting a little bit less now, but when I was in the cage, I was with so much adrenaline that I didn't feel as much.
I was just going to ask you, what was it like in the fight? You're getting punched in the face, but apparently you didn't feel it because of the adrenaline. I understand that. Were you more nervous on this fight on Saturday because of everything you had been through? What was going through your mind in the locker room after everything you had been through over the last few days? You're about to make the walk and be involved in a tough fight. Did you feel like you were more anxious, more nervous?
Te iba a preguntar cómo era que recién dijiste que en tu ojo no le sintiste tanto adentro de la jaula, pero sí se te cerró, que debías decir eso. Y que cómo era que los sentimientos que estabas sintiendo cuando estabas en el vestuario justo por pelear y en una pelea durísima.
Sí. Cuando entré a pelear sentía adrenalina de decir tengo que mover la cabeza porque si no me voy a quedar ciega en la pelea.
So I felt a lot of adrenaline, and just to keep in my head, I have to have a lot of head movement because at any point I can get clipped with one and I can go blind in one of my eyes.
Y en el momento que estaba entrando en calor junto a mis compañeros, a Roy, que le mando un saludo, pensaba no solamente por la fight week que tuve, que fue dura, sino por todo el campamento que atravesé y todos los pasos que di desde que me hice profesional en Argentina. Y dije, tengo que juntar todos esos momentos vividos duros y salir a pelear con el corazón.
So I was talking to my teammate who was in my corner, Roy. Shout out to Roy. And pretty much I was just thinking not just about all that I had to go through in that week, but the entire camp. I had a lot of problems during my camp to make sure that I was able to get to the fight, and it just motivated me to give the best performance I can and to just give it all out there.
What kind of problems
¿Qué
during the
tipos
camp?
de problemas tuviste durante el campamento?
No le pondría la palabra problemas, pero sí obstáculos.
Well, I would say not really problems, more obstacles.
Por ejemplo, tuve que mudarme de un barrio a otro porque vivía muy lejos y me exponía a accidentes en la ruta porque volvía cansada y con el corto tiempo por mi hijo.
No, for example, I had to do a whole move-in from one apartment to another because I was living very far away from my new team, and because I had such long drives and me being so tired, I was risking myself of getting injured in a car crash because I was so tired from driving so much.
Gasté $16,000 en la mudanza porque rompí un contrato y renové en otro lado más caro.
I had to spend $16,000 to break one lease to go to another lease, so there is also like a financial issue with that.
Para poder entrenar tranquila, que es lo que yo quería. A mí no me importó gastar dinero. Yo quería salir de entrenar, descansar y buscar a mi niño. Eso fue un gasto muy fuerte y una decisión importante a futuro.
Financially, it was a tough decision, but I felt like I needed to make that decision during the camp because it was really weighing on me to train while having to also take care of my son as a single mother and having to drive so much everywhere while training so hard for a UFC fight.
Es muy importante para el atleta poder descansar. Entonces, siempre busco la evolución y tener todo bien en mis hábitos para triunfar. Descansar, alimentarme bien.
No, for me, resting and sleeping is very important. So for me to have to make that decision was very important, so I could make sure that I could train and rest and do everything I can as a professional athlete.
Y una de las cosas importantes que me pasaron fue que mi hijo se enfermó y me enteré que tenía asma.
So, and then another tough obstacle that I had during the camp was that I was my son had to go to the hospital from being sick because he had a very serious asthma attack.
Donde todavía estamos buscando un especialista para que puedan curarlo o para que me digan cuál es la medicación para que no entre en crisis, porque quizás un asma en un niño sea normal, pero no quiero que sea normal en mi hijo.
And I'm still looking for a specialist to help my son because it's been very difficult. And even though that it's a common thing that kids or some kids have with which is asthma, I don't want it to be a common thing for my son because he did go through some really tough days with that.
Esa semana fue muy difícil porque como Hades no podía ir a la escuela, estaba con tratamiento de PAF y de antibióticos, yo tenía que entrenar igual y tenía que estar concentrada para poder hacerlo y estuve sola con mi hijo en el auto para todos lados, yendo al doctor, yendo a entrenar, poder descansar.
And having to do all these long trips while having to take him to the hospital, make sure he's taking his antibiotics, taking his asthma medication to breathe correctly. It was just a lot to be able to make it to the fight. And as a single mother, it was very difficult because I was by myself doing this whole thing while trying to prepare myself for a UFC fight.
So in the end, you get the win. Great performance, great win for you, 2 in a row now in the UFC, and then you kind of go viral for your celebration. Can I ask, why did you celebrate like that? We've seen the twerking before, but not so much the one where your hands are on the mat. And why did you celebrate like this?
Y al final ganaste tu pelea, terminaste bien y él le encantó tu celebración.
Looking
Una
at it
cosa,
right over there. Yes,
mira,
there
ahí
it is.
está,
Yes.
ahí está. Y él te
Casi me
pregunta
caigo
por qué.
ahí.
She said she almost fell right
Yes,
there.
and your coach did it too. Very nice
Mi
of him.
coach es
Intenta dar.
profesional, Asin. Aprovecho a mandarle un saludo a Asin. Es el presidente de Karate Combat y es el presidente de GoShed. Le mando un saludo y yo creo que él estaría contento de estar sentado acá también.
Yeah, no, and she wants to shout out to her coach, Asim Zaidi, who's the president of Karate Combat, president of Gocha, and he would love to be sitting here as well, she says. And la pregunta fue, ¿por qué te gustó ese celebración? ¿O por qué hiciste esa celebración? Porque vimos el twerk en general, pero poner tus manos en el piso así y hacerlo como el culo arriba. ¿Por qué lo hiciste así?
Ay, por 2 razones.
For
Espera que
2
me
reasons
ría.
why she did the celebration.
Okay.
Lo practicamos en el campamento porque queremos hacer siempre cosas distintas.
First, because during the camp, we actually practiced that because we always want to be different in whatever we do. So this was a planned thing that we did.
Okay.
Y porque es uno de los videos que más me pide la gente en el OnlyFans.
And because it was one of the most common videos that that her OnlyFans subscribers ask for.
Okay, so you made them happy, and
Se le hiciste feliz.
you've done this in your fights before. You've done the dancing in your fights before. Was this just like your way of trying to be different than everyone else? Is there a specific reason why this has been a part of your repertoire, so to speak?
Y tú hiciste esto en varias de tus peleas. ¿Esto es algo que haces para... ¿Por qué lo haces específicamente? ¿Porque querés ser diferente o qué es lo que significa a vos hacer el twerk?
Porque amo bailar, me gusta mucho. De hecho, en mis hábitos meto baile mientras me baño, cuando cocino, busco a mis niños, bailamos. Y siempre que conseguimos hacer algo juntos en casa, siempre es un motivo para bailar y celebrar bailando.
I love dancing, and everything I do, I find a way. Well, I can be in the shower, I'm cooking something, and I'm dancing. When I'm with my son, we love to dance together. So anytime there's something to celebrate about it, we're happy, we love to dance.
Do you have a background in dancing, or do you just do it for fun?
¿Tú tenés, anteriormente, antes de ser peleadora, bailaste o solo te gusta hacerlo?
Ay, chicos, obvio que era bailarina.
Yeah, she used to be a dancer.
Si ponen en YouTube, hay un montón de videos míos cuando era adolescente, era una teen, y siempre bailábamos en las escuelas, en los clubes, viajábamos con los chicos. Yo era una piba, no tenía hijos. Y bailaba también salsa y bachata. Así que nada.
So no, I used to dance when I was a teenager. There's actually a bunch of videos on YouTube that should still be up there. When I was in school, I would be in the dance team. I would dance like salsa, bachata, and we would go to different places and we would perform. So I've always loved to dance.
De hecho, yo era bailarina y antes de hacer artes marciales, tomé la decisión, ahí me hice mujer, tomé la decisión y dije o dancing o MMA. Y dije MMA.
So, and it was a point where I had to make a decision when I was already growing up from being a girl to a woman, is that I had to pick, do I want to be a dancer or do I want to be a fighter? And I chose to be a fighter.
Y no me equivoqué, mirá dónde estoy.
And I didn't make the wrong decision because look where I'm at right now.
Yes, look at you now. You have talked about your OnlyFans. Do you get a lot of blowback? Do you get a lot of criticism for this?
Hablas un buen cantidad de tus OnlyFans. ¿Gente te critican por eso?
¿Por tener OnlyFans o
Sí.
por el contenido?
Por los dos.
Sí. Gente me critica si yo muevo la mano, si me tiro un pedo o si como.
I mean, yeah. At this point, everyone's criticizing me about everything. If I move my hand,
Yes.
if I fart,
Yes.
if I eat, it doesn't matter what I do, people are going to criticize me.
Why do you have an OnlyFans?
¿Y por qué tienes OnlyFans?
Ay, chicos, si supieran cuánto dinero estoy ganando, ustedes también tendrían.
Guys, if everyone knew how much money I'm making from OnlyFans, you would also have an OnlyFans.
Y porque alguien tiene que ser el afortunado de poder ver todos estos músculos.
And because of all the muscles that I have and the great body that I have, I want to share that to all the fortunate people that are willing to look at it.
Me gusta tomarme fotografías
I like to take photos of myself
y que me las halaguen.
and that people watch it and enjoy it.
Could I ask how much a month do you make from your OnlyFans?
Y mensualmente, ¿cuánto estás ganando? Si te puedo preguntar.
Claro. Mensualmente
course.
no tengo un número decidido porque voy evolucionando, pero del jueves al... ¿Me conviene decirlo? Del jueves a hoy he superado más de $30,000 en las fight weeks y la pelea.
On a month-to-month basis, it really depends on how it's been because she keeps evolving with this. But since Thursday to now, it's been over $30,000.
Cada vez que tengo una pelea se va duplicando y mientras más fama tenga, más. Y yo no voy abriendo más las piernas, sino que lo voy haciendo más mejor.
And each time she fights, it's just going to keep multiplying to the point where it's just going to be even better each time that she fights. And she's not going to be opening or being more inappropriate, let's say, with her content. She's just going to keep posting the same thing, same type of content but each time making more.
O sea, le saco provecho porque yo vivo del dinero de OnlyFans, compré mi auto con el OnlyFans. Yo peleo en UFC porque es lo que yo decidí hacer con mi vida, porque amo pelear y amo todos los desafíos que me pone la vida para poder llegar a la pelea.
I take advantage of the OnlyFans because that's where I'm spending my money. I was able to, with the money that I bought, or with the money I got from OnlyFans, I was able to buy myself a car. I'm in the UFC because I love to fight. This is the challenge that I've put forth for myself in my life, and I'm fighting the UFC because I love it. But I'm spending the money that I have on OnlyFans.
So you said since Thursday, 30,000. How much did you make for the fight on Saturday?
¿Y cuánto estás ganando? Ganaste $30,000 en la pelea con OnlyFans.
En unos días.
Y en la pelea te pregunta cuánto ganaste.
Y estoy en mi primer contrato, fue la tercera pelea. Yo había ganado, a medida que vas ganando te van subiendo de a 2.000 el primer contrato. Y en esta pelea me pagaron más o menos, ¿lo digo? Yo lo voy a decir, a mí qué me importa. A mí me pagaron $24,000 redondos sin tax y estoy esperando los sponsors.
So before any sponsorship money that's received or anything, she got paid $24,000 for the fight, and this is because she's on her first contract, and as she keeps fighting, she's going to get paid more and more, and by the next contract, it hopefully is more.
Yeah, for sure.
Es mi primer contrato. La siguiente pelea, renovando contrato, duplicaremos o triplicaremos.
By the next fight, hopefully I get a new extension, which is what I'm looking for, and hopefully I can multiply that number so it's a better, even better pay than what I've already gotten.
Si fuese más o si fuese menos, no importa. Pelear es mi vida y lo voy a hacer igual.
But at this point, if it's more, if it's less, my life is fighting and I love to fight, so I'm going to keep fighting regardless.
So the reason I asked that was because there was a story, I think, last year where WWE said they didn't want their wrestlers to have OnlyFans-type pages. Obviously, this isn't an issue in the UFC. If it ever did become an issue, would you drop it? Or because you're making more money doing that now than fighting, would that be a big issue for you?
Lo que te pregunta es, en el WWE, ellos en algún momento dijeron que el OnlyFans no se puede hacer si estás parte de esa empresa. En el UFC eso nunca fue un problema, pero si en algún momento ellos dicen que los peleadores de UFC no pueden tener OnlyFans, ¿qué sería tu reacción?
Y me voy a pelear UFC, obvio.
No, I'm going to keep fighting the UFC. Not even a question.
Modificaré unos gastos, pero UFC, chicos. Yo voy a pelear por mi país, papá, por mi país.
I'll modify some of my costs, but no, I'm going to be fighting the UFC. I'm fighting for my country. That's more important to me.
Okay. I appreciate that answer. What is up with you and Norma Dumont? What is happening there?
¿Qué está pasando con Norma Dumont y su ranking?
Norma Dumont está rankeada, siendo que hace más de 1 año y medio o 2 años y medio, no recuerdo bien, no pelea en 135 libras y yo creo que es momento de que tomemos esa pelea porque estoy buscando el ranking y si no pelea, yo creo que la tienen que sacar del ranking.
No, I mean, we've had our spats online. She wanted to fight me, apparently, on Instagram. She's been ranked at bantamweight for over 2 years. She hasn't fought at bantamweight in over 2 years. And I'm looking for a ranking, so I think the time is for me to fight her now, but it seems like she doesn't want to fight. And yeah.
Which fight interests you more now, a fight against her or perhaps Jocelyn Edwards? It feels like the biggest fight would be Jocelyn Edwards.
¿Qué pelea te interesa más, con Norma o con Jocelyn? Porque siente en este momento que la pelea más grande sería con Jocelyn.
Yo no voy a pelear con una criminal, no está en mis planes. Darle fama y una pelea a una persona que no se lo merece.
No, I'm not gonna. I'll accept to fight any single person in the UFC except for Jocelyn Edwards. I'm not gonna fight with a criminal. So I came here to set the record straight, but I don't plan on picking a fight with her. If all of this didn't happen, I would have fought her, but I'm not.
Y no voy a pelear con una persona que viene de una derrota, que yo ya peleé con una rival que ella también peleó de una forma que yo fui mucho más dominante que Lucy. Y Jocelyn tiene solamente fuerza, no tiene mucho que darle al show.
And on top of it, it would be a favor for me to fight her because she's coming off a loss. I'm coming off 2 wins. So it really doesn't even make sense for me to fight her. And at the same time, the girl that she really lost to, but they gifted her the decision, she barely beat that girl while I was able to dominate the same rival. So at this point, everyone knows that I'm better than her, and I'm looking for bigger and better things.
Y las razones que quiero pelear con Norma son porque está rankeada, porque es muy buena, porque los fans quieren esa guerra de traseros y porque desde que aceptemos esa pelea hasta el día de la pelea, lo único que voy a encontrar en mis campamentos es evolución y quiero experimentar eso.
So there's 4 reasons why I want to fight Norma Dumont specifically. First, because she's ranked. Second, because she's a really good fighter. Third, ¿cuál es la tercera?
Trasero.
Because it would be a battle of the asses between 2 girls with big bums.
Okay.
And then fourth, because this is an opponent where every single day I have to evolve during my camp. And I'm looking for that, for big challenges against good fighters.
Que eso es lo más importante para mí de pelear en el UFC. Los campamentos, todo lo que batallamos para poder llegar a ese día y entregar el corazón en la pelea. No voy a tener esos mismos sentimientos peleando con una criminal.
Which is why I'm in the UFC in the first place. It's to challenge myself, to make sure that I have hard camps where I'm preparing myself to give the best show I can against a really tough challenge inside the cage. And that's why it doesn't even make sense for me to be fighting a criminal because she's below me.
Even though, I mean, you would acknowledge all this buzz has made this fight very interesting now. I think a lot of people, it's like Conor and Khabib back in the day. You know, that was criminal. He had to pay a price, Conor did, but they ended up fighting and it was a gigantic fight. You understand why the UFC would maybe call you and say, hey, now we have to make this fight?
Y lo que él dice es que puede ser que se entiende todas tus razones por qué no querer pelear contra Jocelyn, pero como era Conor contra Khabib, donde habían cosas criminales y hicieron esa pelea, si el UFC te llama y te dice que le quieren hacer la pelea porque hay mucho fascinación con los fanáticos, ¿tú entenderías el lado de ellos en ese sentido o no quisieras?
Si el UFC ofrece la pelea, yo la voy a tomar. No la quiero hacer, pero la voy a tomar igual porque es quien manda y no hay negociación. Se hace lo que el UFC diga.
If it were the case, even though I do not want to do it and I want to state that the UFC were to offer us that fight, we're going to say yes because at the end of the day, the UFC has offered us great opportunities to fight and whatever the UFC says goes. So we're going to do it, but we really would not like that. We just want to set the record straight.
De todas formas, vamos a ir a juicio.
Regardless, we're going to go to the justice system.
Who's the best dancer in the UFC, in your opinion?
¿Quién es el que baila mejor en el UFC?
¿Está chequeado esto? ¡Yo!
Me,
Okay,
obviously.
Okay. I was here, I don't know. Is there a close second? Is there someone else that you think is good that you've seen?
¿Hay algún segundo que está ahí cercano? Segundo lugar.
Valentina Shevchenko, she does.
Shevchenko,
nice dancing.
posiblemente, que le gusta ver.
Sí, pero tiene un estilo aburrido.
Yeah, but she doesn't have a very fun style like me. And
Fair enough.
Me gusta se me olvidó el nombre, perdón, en este momento. Uno morocho del peso pesado que tiene unos movimientos muy buenos.
¿El gordo?
Sí.
She said she doesn't remember her name, but she's talking about Tai Tuivasa. He thinks that he dances very well. So
Yes.
yeah, I like how he dances. But yeah, I would
Yes,
say that he's the
great.
second.
Pero no hay nadie como yo.
But there's no one like me.
Okay, fair enough. The song that you sang when you came in here, what was that?
¿Qué tema era lo que estabas cantando cuando estabas entrando acá recién?
De Karol G.
Karol G.
El flow no está a la venta.
My flow is not for sale. Is pretty much what
Quieren
he was saying.
ser como yo, ya los vi, pero el flow no está a la venta. Yo lo siento, pero el flow no está a la venta. Oh.
That, yeah. That's the song. That is the song. I think she
Yeah,
was
that's
at
the
the Francis Ngannou fight, Karol G, right? Was she there performing?
Puede ser que Karol G estaba en la pelea
performing.
estaba cantando en la pelea de Francis
De
Ngannou.
Francis Ngannou, creo que sí.
Yeah, I think so.
Creo que sí.
Is she super? That's the first time I ever heard of her. She's very famous.
Es la
Yes?
primera vez que se enteró de ella, ¿sabes? Es muy famosa en Latinoamérica, ¿no?
Claro, sí.
All
Yeah,
right.
very, very famous in Latin America.
Okay. By the way, how did you get into MMA? Who introduced you? You know, there's not a ton of. Obviously, I saw you and Santiago Ponzinibbio. He's a legend from Argentina. But how did you get introduced to MMA growing up in Argentina?
¿Cómo fue tu introducción a MMA? ¿Quién era quien viste o algo de eso para inspirarte para querer ser peleadora?
No del MMA argentino, sino yo vi a Ronda Rouse. Vi la pelea de Ronda Rouse con Holly Holm, donde ganó Holly Holm, le dio una high kick a la cabeza a Ronda. Y en el momento que yo estaba mirando esa pelea, yo dije, yo también puedo hacer eso.
So it wasn't really anyone from Argentina that inspired me to get into it. It was actually watching Ronda Rousey in her career. Her first fight that I actually watched was against Holly Holm. And when I saw Holly Holm land that head kick where she won, I looked at the TV and I said, I can do that as well. I want to be there.
And now
Vi esa
you're-
pelea y dije, wow, el poder de Holly Holm y de la leyenda de Ronda Rousey también. Y bueno, y voy de camino a eso.
Yeah, no, and I was looking at that and I was just impressed by the power that Holly Holm showed and the legend that was Ronda Rousey. And I said that I'm going to make my walk in life to get there.
And you made it.
Yeah,
well
that's
done.
acá.
It's
Felicidades.
incredible. By the way, having your son in attendance, does that add pressure to you? I mean, I can't imagine what it's like for him to see his mom fight in a cage. What is that like for you to fight in front of him?
¿Qué era para vos pelear enfrente de tu hijo Hades? ¿Y era algo que te agregó presión o cómo fue esa experiencia?
Yo entré a pelear tan tranquila, chicos. Tuve una fight week muy difícil, la más difícil de todas, y tuve que poner mi mente tranquila y no darle atención a todos mis sentimientos. Pero un sueño cumplido es terminar una pelea y abrazarme con mi hijo.
So I entered the cage very calmly. They didn't add pressure because even though I had the hardest fight week of my entire life, I was able to calm my nerves by the time it was time to fight, and I went in there relaxed. But when I finished the fight, I was able to accomplish a dream that I've always wanted to, which was win my fight, get out of the cage, and being able to celebrate with my son there, because it was the first time that I was able to fight in front of my son, because I've always had to travel without him.
Él hizo todo el campamento conmigo, al lado mío 100%, y atravesamos un montón de cosas juntos, y él sabe el significado que tenía para mí poder subir esa noche a pelear y después celebrar juntos.
And this was the first time where I had my son with me during 100% of the training camp. We went through a lot of challenges, obstacles to get there, and it was just really nice to be able to win the fight, go and celebrate with him, and have a dinner with him celebrating the win.
Sure. And are you going to stay at this weight class? I know you had to go to the hospital after the weight cut. Do you feel like you're able to stay here?
¿Y tú sentís que esta es tu categoría 6-1 porque necesitabas ir al hospital después del corte de peso? ¿Te parece que 6-1 es tu categoría?
Es la primera vez que me pasó lo del corte de peso difícil, que lo di de todas formas. Estaba mi cabeza, a la hora de la persona da el peso, tiene que tener la mente 100% en eso para poder hacerlo.
Yeah, so this was the first time that something like that has ever happened to me to make bantamweight. And I think what happened was that during the fight week, I had so many distractions. When you have to make a weight cut, you have to have 100% focus on making the weight. Because there were so many distractions, it was difficult for me to focus on it. While also being on my period, there's a lot of things that went against my way, but I was still able to make the weight.
Tenía mi mente en el corte del ojo, en que no pude entrenar por 2 días porque se me abrían los puntos y me dolía la cabeza. Y estaba esa semana atravesando también una menstruación que llegó de la nada, inesperada. Entonces el cuerpo no estaba totalmente relajado para poder bajar esa última libra.
Yeah, my body wasn't 100% ready to do a weight cut because of first the menstruation that was going on that happened out of nowhere. I wasn't thinking that I was going to get it then. The cut in my eye, I wasn't able to train the next 2 days, which would have been important for my weight cut because every time I would train, the stitches felt like they were going to come out and my head would be beating crazy. So I couldn't train like I would have to be able to make the weight. So all those factors made it more difficult by the end to make the weight, but I still made it at the end.
Me pasó de todo en esta fight week, de todo. Y lo único que hago es pensar y sacarle provecho a todo lo que me pasó y fortalecer mi mente.
Yeah, no, everything that could have gone wrong during the fight week went wrong, and I still was just able to make sure that I didn't lose my focus to get into the fight, and I was able to make it through.
By the way, I understand you have a new team. It's called Goat Shed Academy. Why that name?
Él entiende que tenés ahora un nuevo equipo, el Goat Shed Academy. ¿Por qué ese nombre?
¿La cabra?
Sí.
¿La casa de la cabra?
Sí.
Justamente por eso, porque Goat Shed es la casa de la cabra. Ahí Martín le va a explicar el significado en inglés.
De cabra como goat.
Sí.
Yeah, because it's it's the Goat Shed where it's just a bunch of fighters in a small. It started out as a shed, and they're GOATs, you know, greatest of all times, each one of the fighters there. So they're just trying to be the best fighters they can possibly be. They're a great team.
Mucho talento en ese gimnasio. Tuve una evolución impresionante. Peleé con el ojo lastimado, donde a los 20 segundos del primer round estaba cerrado, y todo lo que aprendí en el gimnasio pude sacar adelante todo y ganamos la pelea.
I had a great evolution training there in the last 2 months that I've been there training in that team. Even with my eye shut and I wasn't able to really think during the fight, everything that I trained for during that fight camp, I was able to do during the fight, which was thanks to the Goat Shed. And also to note, there is a couple more UFC fighters training in the Goat Shed with Jillian Robertson and Francisco Prado.
Okay, all right.
Fue el presidente Asim que me dijo cuando me estaban cosiendo, Ailín, tú vas a pelear, vos estás preparada para ganarle a Lucy con un ojo menos, con un brazo menos, con una pierna menos, tú vas a ganar tu pelea. Así que vamos a pelear.
The president of Goat Shed, my coach, Asim, looked at me when they were putting the stitches in my eye, and they were saying, Ailín, you're going to win this fight. Doesn't matter if you don't have an eye, doesn't matter if you don't have an arm, you're going to beat Lucy because you're ready to win.
Porque fue la preparación, obviamente mental, pero la preparación física para que el primer y segundo round, técnica, perdón, haya sido una masacre.
Because the physical preparation I had prepared me to make sure that there was a massacre in the first and second round of that fight.
Well, it has been great to meet you guys. Thank you so much for coming. By the way, how long are you in New York for? Because tomorrow there's a parade for Thanksgiving in New York. Are you still here tomorrow or are you going home tonight?
Te pregunta si cuándo te vas, cuándo te quedas en Nueva York.
Me voy esta noche a Miami. De hecho, vine a conocer a él. Y bueno, me quedo un par de horas, pero podría volver.
Yeah, no, I'm leaving tonight. It's in a couple hours. I'm going to be going back to Miami. I came here specifically to meet you, so thank you for having me on the program.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on a big win, on all the success that you had in your career. I'm sorry that what happened. Hopefully it gets rectified in whatever way you'd like it to be rectified. And we look forward to watching you progress in the UFC for many years to come.
Muchas gracias por venir y lo siento mucho de todo lo que te pasó con esto de Edwards, pero bueno, yo estoy muy animado para ver todo el éxito que vas a tener en estos próximos años en el UFC.
Bueno, gracias y gracias a todos los fans que están ahí detrás, a todos los haters que también son fans, a todos los suscriptores de YouTube, de OnlyFans, de todas las plataformas. Y le quiero entregar, Ariel, la bandera.
She has a gift for you.
Okay.
Porque tiene un significado muy grande. Tiene también un poquito de sangre de mi ojo.
This was the flag that she came out with now to the UFC Apex, or Argentina flag.
Wow.
And she wants to gift it to you.
Wow.
It's a very significant to her.
Es un significado muy importante, más allá de que representa a todos los argentinos y a todos los peleadores argentinos dentro del UFC. La bandera nunca me abandonó en todas las Fight Weeks y como forma de agradecimiento que me hicieron sentir muy bien, se las voy a dejar.
So yeah, no, for me, this is a very significant flag because I felt like during this whole trouble during fight week, I felt like I was never left alone was because of my flag, my country from Argentina, and I wanted to gift that to you because you being here and giving me this experience has made me really happy to give this to you.
Thank you. I'm honored. I love Argentina. In fact, I went to Diego Maradona's last match in World Cup against Nigeria in 1994 in Boston. So,
él ama Argentina, dice, y que él incluso fue en el último partido de Diego Maradona, donde en el 1994, a donde jugó Argentina contra Nigeria.
Sí, yo era un bebé.
Yeah, she said she was a baby.
Yes. I was not. Thank you. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much, Ailín, Martín. Thank you so much to both of you. We're going to take a quick break. What an honor this is. We will keep this forever. And we're going to go back and look at my interview with Dan Hardy from Monday. And then we'll be back to answer the rest of the questions and make our picks for this weekend. So don't go anywhere. For now, let us say hello to our next in-studio guest. The party continues. He is one of the brightest minds in the history of MMA. He's the face of PFL Europe. He's the former UFC title challenger. I mean, I could go on and on about the Outlaw, but I do believe this is his first time in studio. Is this correct?
First time.
Wow.
Feels like a special day.
Come, let's hug it out. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Great to see you.
What a legend. Thank you so much for joining us on a very historic and exciting day. We didn't even plan this. You just told me you were going to be in New York, and it just so
happened to be
happened.
in town. It worked out perfectly.
Amazing. Why are you in town, by the way?
Veronica's fight.
Okay.
We decided we were going to come and spend the last couple of weeks of training camp at Henzo's. While we were out here for the playoffs at Madison Square Garden, we were over there every day. And I mean, the knowledge in that place is incredible. So we decided we wanted to come back and spend a couple of hardcore weeks working on our ground game and you know, just reassure that confidence that she's already got from March.
Okay, and so you've got December 2nd, her fight.
Yep.
So you'll go to DC on
Fly out on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday to Saturday, back to New York for a couple of days, and then
go to Austin. Okay, so let us talk about this massive announcement. Obviously, you know, this is a big deal for you, the PFL Europe brand. You work for PFL on the TV side of things as well. Your impressions, I don't know how much you heard of Don. What a character.
He's
a great. And by the way, you guys, I couldn't break you up. You were hugging back there like two old mates. It's amazing.
It's a big day, right? It feels like a big day. Certainly within the PFL, it does. My phone's been rattling constantly since this morning. Bellator fighters, Bellator coaches and managers, and you know, just people interested in finding more information out. What's going to happen? You know, what's 2024 going to look like? But I mean, you know, we've known this has been simmering for a while. It's been a part of our conversations on the group calls for some time, just trying to figure out how it's going to piece together and what we're going to do. But I mean, it's a very, very exciting day, not only for the PFL, but for Bellator as well, which, you know, a lot of fighters were very uncertain over the last few months as to what's going to happen.
So it's interesting because you come from the fighter background first, right? You were a fighter first. Now you're more in this executive role. But you can understand both sides. If you're a fighter right now who's, you know, under Bellator contract, why should you be excited and not nervous?
Well, because Bellator's not going away. You know, the PFL team, we've been talking for a while about how we're going to reinforce the Bellator product, you know, enhance what's already really good about it. And, you know, make it a solid product that can keep providing for the fans and for the fighters. I'm a big fan of Bellator. You know, we've been training at Renegade alongside a lot of Bellator fighters. Tim Wilde, who had a fantastic performance the other day. And, you know, I've been in these fighters' situations where I want to be active. I want to know where my next fight is, my next 2-3 fights are. I want to be assured that I'm going to have not only, you know, money to survive as a professional athlete, but also consistency with competition. For me, that's the best thing about the PFL. You know that if you sign with the global roster, you're going to get 4 fights in the year, and there's a big chunk of cash on the end of the table. And for me, as a fighter, it was always about consistency of competition more than anything, because the time between fights is really where you start to lose ground. Like, you know, as a martial artist, in my opinion, it was funny. I was looking back the other day, and I think it was my second fight. I had 10 MMA fights. My second year as a pro, I had 10 MMA fights and probably 6 Muay Thai at the same time. And it felt like nothing at the time. And then when I went to 3 fights a year, I felt like there was this huge gap between fights, and I didn't feel like I could maintain my momentum. And for me, that's the biggest problem, especially in Europe. You know, since I've started doing the job of the head of fighter ops for PFL Europe, the thing that's been most obvious to me is the number of fighters that just don't have a home, don't have a platform. They're working every day, working their ass off in the gym, and they just don't have that certainty that they're going to get to fight. And that, if you know, even if you're not getting paid, the frustration of not being able to get in there and test what you've been working on. So, you know, I feel like we're making good moves, and I feel like I'm in a good place in mixed martial arts to try and help that along.
How does this affect you specifically? Because I think you would agree, Bellator has done a great job in Europe over the past couple of years. And, you know, not a surprise to hear Don say that they're going to focus on that region, at least maybe 50% of these 8 events. But now you've got some new characters to play with, right? Do you think that a lot of them will come to the PFL Europe umbrella, or do you think that a lot of them will be like, do you feel like you are gaining some new fighters, some new names, or perhaps is your roster already set for 2024 and you don't need any new names?
I mean, the roster, I've been working on it since June, and I am pretty firm on the people that are going to be on part of the roster. But you know what we need and what we've learned, especially from Paris and from the Doumbé event, is that you need those marquee stars. Especially in Europe, it goes down really well to be able to take a marquee fighter into a region where people want to see them and celebrate them, you know? And there are so many good European fighters that really need the celebration of a big event. And And, you know, potentially we can bring some of the Bellator fighters over onto the PFL Europe events to showcase them in a bigger position, or vice versa. I have people that I wish I could sign to PFL Europe that are too experienced, or, you know, they're at a point in their career where if I put them in the bracket with the rest of the fighters, it would seem like it was weighted towards them. And that's one thing I don't want. I want fair competition throughout. So it's about finding the right places for the fighters. And I think now we've got the option to put some fighters into Bellator. It's gonna allow me to sign more fighters that I'm kind of holding off on at the moment.
Is there a lesson to be learned from the Paris event in that the tournament is great, but the one-off, if you could bring in a superstar, right? Like, you know, I've heard some belly aching, if you will, from the Irish fans. They're like, this event isn't big enough for the 3 Arena. I get into arguments with P.T. Carroll, our mutual friend. He's like, you need something bigger for. I'm like, well, you know, it's not Madison Square Garden. I mean, I think it's a pretty good card. What the hell do I know? I'm no Irish MMA expert. But the Doumbé thing, like, really stood out. That was one of the cards of the year, the crowds of the year. Do you need to have these one-offs for the PFL Europe cards in order to sell those tickets and make the event seem bigger?
I mean, I think it does help. You know, the thing is, from my perspective, the focus of the PFL Europe League, and I feel it will be the same for the Middle East and for Africa and wherever else we open up a league, it's to identify talent in that region, not to purchase the fighters that are already talented in that region and bring them in to show that we've got them. Like, they are the marquee fighters, right? Cedric Doumbé did his work in kickboxing. So when he walked into the cage as a foreign MMA fighter, he was a superstar. I've literally only ever seen that reaction to a fighter one time, and that was McGregor in Dublin.
Yeah, you were right there. You were literally the guy holding the microphone.
I still have a suit that's drenched in Guinness from that night.
Amazing.
You know, that was a special event, and the Cedric Doumbé event was a special event. And what it did was it highlighted the other fighters on the card. Of course, we had the Lazy King on there who can carry an event in his own.
All right, welcome back to the MMA Hour. What a great day it has been. That was great stuff with Ailín Pérez. She gave us an Argentina flag. How great is this? Amazing to have that. The flag that she walked out with. There it is. And they told us, Martine and her told us afterwards that every time she wins, we need to have that flag and celebrate with it. So we shall do that. And yeah, I got to meet her son, lovely young man. Amazing stuff. I just looked over to my side here because I gave him the Dustin Poirier doll that we have, and Joe replaced it with Jorge Masvidal. Wow, from one ATT legend to another. So crazy stuff with that brawl. I wonder what the UFC is going to do. I wonder if they're going to try to make that fight. That is wild stuff. I appreciate her coming in. Great to meet her and her manager for the first time. All right, let's get back to the questions. Just a few more left here, and then we'll round out the day. With the picks, anyone have a plane to catch or a?
We canceled those.
Okay, perfect.
No planes, man.
Okay, perfect. Train?
Nothing, man. No, we'll be staying here.
Wow, it's a lot.
The trains are actually on a Sunday
big
schedule.
Big show before the big day.
Sure. That's like
here.
That's the way we do it.
Was the parking garage even open?
Oh, it was fantastic. It was just like right in there. It was like a knife through butter going through traffic today. There was no traffic. Jason, hello, Ariel and crew. Ariel, what are some of the best or your favorite nicknames of all time? I have a top 5. The Axe Murderer, the Natural Born Killer, the Irish Hand Grenade, the Bear Jew, the Korean Zombie. Honorable mention, probably the Outlaw, or maybe even the Dentist. All great, those are my favorite, but I'm wondering what you and the guys thought were some of the best, and if you agree with my list as some of the best. Thanks for all the great content. Hope you all have a wonderful holiday. Those are great ones.
Wonder Boy, Astro Boy.
I was just going to say Astro Boy. Oh, my God. What else you got?
Iron Turtle, obviously.
Yes, Iron Turtle. I was going to say Iron Turtle for sure.
Problem Child.
Problem Child. Yes. Rampage is a good one.
It is a really good one. Very fitting, too.
The Iceman.
Iceman's great, especially with the shorts.
The Huntington Beach Bad Boy, not bad. What about Crow Cop? Back in the day, Crow Cop was a great one. That wasn't his last name. They kind of called him Mirko Crow Cop, but it was Filipovich. The Last Emperor, Fyodor Emelianenko.
Honestly, Patty the Baddie.
Patty the Baddie's a good one.
Works so well.
Showtime Pettis, that's a fun one.
Sexy Yama.
Sexyama.
I think I just kind of like them all.
I feel like GC's looking at the same list as I am now.
Tapology, best nicknames of all time.
The American Psycho. May you rest in peace, Stephen Bonner. Big Country is a great one.
Who's the
Notorious
dentist?
Conor McGregor?
Notorious, yeah. Uncle Creepy. Ah, you know yourself, Ian McCall. Uncle Creepy, what a legend. Mayhem Miller, another great one.
Who is the dentist?
The dentist. The dentist was Josh Neer, I do believe. The Prodigy. BJ
Rick,
Penn.
the ginger with the intent to end your fight.
No, that's not a real person. That's fake.
All in.
No, I'm looking at it. It's real.
No, it's not real. The Last Stylebender.
That's a sick one, yeah.
The Fireball Kid, Takanori Gomi. Oh my God, there's been a lot. Violent Bob Ross, a fun one. Semtex is a fun one.
Cyborg.
The Polish Experiment, Krzysztof Soshinsky. Thug Rose is a great one. Mark Super Simone Hunt.
The Irish hand grenade, Marcus Davis.
Yeah, no, he mentioned that actually.
Oh,
in his list.
I mean, we've named so many. I forgot what the OG was.
No, Razor Blades is a fun one. I mean, there's been a lot.
Soldier of God is good.
Soldier
God of War is good.
Yeah, God
of War, yeah. No, those are great. Does Rick have one?
No, I mean we hit most of them.
All right, fine.
Wow.
Thanks.
Good to see you today.
Eric, what's the likelihood that PFL doesn't stay on ESPN? If it's likely, what brought about it? I, for one, enjoy that PFL is on ESPN. It's one of the things that drew me in as a fan. Is it due to pressure from the fact that UFC is also on ESPN and they probably don't like that they share a network? Well, I can tell you they don't. In some places, they're able to flex. I had heard that BT was in talks with PFL and UFC flex there, but they can't flex with ESPN because ESPN, they are the big dogs. And so I can assure you that they'd prefer to not be sharing whatever you want to call it, the platform with the PFL, but they don't necessarily have that kind of say. And to answer the first question, I would say the likelihood of PFL not staying on ESPN is very, very low. I suspect, based on Don's comments 2 interviews ago, and based on what I'm hearing, that they are going to stay. So I don't think that's going to happen. As much info on this matter as possible would be greatly appreciated. I've been a fan of yours since 2011. Love you and the content. Keep it up. Thank you, Eric. No, I think they're going to stay, barring any last-minute thing. I would be shocked if they don't stay on ESPN. And that's probably the best home for them because you've got the plus component, you've got the network component, and their numbers are doing really well. 400 here, 500 here. The pay-per-view is a tough sell, no doubt about it. They have their reasons, but the regular season stuff and the playoff stuff does pretty well. ESPN, they are the worldwide leader. Victor 18, Moin Moin Ariel, as we like to greet people in Hamburg, Germany. Shout out. Sorry about the 1980 European Cup final when Nottingham Forest beat Hamburg. I hope you're over it, Victor. Octagon. The magic on and off the pitch. Forest, the magic on and off the pitch. Come on, you Reds. Octagon MMA. Yes, shout out to them. Just held the biggest MMA event ever in Germany, selling out the biggest arena with almost 20,000 people. Yeah, I was told about 18,000 in attendance, and announcing their plans of perhaps doing a stadium show in 2024. They're killing it. We spoke to John Kavanaugh about this as well. Octagon emerging as one of the leaders in European MMA, and it's great to see. How likely do you see the UFC coming to Germany anytime soon? Or would they need a high-level German fighter in order to do so, as we've seen with Cyril Gane, and then they went to Paris for the first time, or with Khamzat Chimaev and their plans to go to Sweden? Much love and appreciation for the whole MMA Hour crew from Germany. Yes, much love to you as well. I would suspect that you need a big German name, but they have gone to Germany before without a big German name. These days, the UFC is going, because they are so red hot, to places that are going to pay them a site fee more often than not, or if there is some sort of reason to go, like a new TV deal, you want to break the market. Historically, Germany did give them some trouble back in the early days. I'm talking like 2010 days. UFC 122 was in Germany, if memory serves me correct. And that was a Spike TV card. Nate Marquardt was in the main event of that card. And, you know, those were different times. Now they're in a much different place, and they could go to, you know, places where they're being paid to go, site fee, and that's, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing at all. That's incredible. I did just see WWE's going to Germany, Bash in Berlin. I believe it's in late August or maybe early September of next year. So, you know, if you're a WWE fan, you're probably very excited about that. That's a PLE. They're also going to France. They're going to Australia next year for the PLEs. That's pretty cool. PLE, by the way, for those that don't know, are the premium live events. They don't call them pay-per-views in WWE land. They call them premium live events. But I've not heard anything of Germany. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But they're in demand. And there are countries that are, you know, paying top dollar for them to come. And they're obviously going to give those countries first priority. But Octagon's doing great things. They had a big show in Manchester recently, obviously the Germany show. And I wish them the best. And it's great to see. European MMA, just like European boxing, is booming right now. I wish Canada had, you know, promotions like Octagon and Cage Warriors and others producing talent. We don't have that in Canada. And man, the European fight scene right now is just on fire. It's great to see. So you're lucky if you're living in that region. Slava, hey Ariel, I've heard you say that Dana doesn't say enough at the beginning of the pre-fight press conferences to promote the fight. Okay, now I see where this is going, and I'm going to say that I probably don't agree with you, but I'll keep reading. I'm a boxing casual, and I watched the Fury Usyk press conference only to fast forward 2/3 of it, which was randos talking about nothing. Again, I'm not talking about, you know, the commissioner and the network executive and this guy and that guy talking. I'm talking about a little like 2-minute spiel. That's it. So like I'm talking. No, the UFC does press conferences and weigh-ins better than anyone on the planet. That's boxing, MMA included, kickbox. They do them better than anyone. But sometimes it feels like it's a little phoned in when it's like, who's got the first question? Now, maybe there's fans that love that. I'm just saying like a little hype job, you know, like pretty much what he does with those videos, you know, if you don't know, now you know. It's pretty much exactly what I'm talking about. And how long are those? 2 minutes? So that's all I'm talking about. I've been to the boxing press conferences. First of all, for some bizarre reason, boxing doesn't let fans come to the press conferences. Now, I think at times the UFC press conferences go overboard and they feel like Jerry Springer shows, and it's just like, you know, a parade of quote-unquote journalists just trying to get a 30-second clip to put on their Instagram. Hey, look at me. This is what I did today. And none of them are even using any of these answers or content for anything, not to inform themselves, not to inform their audience, not to write articles off of. That's the point of a quote-unquote press conference. And then the fans get there and then it becomes unruly and crazy and whatnot. But then there are magical moments like the fans at the Conor Jose Aldo press tour. That was incredible. That made it that much bigger and better. For some reason in boxing, like I know Matchroom doesn't like doing this, and others, PBC as well, they don't like fans coming to the press conference. And I get it to a degree. You want this to just be about, you know, the media, but a little oomph goes a long way. Like Katie Taylor in Ireland, like let's bring some fans out there. Let's get people rolling. Get people excited, get people fired up, get people, you know, buzzing, as they say. Again, I'm not a fan of people faking and parading as journalists and just asking questions and putting it on their social media and saying, look at the question I asked, or being disrespectful to the fighters and saying like, you know, I bet on you or your opponent and all this nonsense. But all that to be said, UFC does press conferences and weigh-ins bigger and better than anyone out there. A lot of positivity today. I hope you people are paying attention. Hello, Ariel and Co. It feels like recently sneaker talk has grown on the show with Ariel and guests. Has it? Have we talked about sneakers a lot? I used to be really big into the sneakers. I used to wear the SBs to all the events, a different pair every time. I don't know when's the last time I bought a pair of shoes that were SBs, like for work. I've definitely slowed down. But have we talked about sneakers a lot on the show?
I mean, it came up on Monday.
Did it? With who?
Veronica. Talking about the shell toes.
I mean, that was literally like a 3-second
I
thing.
paid attention.
I didn't even know what they were talking about. And I think it was Dan Hardy. Or maybe it was her talking about that they bought the same. Anyway, I was wondering what the entire crew's favorite sneaker of all time is. Have a great rest of the show. Thanksgiving and weekend. Appreciate it. My favorite shoe brand, if you will, are Nike SBs. Love them. I'm wearing SBs right now. always have trouble with this. There you go. Probably my favorite SBs of all time are the Miss Pac-Mans. I would say those are my favorite. I do like the De La Souls a lot as well. I had some great ones back in the day, and I didn't pay that much for them. And now I go on Flight Club and I see that they're an insane amount. They're like $600, $700, $800, $1,000. Nuts. Anyway, Frank, what's your favorite pair?
The Adidas Sambas.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that is.
They're like indoor soccer shoes.
Really? Your favorite pair is an indoor soccer shoes?
That's right.
Oh, are you wearing that right now?
No.
Those are nice. I've seen these, of course. These are legendary.
Yeah. You know what the shell toes are, right? Did the Adidas like Run DMC would wear?
Yeah, of course. Why are they called shell toe?
Because of the toe is like a silicone rubber.
Shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a shell.
GC, what about you?
Hey, man, Frank with the 3 stripes, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, just the classic, a nice Jordan 1. I mean, that goes a long way. Tough to get, expensive.
I know. You know, there was.
By the way, did you just mention $800,000 for a shoe or 8,000?
8,000.
8,000. Okay.
Wait, what?
Per shoe.
No, like I've seen.
I misheard you there.
Did I say 8,000, 800? I mean, you go on Flight Club now, and I'm like, what in the world? What is going on here?
Yeah, shoes are expensive, man.
They weren't that expensive a few years ago. I don't like. Can I just say something? I don't like the bastardization of the Jordan shoe.
What do you mean bastardization?
Everyone's got the freaking Jordans now. Like there was a time where the only Jordans that you can get were the Jordans that were out, the Jordan 11. And then we got the Team Jordan, the Jordan brand. And now we've got every single color variation of Jordan 1 through whatever it was, 20-something, 30-something. Like there was a time where it was like, whoa, Jordan 1? Like you can't get that unless you had the actual Jordan 1 from 1984. Now it's in every color. It's sort of like the bastardization. There's 2 other things that I don't like. That, and then I also don't like, I hate what has happened to NBA jerseys. I hate it. I'm
actually with you there. I'm with you there. Like the NBA jerseys are.
They are a mess. They are a mess. They are an absolute mess. I hate what they did with the courts for the in-season tournament. What the hell is going on with these courts? The in-season tournament is such a joke.
Tournament is pointless.
Is completely pointless.
Zero interest.
You're pretending like there's stakes. There's no stakes. It's the dumbest thing in the world. If you wanted to make it like the FA Cup, which is what they're trying to do, get Europe involved, get the G League involved, get other teams that makes the Pelicans playing the Knicks means nothing. They're playing each other. They would have played each other anyways on this day. That drives me nuts. And I don't like the bastardization of hats as well. Like it was cool when, when like Limp Bizkit had the red Yankee hat in 1999. But now it's like the colors mean nothing. When I was watching basketball back in the day, the Knicks had 2 jerseys, maybe a third alternate. That was it. And that was only much later in the late 90s. The Celtics had the same jersey for years and years and decades and decades. The Bulls had what is going on now with these jerseys? These jerseys are out of control. And I feel like they're trying to do it like soccer. It's actually like one of the few things I don't like about soccer, that they change the jerseys every season. There needs to be some consistency. Like how is Man City wearing a lime green jersey? What is going on? That's not their colors. There needs to be some consistency. White at home, dark on the road, keep it simple. Say what you will about baseball, for the most part, they sometimes do like the one-off weekend where it gets a little wacky, but they've kept it pretty consistent over the years. Football doesn't get crazy with the jerseys. They had that one stretch where like teams on Thursday night were wearing the same color. Well, that was stupid as hell.
Hey, color rush jerseys. Though baseball has added like the city edition ones.
Yeah, but they do it like
Padres city edition ones.
Yes, but they do it for like a minute. They don't do it like, I feel like basketball, it's like I'm watching Thunder, Pistons, and I couldn't even tell you what the like who's playing because none of the colors match their actual color scheme.
What I actually hate more is when they do it in the playoffs. Playoffs, you should only be able to wear your home or away.
Couldn't agree more. I hate this. Do you think
like LeBron won the 2016 championship wearing
with a t-shirt
sleeve jerseys?
That was that's a horrible era in NBA history. The sleeves. Why did they do that? Now they got rid of it.
They were trying something.
But the colors
didn't work out.
By the way, for the record, I like the sleeves better than the colors.
All comes back to money, just so they can sell more jerseys. That's all it is.
But I feel like they're trying to be like soccer here, because soccer, they come out with the new kits every freaking season. And I don't like that too. I like consistency. I like history. I like, it's got to mean something. You watch NBA in the 80s, 70s, 60s, 90s. It's all the same. Now, some teams will rebrand and have new logos and stuff, and that's fine.
Do you like the throwbacks?
Hell yeah, I like the throwbacks.
Like, I love when Tennessee wore the old Houston.
Yeah, no, that's
jersey,
cool.
yeah.
That's cool. I don't like when
And
Washington
I
wears
feel like
Expos.
you really, there's a lot of things about you. You should be a college football fan. A lot of tradition in the jerseys. Don't
Yeah.
change them too much. I mean, Georgia, they're going to be rocking the red and black.
It's true.
Bama never wears an alternate.
I like that.
A
No,
lot of tradition. Just saying. I feel like there's a lot of things about college football that you like, except for the sport itself.
it's because there's too much turnover.
Yeah.
I'm not emotionally invested in any school, even though I went to Syracuse. I sort of have a love-hate relationship with Syracuse. And so you're a fan of Georgia, and then you fall in love with the players who joined Georgia, and you're a fan of like the system and the coaches and all that stuff. But I don't have that emotional attachment to any school to where I could just jump on their train and say, I'm going to live and die with this team. By the way, you know what's something that pisses me off about college football? End of the game, coach shouldn't be the first one interviewed. Sorry. Coach didn't do shit. Interview the quarterback. Why? In college basketball, too. Why is the coach interviewed after the game all the time?
Tradition.
But that's stupid. Do you not agree?
They don't always interview the coach.
They always interview the coach first. The coach is the biggest star on the field. They interview Nick Saban over the quarterback every single time.
Yeah, probably.
It's sort of like when they give the championship trophy to the owner.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I
I know he paid like
was going to say, spending a lot of money.
I know, but come on.
Spending quite a bit of money.
Give it to
Make
give it
things
to the
happen.
owner at some point. You know where they don't
I
do
just
that?
love how he came here from shoes.
You know where they don't do that? In the CFL. On Sunday when the Alouettes won, it went to the players first. Thought that was really nice.
First CFL game you watched this year.
That's such bullshit, and I don't appreciate the insinuation. All right, I'm a diehard Alouettes fan. Been since 1996, since they came back to Montreal, formerly known as the Baltimore Stallions. Did you know that? Of course not. Marv Levy used to be their head coach in the 70s, formerly the coach of the Buffalo Bills. Did you know that? No. Did you know Jim Burrow, father of Joe Burrow, was once their quarterback?
No, I'm not a
Should we go-
Alouettes fan. I'm
Should I-
not trying
should I
to go
continue?
pound for pound with you.
Are you
I'm just
familiar with
saying,
the great
first-
Tommy Frazier of Nebraska
you
fame
watched,
back in the day? Tommy Frazier?
No, I'm not a
You don't know Tommy Frazier from Nebraska in the 90s, the quarterback?
No, because he went and played in the CFL.
He did, legend. Tracy Ham, also. You really don't know Tommy Frazier? He's like one of the greatest college quarterbacks of all time.
I'll be the judge of that.
Tommy Frazier, look him up. Tommie. Then he
I
came.
feel like
to
I'd know him if he was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
He was incredible. He had one of the all-time runs. He had like a 98-yard run.
Oh, we get one play, you become one of the greatest college.
Tommy
quarterbacks of all
Frazier.
time.
Oh, he's a coach now. Look him up.
I'm looking him up right now. Frazier. Old T. Frazier.
He was so good. Where's he coaching out? Two-time
Coaches
national
don't do
champion. Not bad. 94, 95.
Not bad. One-time All-American.
Fiesta Bowl MVP. Two-time Orange Bowl MVP. Not bad. Johnny Unitas Golden Arm. Quarterback of the Year, 95. Consensus All-American, 95.
1,300 yards.
Say it's not bad. Telling me about college football.
I mean, one of the greatest college quarterbacks of all time.
Yes.
Sure. I mean, not sure.
Is Tommy Frazier one of
Not even
the
making it top
greatest athletes
Probably
of all
not even
time?
making
Do you
top
always Google
25.
questions?
33-3 as a starter, 83 touchdowns, despite in an offense that didn't throw the ball much. I mean,
Nebraska was a powerhouse.
yeah, they were.
Joe
were.
Burrow, Tommy Frazier, we're going pound for pound there. Cam Newton, Tommy Frazier,
TF for sure.
We're going
Different
TF
time,
over
different era.
Cam Newton, different.
Hey, Ireland team. Question for GC, if I may. I heard him mention on a podcast that he quit alcohol for a whole year. Wow, shout out to the found generation on a podcast.
Shout out.
The found generation. What a time it was. Last week, you guys did that? 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Shout out to TST. I noticed that we're at the end of the questions. I saw TST sneak in there yesterday. Didn't make the cut, huh, Frank?
Yikes.
Oof.
Yeah, I saw him in the questions. I took a little peek this morning. TST didn't make the cut.
TST, a great question to Dylan Dennis at the live show.
Yeah. Anyway, you quit alcohol for a whole year. Would be interested to hear more on that. Did the pros outweigh the cons, and any tips? Would like to do the same myself, but having a pint is pretty much the only time I socialize with friends. Thanks a mil. This is from Our West.
Yeah, I mean, I got pretty deep on it with old TST on the found generation. I mean, he asked for tips. The biggest thing is it's so much easier than you think it's going to be. I like anytime I would go out and socialize with friends, like he's mentioning, I would typically have drinks with that. And a lot of my friends drink, so that's pretty much all they do. And you can easily go out and do stuff without drinking. All you got to do is just do it once, and then you do it again, and then you do it again. I was going to bars, clubs, parties, you name it, and just not drinking. And I was still having a good time. And, by the time you're leaving, everyone else is just sauced up, absolutely smacked, and you're leaving sober and you feel fine in the morning, and it's great, man. I mean, you just feel better. You're more productive the next day. You don't eat like shit. You don't feel like shit. Yeah, it's great. I mean, do the pros outweigh the cons? There really is no cons to quitting drinking. It's I guess you don't get to relax every once in a while with your friends. The pros are endless. You're more healthy. You feel better. You're in better shape. You're more productive. If it ever puts any strains on any relationships, those relationships are better. You lose weight. You look better. Yeah, I mean, there's a million pros to it. So yeah, if you're considering it, you should just start, and I promise you, it'll be easier than you think it is.
Well said. We'll go to our last question. This is from Jason, Mr. Meticulously Mysterious Frank. I'm curious about what you and the boys are into outside of the MMA universe. Any interesting hobbies, projects, or passions? Thanks again, Jason from Atlanta. Frank?
Yeah, I work in the music industry.
Yes,
I
yes.
read.
No way.
Wow.
And I'm a tabletop gamer.
Tabletop gamer.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like I play board
Yeah,
games.
what does that mean?
What? I have never heard that.
I'm sorry that you have never heard of it.
No, I'm just, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just, Eric, have you ever heard of a tabletop gamer?
I've never heard that expression before.
Wow.
No.
Now you know.
Okay. I just heard of like someone who likes to play board games.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised that you don't know the term, so I'm sorry. But yeah, tabletop gamer, that's a thing.
The whole I'm sorry part of all this is strange. Like, it's almost like I feel like you're taking it personally.
No. I just feel like it's a thing that other tabletop gamers would understand, and then maybe you just never heard the term before.
Anyway, in your Crick, what do you like to do?
Probably along those same lines, like the most
Tabletop?
weird, out there, fascinating thing is I do I love escape rooms. That's my
that's right.
my like weird
That
kind
is
of,
right.
hobby.
Yes.
Love them.
Yes,
Done so
yes,
many,
yes, yes,
hundreds.
yes. What about you, GC?
Yeah, tabletop gaming.
Shout out.
God.
Actually, Frank has promised me like a million times over that we're going to go play a board game together, and he's just never set it up.
Promises.
Did he say?
I mean, it's been like
what
a whole
kind of board games
year
are we
at this
talking?
point.
What type of board games are we talking here? Like, break this down for me.
I mean, Settlers like a 10, Cards of Cone. Then you get weird with like.
Yeah.
I mean, those are like there's leagues for both of those games, but then I'll play some like role playing games, BattleTech.
That's Dungeons and Dragons, right?
There's that included, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look, the chat knows what I'm talking about, so shout out chat.
Shout out chat. Yeah.
Tabletop gamers, baby.
I would go do it, but I mean, yeah, I guess all bark, no bite.
When he talked to you about doing this, did he say, "Do you want to?"
Several occasions.
No, but did he say, Do you want to like tabletop game with me?"
Nah, do you want to go get a group of people and play board games?
Okay.
You rent out a table. He brings the games, and we go and play the board games.
All right.
I mean, tomorrow's young.
I don't have I mean, for me, the biggest sort of hobby that I have, I don't know if this sounds weird, but like, are my kids. Like, going to soccer. Well, this past weekend we had 3 soccer games, 1 basketball game. That pretty much takes up the entire weekend. If I had to say there's one thing that like I use as an escape these days, I really enjoy soccer. I listen to soccer podcasts a lot. I'm really enjoying, like when you find a new thing, you really kind of get into it. That's kind of my new thing right now. Like I'm super into the Euro qualifications, and I just kind of learned about the playoffs in March and what the hell's going on with that. And I was watching Wales, Armenia on Saturday morning. Shout out to Brendan Johnson. Nico Williams and the crew fell short, but they still have the playoffs. I don't know. I'm really into all of that. And I will say that I have a real, I really am into boxing right now. And I know that's kind of very close to MMA, but I don't listen to MMA podcasts. I live and breathe MMA, but I enjoy the business of boxing. I enjoy the fights, especially what's going on in Europe and in the UK and all these things. Like, it just feels fresh and fun and different. I'm very much into that. So if you looked at my podcast feed right now, it's probably a lot of soccer and a lot of MMA. A lot of soccer and a lot of boxing, no MMA. And that's no knock on anyone else. It's just, that's what I'm living and breathing and watching constantly. So you want to have some other things on your mind. I am trying to read a little bit more these days. I am reading, I got Andre Ward's book. I am reading a book which its name escapes me at the moment.
Did you ever get Drake's book?
Sounds like it's a really good one.
No, because it's a really long name. It's about Vince McMahon. It's that book that came out over the summer. Golly. I mean, it's quite captivating.
I mean, you got that whole bookshelf you got to go through.
Ringmaster Vince McMahon and the Unmaking of America. Is that it?
Yeah. I mean,
that is quite a title.
The research, like, there's a huge section of the book that is about his childhood, which I knew nothing about. I don't even know if I knew he grew up in North Carolina, and he grew up in North Carolina. So there's a lot about him. I do feel like the author had a bit of an axe to grind. There's a couple of shots here and there. Actually, it was Dan Hurley, believe it or not, head coach of the UConn Huskies, who told me about the book. And I've finally gotten around to read it a lot. The guy who wrote a book with Eric Bischoff. I do like wrestling books. I'm not going to lie. And I know that's kind of in my wheelhouse. He wrote Eric Bischoff's book called Grateful. I was reading that for a while. But yeah, those are the things. Those are the hobbies. When Kayla talked about movie night, I do like a good movie night with the family. Eric, you got to love a good movie night. You guys have movie night?
I kind of do movies solo.
Wow. Okay.
I just plow through movies on my own. They're not invited.
Wow.
That's my thing.
This is at home movie night?
Yeah.
I'm a big
I'll go to the movie
goer.
theater solo too.
I mean, that's definitely a hobby of mine, going to I got
just
the
went and
membership over at Alamo.
With theaters like Alamo.
What did I just see?
Yeah. Love going to the movie theaters. That's definitely a hobby of mine.
No.
I just went and saw The Marbles by myself. That's what I just saw.
Oh, how was it? Heard, dicey reviews. Yeah. Okay.
If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything.
Wait a second.
All right, then I won't go.
Who just told me? Someone literally just told me they went to the Marvels. Who just said
that? Was
Rick, Eric Jackman, yeah.
No. Not the second. Someone told me. A father in my kids' class. He said he had no idea what was going on, and he was wondering if he had to have seen another. I'm like, you're asking the wrong guy. This is the first I've heard of this movie. But is there like a movie before it?
Yeah,
there's a TV show. It requires some homework.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't do the homework. So
I almost went and saw it. I'm glad I didn't.
He was very lost.
Napoleon? We going to see Napoleon, Rick? Little Ridley
What's on
Scott?
deck for me? I want to see Thanksgiving, the new Eli Roth movie. That's my next move, probably.
Napoleon,
and obviously, Killers of the Flower Moon, which you already saw. I
Strap
definitely
in.
want to get on
Strap
What
in.
about The Killer?
I'm good. I'm good for that.
Wear comfy clothes.
Little
Good
David
story,
Finch.
though.
I'm
Good
in.
story.
Iron Claw?
I was going to say Iron Claw next month, for
mhm.
sure.
I saw The Killer. The Killer was amazing. Shout out David
I was
Fincher.
just asking about
man.
that.
Yeah.
How was
Amazing.
the soundtrack to that?
Good. Wasn't it like the Smiths, like the entire thing or something like that? Or was
Trent
that?
Reznor and Atticus Ross?
Oh,
A
yeah.
bit of
Maybe
a-
the killer himself. Listen to that.
Bit of
great,
housekeeping
great movie.
from the Perez interview. You guys started talking about Carol G. It was actually Becky G. That was at the Ngannou fight.
Oh. Was it not the same person?
I love how she was
No.
yeah,
Easy,
I think so.
easy to get confused.
Oh.
A little lost in translation there. Yeah, two different artists. I was back here. I was like,
I
Becky.
think Kenny G was
Becky
there
G.
as well.
Wow.
Warren G was there.
I do love Warren G. I knew it was someone with a G.
Good on you, Frankie.
Yeah.
Know yourself.
Yeah,
Frank,
all
that
right.
was a great joke.
I knew it was someone with a G. Well, she didn't correct me.
And we're in.
I know. I think there's a little bit of lost
season
in
now,
translation.
Yeah, I
there.
think she was there.
A bit of lost in translation there.
Anyway, thank you to Kraken for their support. We appreciate them very much. I do want to let you know that there's a lot to be thankful for. Family, friends, food, and the NFL season. Yes, NFL football all week long. Thursday, Friday, Sunday. I say screw the NFL. What about the fight game? PFL on Friday. Boxing extravaganza on Saturday. Anyway, DraftKings Sportsbook is keeping your Thanksgiving week full of action. New customers can bet just $5 on the NFL action to score 150 instantly in bonus bets. No matter your appetite, there's something for you. Money lines, parlays, live bets, and so much more. You name it, they've got it. Can't wait to get the picks in a matter of seconds from the boys. We already found out that Katie Taylor is an underdog. What are the, GC, can you get me the odds on Sky Nicholson via knockout this Saturday? That's the one that I'm going with.
I sure can. That's gonna be some big odds there for you, brother.
That's what I want. I would like that. Give me some of that.
Are we just gonna bet Sky Nicholson by knockout every fight?
It's gonna happen.
I mean, it's gonna happen eventually.
It's gonna happen, and you're all gonna be crying in your soup when it happens. If you happen to be eating soup or drinking soup. Is it eating soup or drinking soup?
Either way.
Definitely eating.
How many holes in a straw?
There are two.
I disagree. It's
One.
the same. Yeah.
One
elongated hole.
The die punches a hole on each side.
Nicholson by knockout plus 900.
That's a steal.
Go ahead and pay for those Hanukkah gifts.
That's a steal right there. Get the PS5 off that.
Yeah, there you go. PS5 paid for. Done.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMA. Our new customers can bet $5 on the NFL Thanksgiving action to score 150 instantly in bonus bets only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL with code The MMA Hour. The crown is yours. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER in New York, which is where we are. Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. Must be 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. All right, what do we got, guys? What do we got?
All right, well, we've already gotten Juliana Peña's pick. She's going with your man, Olivier Aubin. LCA.
What are the odds in that one?
Currently on DraftKings Sportsbook, he is minus 285.
Minus 285. What's Clay Collard? Cassius Clay.
Cassius Clay Collard plus 200.
Okay.
It's a fun fight. I like that one.
Look, there's I get why people shit on the $49.99, but there's some good storylines attached to some of these fights, I mean, Olivier Aubin-Mercier's career resurgence, it's incredible. The guy was...
Yeah, he's 9-0 in the PFL.
Yeah, but isn't...
Trying to win another milli.
To play devil's advocate, isn't that a compelling reason to put this fight as something that fans who don't get access to it should see and then care about the PFL, as opposed to putting it behind a massive paywall that nobody's going to buy?
I'm saying 1,000%. This should not be a pay-per-view.
The more compelling the fight, the more free it should theoretically be.
Yes, but you know that
PFL until they can
in
make
the
a
usual world
of
the UFC, which is what people compare this to, the more compelling the fight, the more likely it's on pay-per-view. My point is the pay-per-view price tag, as it should, because that's a lot of money, clouds the card. But this is a good card. It's
right.
just
The story becomes that instead of the idea. Like it's a good card,
which
but
is a
it's
shame
too pricey,
because
which is the real.
They're
story.
not in the position to be doing pay-per-view. I'm sorry. You should not be doing pay-per-view. You should be trying. This card should be on ESPN 1, the mothership.
Yes.
Get it out to as many people as possible and hope that people are sitting around their homes on a Friday night, Black Friday, and they're like, "Oh shit, this is a fun product." That's what they should be doing. They should be saying, "Hey everyone, we know you like the UFC. We know the UFC is out there. Come try us out. This is our time."
Have it so you can fall into it. Not that you have to go to an ad and pay $50.
Don't put it on a paywall. That's crazy.
Also, the $50. I think they'd make more money if they charged $5 per pay-per-view.
Okay, $5 would even be better.
You charge $10 for pay-per-view, you're making more than if you charged $50.
It just doesn't seem like the benefit outweighs the cost. Like, not enough people are buying the pay-per-view to make it justified. And you've got two guys, who you can legitimately say are pay-per-view attractions in Francis Ngannou and Jake Paul. Wait until they're fighting and then put that on pay-per-view.
Bingo.
Everything else, free.
$10. What's $10? $50.
That said, it's a good card.
Price.
It's really compelling.
Oh, I can't
There are
wait. I
some
mean,
fun
you know,
fights on
one of
it.
my favorite days of the year, Black Friday PFL Championships.
No, I enjoy it. I remember
Yeah.
watching last year's championship, and I was like, wow, look how much it means to them. Like you rarely watch a Bellator event other than the championship, other than like Jason Jackson beating Yaroslav Amosov, where it's like this means something, right? AJ McKee beats Sidney Outlaw, rush him out, let's get on to the next fight, blah, blah, blah. Every single one of those fights felt like it meant something. And now you sprinkle in Kayla returning, you sprinkle in Derek Brunson's debut against Ray Cooper, which should be fun.
Another fun one. I'm loving that.
So now you got a reason for people to sit down and watch, but you're not giving them a reason to sit down and watch because the story is $50 and this is crazy. And let's be honest, it's very expensive to be a fight fan right now. It's extremely expensive. ESPN Plus pay-per-view for all the UFC events. If you happen to be a boxing fan as well, rarely, if anything, is for free. DAZN isn't for free. ESPN Plus isn't for free. Once again, you know, Showtime, the card this weekend is on pay-per-view. You know,
Ain't cheap, man.
it ain't cheap. Anyway,
Ain't cheap.
how did I get into this again? Oh yeah, Olivia Aubin. Sorry.
Yeah. Juliana Peña's taking
Yes.
this weekend's PFL card. All right, let's throw it in the randomizer.
Let's go.
Bam. Frank will go first.
Nice.
I'll go second, and Rick will bring up the real girl in
There we go.
third.
The caboose.
Beautiful.
Let's go. So
Yeah.
last year,
Sell us on it, Frank.
it didn't work out. I retired. I came back. And then there's no way I'm not picking Kayla Harrison.
I always feel like we're building up to like a big like emotional speech, and then it's you just drop the pick on us. I love it.
Ding, 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 ding.
Kayla Harrison minus 1400.
Wait,
Whoa, really?
earlier it was 11.
Yeah, it's actually yes.
Wait, I thought.
Wait, is that for real?
They saw the interview.
It's dropped since we discussed this earlier today. Minus 1,000 and now minus 1,400 for old Kayla Harrison over
Wow.
You know
Aspen.
what?
Wow. Wait, I thought there was a rule that you couldn't go above minus 1,000.
I think for this, I think Frank needs to get over some emotional
Okay.
trauma
Been
that
a whole
he
year.
went through last
Exercise
year.
some demons on
Yes, I think
Frank's
he
end.
needs to
love it.
exercise some demons. I think he needs to see Kayla Harrison get her hand raised and bring
Never
home,
doubted her.
bring home the old parlay pals. Yeah, I was actually going to take Larissa Pacheco, but her line has now her line has plummeted as well. She's now minus 1,100. Yeah, she was like minus 800 earlier when I was thinking about taking her. So yeah, you know what, Rick, you can go ahead. You
Wow.
don't have to, yeah, we'll swing back to me.
You need
I mean,
a minute? Okay.
I'm gonna abide by the rules. You know, I'm gonna abide by the rules of nothing bigger than minus 1,000.
I respect it.
Let's let old
I respect it.
Meant to
Okay.
be broken.
let's let old Rick go here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Magomed Karamov, Maga Millions as he's been dubbed. The guy seems to, anytime he's in it, championship win for him. So Magomed Karamov.
I love it. I love it. If you got two Magomeds in your name,
Yeah.
you probably got a good chance of performing pretty well in the octagon, right? As I'm frantically searching, I've got mine,
The
boys.
PFL Smart Cage, by the way. PFL
I'm actually
Smart
going to go to. Oh yes, I'm sorry. I'm actually going to go to boxing. Chantelle Cameron on the show earlier.
Oh,
Katie Taylor
not on the
is her opponent.
Okay.
Yes, she was not on the show. I kind of served myself up there for that one. I'm not going to go with a side here.
Oh,
I'm going to take the fight to go the distance.
yeah.
At a small favorite price of minus 900. I mean, we're paying the
Damn,
chalk.
You
man.
guys are freaking.
We're paying the chalk.
this
This
is-
is a Hell Money
Hell
special
Money
right
special,
here. This is
Jesus
a Hell Money
Christ.
special. But that does get us to plus 147. OAM, Kayla Harrison, Magomed Karamov, Chantelle Cameron, Katie Taylor to go the distance.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Just curious. Cameron via stoppage, Taylor via stoppage. What is it?
Yeah. Cameron via stoppage plus 700.
Wow.
Taylor via stoppage plus 1,800.
Yeah. Taylor's never been knocked down. You know, the knock is she's gotten up there in age. She's taking some damage. Last couple fights, she's taken some serious damage. Serrano.
It's tough, though.
Yeah.
2-minute rounds.
2 of her last 3 fights. Yeah, 2-minute rounds. It's thrilling. If you've never watched women's boxing, I know there are people who want to see them fight 3 rounds and, 3 3-minute rounds. 10 3-minute rounds. 10 3-minute rounds. Yes, when
Yeah,
it's
you
a
got
championship fight. And I'm totally on board with that. But there is something thrilling about those 2-minute rounds. They come fast and furious. So check it out on Saturday. All right, I like it. What about the rest of the picks?
Before I do dive into the rest of the
yeah.
picks, actually, I mean,
Nice
no one wanted to comment on the old hoodie right here. We got it all the way from the United Kingdom. Look at that logo. I mean, it's clean, it's comfortable, it fits me perfectly. I mean, this is a match made in heaven when it comes to hoodies.
How'd you get it?
We noted actually no drawstrings. I actually kind of like the no drawstrings. How did I get it? Our man Alex Knowles hooked it up. I mean, I want to say thank you to everyone that reached out to try and help me. You know, we talked about it on the Monday after Aspinall got his win. Inbox got flooded. We can do it. We can get it there for you. Alex Knowles, one of the first one on the case. And yeah, I mean, he was just like, all right, it's ordered. And then he's like, okay, it's shipped. And here we are, 9 days later, I'm now wearing the hoodie. He doesn't just send the hoodie. He also sends a whole care package, sends these. He knows I love Maltesers, one of my favorite UK snacks. He throws in the Maltesers. He knows Mysterious Frank loves the Walker's prawn cocktail chips. We're opening the package. I pull out the Walker's prawn cocktail chips, and Frank's like, oh, these are my favorite. I think I'm going to take these. We later read the note.
Wow.
I threw those in because I know Mysterious Frank loves them. I mean, the absolute class on this man. It just mensch of all mensches. We throw that around. You know, it kind of gets thrown around like goat and legend
not here,
and stuff.
not here.
This is 100% accurate in this case. And then I said, he also added some stickers for your kids, some EPL stickers for your kids.
Unbelievable.
And then I was like, okay, how much do I owe you, man? He said, here's what it costs. Don't pay me, though. Go ahead and just donate it to November. Appreciate everything you do there. I mean, I'm just blown away. Absolutely blown away. Oh, and then he's an Arsenal supporter. So he sent me this bad boy right here. It's a logo for the tube, but instead it says Arsenal on it. That's going to definitely hang there forever. That's concrete. That's cemented. So, I mean, Alex Knowles, Alex Gunners on Twitter. Alex Gunners,
I wonder why.
I believe. Yeah, shout out. Arsenal. I mean, now I got a soft spot for Arsenal. I mean, what is that? We have 4 teams in the Premier League that I got soft spots for.
I'm a little bit concerned about that component, but other than that,
I guess Brighton too. Aston Villa I also.
Why Brighton?
Now we're at 6. You know, the beach, seagulls.
You like that? All right.
I took a future on them though as well.
Did you really?
Yeah.
To do what? Stay up?
Them and Villa to finish top 10.
Wow. I didn't even know you could do that. Anything on Forest?
No, nothing on Forest. The odds were kind of shitty.
Dicey.
Minus 400 to stay up. I'm like, I can't pay that.
Did we talk about Everton the other day?
Oh my gosh, what a story.
What a story.
Yeah, Doc, 10 points. Could you believe this, New York Rick? 10 points for some, I guess, illegal business practices. I went on Twitter and
Rick
said,
laughing, enjoying it. He's a sicko.
I was stunned. I just Ariel, obviously knows that I was so on top of the news, but
this is a crazy story because did you really know about this or no?
Not even 1 second of recognition of what you just said.
This is crazy because Everton, our former team here, they had a horrible year last year. In fact, they staved off relegation on the final day of the season. Had they lost their last game of the season, they would have been relegated, which, is a massive deal. Like that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars lost. Now you have to fight your way to get back up. I mean, that could change the course of your club for years, if not decades. It took Forest 23 years to get back to the Premier League. They staved it off. Great. This year they're having a better year. They're doing okay. They're kind of like in the 14. There's 20 teams, 17 stay up, 3 go down, 3 come up. They're in the 14 range. They come out. The Premier League comes out and docks them 10 points. Now they're back in relegation. They went from 14 points to 4 points, I believe it was, and now this might change their fortune because they did some stuff. I don't know. It's all very confusing about what they paid and who they paid and what they paid. But the fans are like, so my thing was, all right.
Wait, before you do that, how much time do they have to turn this around? From May to get out of relegation?
May. So there's 30s.
Are they going to do it? Does it seem like
there's a lot of people who think they will because their team is better, and they're the Burnleys of the world and the Luton Towns of the world and the Sheffield Uniteds of the world are way worse than them. So they should be able to do it. It's a big, it's a little
big handicap.
It's a big handicap.
Penalized.
But my thing is like in pro sports, if James Dolan does something like he gets hit in the pocket, or there's a luxury tax, or there's, this and that, to hurt the players who are playing on the pitch feels a little bit unfair to me. And then some people said, like, well, how else do you truly hurt them? And I get that. I said, like, maybe don't let them sign any players in the transfer window in January. Just say you have a freeze. You can't sign players for 2 years, something like that. Some people brought up college sports. In college sports,
were the things that they were being punished for on the pitch, though?
No.
Or was it stuff that the owner would have done?
Yeah, business.
Oh, yeah. Then that does feel, I have to admit, that does feel a little bit...
It's tough. Middle of the season.
Tough to justify.
It happened to Juventus recently as well in Serie A. Listen, I get it. God, I mean, the whole world over there is different in terms of the way they deal with sports. The relegation system I love. But I don't know. Let's say you're a player for Everton. Let's say you're, I don't know, let me pick one out of my head. Jordan Pickford, starting goalkeeper, of your Three Lions.
Of course.
Is it right that he gets penalized? Like, he didn't do anything wrong. I don't know. I feel like it's not necessarily fair.
To the point you said earlier, though, like, if these guys are billionaires, multi-millionaires, like, is that going to hurt them? And this will hurt them. So maybe it's the only way. Maybe it's the only way that they can actually suffer some consequences.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't even know how we got on this tangent. Oh, Frank brought it up.
Yep.
Yes. It's nice.
Right. Because your friend, Arsenal and soccer, Brighton.
Our friend.
Yes, our friend.
Alex Knowles, shout out to him.
What a guy. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, I mean, the hoodie.
Very, very kind.
I don't know when I'm ever going to take it off.
It's a beautiful hoodie.
It's a great hoodie. Shout out to Tommy. Next time, maybe, though, screen printing, if we can work on some embroidery, Tom.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there, just ideas. I'm obviously not as a merch guy, just an idea. All right, let's rip through these picks. Got a lot of picks. Sort of under the impression that I was going to be going, that I was going to be in attendance. Obviously, Frank had other plans. So, I mean, when you go to a card, you want to be loaded up with the bets. So, I mean, anytime these lines were dropping, I was like, let me play this, let me play that. So, yeah, I've been sitting on some PFL bets for quite a while now. So just roll with me here as I go through these. 12 singles. We won't get deep on these. If you want to hear a deep breakdown, me and old Jed did one yesterday. It was fantastic. Maybe the best episode of No Bets Barred ever. Phil Caracappa. Everyone knows Phil Caracappa. Taking on Wu. Wu is 1-4 against opponents that are over 500. Phil Caracappa falls under that, so I'm going to take him to win here. Laying heavy chalk on a guy that I just heard of this week. Sounds like a smart game plan. Next up, Biagio Ali Walsh by KO TKO. You're giving me a playable line. I will play it. He's still fighting Amis for the PFL, and I think they're going to continue to give him winnable fights due to his namesake. Next up, Jesus Pinedo. This is a vibes bet. I mean, I set the scene last night when I was talking to Jed, but I mean, this guy is, he's got a lot of professional MMA fights under his belt, but coming into this season to the PFL, a relative unknown. And then he fights Braga, loses by split decision. Then he goes out there and fights the winner of the tournament from last year, and Brendan Loughnane, and the runner-up in Bubba Jenkins. Finishes them both, and now he gets a shot at redemption and a shot at $1 million against the man that defeated him in the first match of the season by split decision. You think he doesn't remember that? Think he's not thinking about that? Yeah, we're going to go with Jesus Pinedo. I mean, I'm selling this card for him. It gives me chills just thinking about it.
Yeah. Pinedo.
So Derek Brunson is making his debut for the PFL. Very talented fighter. Had a lot of great wins inside the UFC octagon. But we have seen talented fighters come to the PFL and not find success. If you look back, we've had Thiago Santos, most recently lost to Rob Wilkinson. Shane Burgos this season, 1-2 in the promotion. Marlon Moraes, 0-3, finished in every fight. Anthony Pettis was unable to find success, 1-4 in the promotion. Roy McDonald, 2-4. Derek Brunson, where are we at in the fight career? And he's not getting a bum. He's not getting a bum coming off the couch, and for that reason, I took Ray Cooper III. Big size differential. Derek Brunson knocked out in 7 of his losses at this point. And who can crack? Ray Cooper can crack. So I will be taking Ray Cooper III. Next up, Frank's girl, our girl, Kayla Harrison. I'll be taking her by submission, though. Knockout prop is the favorite, but I like her more to get a submission. I mean, obviously equal 6 knockouts, 6 submissions throughout her career. I feel like she's just going to be able to get lied to the ground. And then once it's on the mat, I feel like she's going to be able to do what she wants to do. So a little sprinkle on a big number there. Next up, orange shorts are out. That means it's time for the 205 title fight. Impa Kasangane. I'm going to take him on the money line. Another vibes bet. Another just man. It started on the PFL Challenger Series. Coming into the season, 4-0 in the year. Now he has a chance to go 5-0 and win $1 million.
Can I take it one step further?
Please.
That was on the receiving end of one of the most
viral
knockouts in the history of the sport.
Just 2 years ago, this man was getting cut by the UFC.
Yes.
I mean, and now he has a chance at $1 million. And on the other side, Conan Silveira's son.
In studio, friend of the show.
Becoming a PFL champion. I mean, the stakes are high in this one. But I will also be taking the under 2.5. You can actually get this at a much better price now. I think it's at even money. I missed the line on this one. But Silveira, 11 of his 13 fights have not gone the distance. 4 of 5 of his last 5 have ended in the first round. Impa, 7 of his last 9 have not seen a third round. I think this is going to be a fun fight. I think this is going to be an exciting fight. And I think someone's probably going to get put out, and the winner will be receiving $1 million. Next up, Magomed Karamov. If you're getting in the smart cage and got 2 Magomeds in your name, you're probably getting my money. Sadi Busai, I was on him last time out. Not an impressive performance. I honestly thought he lost the fight watching it in real time. And Magomed Karamov, when he is healthy, he has found a lot of success in the PFL smart cage. So I will take him to get it done here. Next up, reigning, defending, Larissa Pacheco, the champion in the PFL, going for back-to-back millies. I'm going to take her by knockout in this one because when they give you a good price on Larissa Pacheco by knockout, especially in a 5-round fight, you typically want to take that. I mean, she has been ousting her opponents, not named Kayla Harrison, and I don't think it's going to be any different this time around. Larissa Pacheco, 25 minutes to be able to get the knockout. I like that. We'll keep it rolling to the heavyweight bout. Denis Goltsov taking on Hernan Ferreira. Hernan Ferreira, big man, very big man, standing at 6'8", 85-inch reach. Doesn't get much bigger than that. But if you look at it, I mean, his big fallback plan is knockout power, which obviously that's how he can put Goltsov out here. I mean, easily could knock him out. But if you go back and you look at his record, he has lost 3 of his last 5 fights. I know 2 of them have been wiped due to no contest. But if you go back and watch those fights, he got thoroughly outworked in those losing affairs. So I like Goltsov here. I think if he can avoid the knockout power, he gets it done. And I also like the under 1.5 in this one. Goltsov, 4 of his last 5 ended in round 1. Ferreira, 5 of his last 7 ended in round 1. 2 big boys, 2 heavyweights going at it. And then in the main event, OAM, 9-0 in the PFL, a career resurgence like we've never seen before. And that's going to be the That's Money moment of the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
10-0 in the PFL, back-to-back millies. Is it his last fight ever? I don't know.
He has hinted at that, but I would say no.
He's hinted. And then a parlay that carries over from last week. Kuramagomedov, Kayla Harrison, Larissa Pacheco. And that's that. So instead of being stacked up with bets in D.C. and getting enjoyed at the beautiful Anthem, I'll be on my couch, supporting from afar.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of stuff there. It's a lot to like. There's a lot going on.
A lot of action.
I'm excited.
Can't wait.
If you had to pick one Thanksgiving food dish, just one, could be anything, what are you picking?
Stuffing. No brainer.
Stuffing.
No brainer.
Specific kind of stuffing?
Stovetop?
No, I'm actually going baked in the oven stuffing.
Does it have to have like the spice? There's the thyme. There's some that have sausage in it, I believe.
I've met very few stuffings that I don't like. Yeah, you say French bread? I actually made an everything bagel stuffing one year.
Wow.
It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal, yeah. Stuffing in the South, we call it dressing.
We do.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Dress the turkey with it. Come on.
Oh, there you go. Nice. Yeah, stuffing. Always been my favorite.
What about you, Rick?
One.
I think I'm also stuffing.
Wow. Stuffing is
can't go
fantastic.
wrong.
You have one? You got something different?
No, I do like a good stuff. You know, I'm very new to the Thanksgiving traditions. Like I only really started celebrating Thanksgiving like in the last 10 years. In Canada, Thanksgiving, October, second Monday of October, I believe. I didn't even get off from school.
What What are the traditions for that?
I never celebrated it. I didn't even get off from school. I never had a meal. We never had a dinner.
On Canadian Thanksgiving.
Tim Hortons.
Never had off from school. The CFL would play a game. No one cared.
Wow.
We would be more excited about American Thanksgiving. Like at lunch, we would run home, watch 30 minutes of the Lions game, and then be like, wow, this is great. It was nothing. It was a nothing holiday where I grew up. I don't know if it was a Quebec thing. I don't know if it was a Jewish thing. I don't know, but it wasn't a thing. As I've lived in America longer and longer, it's become more of a thing. My kids learn about it. They tell me stories. They come home with the turkey. Like, it's fun. I love it. It's one of my, if not my favorite holiday. Shout out to John B., our mutual friend, who for 12 years would make Thanksgiving dinner at my house. No more now that he's a family man. So we miss him. The stuffing's great. I really do love pecan pie.
Pecan?
Yeah. Pecan pie is great, dude.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a great pie.
We actually put that on the poll, 70% pecan.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah.
All right. I win. Frank?
Deviled eggs.
Deviled eggs.
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
feel like you might have said this last year.
Yes, but
It's
And
still
I
the same
didn't
this
remember.
year.
Now I'm remembering again the same problems I had with
because that's
this.
not a traditional Thanksgiving dish.
Yeah. What is this?
Come on, bro.
I mean,
Maybe it is in the South because I had
Yeah,
deviled
okay,
eggs
fine.
at Thanksgiving every time growing up.
where you guys grew up, did
Fine,
people take
fine.
Fritos and dump chili, cheese, and onions on it?
Oh,
No, we did not
No,
do
okay.
that.
So there's some things that are just regional. I know that
Okay,
like
fine.
Hawaiian pizza apparently is from Canada. And
What about Dustin Poirier just casually mentioning he had a turducken waiting to go in there?
Yeah, that was
Turducken and
great.
Theo Vaughn?
Yeah,
staying
just
for Thanksgiving?
casually just hanging out with Theo.
Yep, crushing a turducken with Theo Vaughn
Yeah.
for Thanksgiving.
What a guy.
All right, see you, Dustin.
Yeah, what a guy. All right, well, I feel cozy and excited. He's talking about a cornucopia that his friend made with the...
Oh, that's next
bread-
level stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Red cornucopia.
that is next level stuff.
Oh, my God. Well, great time. I'm thankful for all of you. I'm thankful to everyone back there. Thank you very much to the team. Rick wants to go. He's put up the peace sign. He's
Yeah,
done.
Rick's
He's had
got
enough of all of us.
Rick's got to go out with all his hometown
Rick, you
friends
making
night
a
before
turkey?
Thanksgiving?
My wife is. I
Okay.
am not. She's getting started on it.
All right.
I'm having a little Okay, so my daughter,
Yes.
Avery, my oldest, is turning 6 tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
She was born on Thanksgiving for her birthday, and
Yeah.
now this is the first Thanksgiving since then that Thanksgiving also falls on her birthday.
let's go.
So we've got a little bit of a combo birthday Thanksgiving for my daughter Avery. So shout out to Avery. I love her.
Oh,
very
that's
much.
amazing.
And happy birthday. Yeah,
Happy
it's great.
birthday to
We get
Avery.
to celebrate everybody. So we're having a little dinner tonight with some parts of the family. Then tomorrow we'll do Thanksgiving combo with the birthday. A lot of celebration going on over the next couple of days.
Big day in Amityville.
Big day in Amityville.
Bringing out the bouncy house.
No, this is not a lot of kids. This is more grown-ups coming over and hanging out.
Mishpach.
Cool.
Yeah.
Family. Yeah. Happy birthday. I love a good kid's birthday party, whether it's for adults or children. Happy birthday to Avery, and happy Thanksgiving to all of you. We appreciate you all very much. Thank you for the continued support. Thank you for the love. Thank you to GC for making this great set. I love it so much. Would it be weird to have it on Monday's show? You tell me. You be the judge. We'll have to wait and see if it. I mean, I feel like the leaves are appropriate, but I don't know.
No, we got to lose it, man. Come on.
Oh, come on.
It'll be gone in 15 minutes. Like it never
I was
happened.
going to come in here and be like, all right, we're out of time. Yes, thank you very much to our good friends over at Cash App. Was that your subtle way of reminding me, Frank?
It wasn't very subtle.
Okay, yeah. Thank you to Cash App one more time. We appreciate them oh so very much. Let me just get through my McGilly here. Oh, yes, here it is. Thanks to Cash App for their support. Cash App has the tools to make saving easier, and that means you can start building towards your savings goal one at a time, $1 at a time. But growing those savings is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers, because once you save with Cash App, that money starts growing without you even having to lift a finger. You don't even have to worry about it. Think of it as financial self-care. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. We appreciate them. We appreciate Kraken. We appreciate DraftKings very much. It is time to go, my friends. Yes. What is better than being home for the holidays. Oh, there's no place like home for the holidays. Oh, you guys like is there a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving? There is.
Yeah. Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas, Valentine's Day.
The music, is there good music for Thanksgiving, or is it just the
solid.
Christmas? Is it just the
solid.
Christmas?
Christmas is the GOAT. I mean, it's not even a competition. Christmas is the best.
I love Christmas. I used to have the Time Life Treasury of Christmas, and I would listen to it all year round. July, August. The songs are great. Rocking around the Christmas tree. But what I'm getting like this cozy vibe. Are you guys getting cozy vibe? I just want
super cozy.
What's a great Thanksgiving movie?
You've Got Mail. Pieces of April. That's a good one. Gremlins.
Gremlins. Is that a Thanksgiving movie? Best.
No, I'm actually being told that that's a Christmas movie.
Free
My
Birds,
apologies.
Turkey Hollow, The Wiz. What is this? Turkey Bowl? There's no classic Thanksgiving movie? There's got to be one.
Charlie Brown Thanksgiving.
Hey, You've Got Mail.
Yeah, You've Got Mail.
I already
too?
said that.
No, I know. I didn't even know that was a Thanksgiving movie. Autumn
Pieces
in New
of
York.
April is a good one with Katie Holmes.
Katie Taylor? No. All right. Well, we'll check some of those out. Thank you to all our guests. Thank you to Chantelle Cameron. Thank you to Kayla Harrison. Thank you to Dustin Poirier. Thank you to Ailín Pérez. And, of course, her manager, Martine. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of you. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.